up, Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
River announces Bitcoin interest on Kash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on Kash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on Kash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
That you've had. We're pleased to be joined by Steve's mother, Lois. Where's Lois? Lois, you look like a young woman. I can't believe it. His sons, Zach and Alex, my friends also, by the way. Zach, Alex, thank you, fellas. His girlfriend, Lauren, who's a great golfer, I have to tell you, top of the line. And her daughter. Hi, Finley. How are you? Finley, her daughter. And his brother, Robert. Robert, you're much better looking than Steve. And his sisters, Amy and Susie. Thank you. Thank you both. His daughter-in-law, Sophie. Hi, Sophie. His brother-in-law, Gary. Oh, there he is. Oh, hello, Gary. Thank you. And his sister-in-law, Elaine, and also many others. Thank you all very much. I also want to thank our great Vice President, J.D. Vance, Secretary Marco Rubio. And Marco, we're having a big day. I think, Marco, we'll find out. We're having a big period of time. I think that this is potentially a great time for our country in solving a lot of problems that we inherited that we should have never had, frankly. Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's incredible, and Senator Lindsey Graham is. Oh, Senator Graham, where are you? Where is Senator Graham? Hello, Lindsey. Steve is a graduate of some great schools, including Hofstra University, where he studied political science and law. After graduating, he entered the real estate business, co-founding the Stellar Management Company in 1985 and launching a legendary career. You know, he started off in a law office. In fact, he was one of my young lawyers. And they said, that guy's smart, but he just started. It was a very smart firm, Dreyer and Traub. Killers. They were total killers. They said, he's worse than all of them. But people don't know that. They think he's a nice guy, Pam. Not that nice, actually. But he is something. Steve quickly established himself as one of the toughest, smartest, and best negotiators in the business. In 1997, he founded the Witkoff Group, which now owns dozens of the most beautiful and iconic properties in the entire world. It's owned some incredible properties. As a businessman, he's admired and respected by all. And now Steve is putting his talents to work for America as special envoy to the United States and making a lot of progress. Our country is blessed to have a negotiator of such skill and experience who really selflessly steps up to the plate, puts himself forward all the time. Over the past few months, Steve has already helped negotiate the return of dozens of hostages from Gaza, and they come in and see me, many of them, and they are so thankful to Steve. And also hostages from other parts of the globe. He's met with President Putin, Prime Minister Netanyahu, representatives of Iran, and many other places. He is meeting with people that he never really thought he'd ever meet just a few months ago. And he's figuring it out. It takes him about an hour to figure it out. After that, he's brutal. He does a great job. He's working tirelessly to end the bloody and destructive conflicts, and one in particular with Russia and Ukraine, and where you're losing 5,000 young people a week on average, Ukrainian soldiers, Russian soldiers, and people in towns and villages that are being killed. We want to bring it to an end, and we're working. Steve is in the Middle East, where I think we're having some very good success, and you'll be hearing about it as we go. We had tremendous success over the last month, and we're taking the word of the Houthis but they didn't want any more, and I understand that. And they have decided that they don't want to do this anymore. So I'm proud to have him as a friend. Steve's a very fantastic guy. I picked him out of a lot of people. I had a lot of choices, but I said we need somebody with two things: a great personality and somebody that could negotiate. And he's got both of them in spades. He's also really smart. So I want to thank everybody for being here, and I want to very, very importantly, I want to say to Marco Rubio that you're swearing in a very important person. And Steve reports to Marco. I said, Steve, you better do a good job of Marco. He will fire you so violently, you have no idea. But Marco, if you could administer the oath. Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you, Steve.
I, Steve Witkoff, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Congratulations.
Do you have any? Good job. Thank you, Marco. Any questions for Steve? No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly. Well, the plan we haven't talked about, but we're not planning on stopping in Israel, but we will be doing it at some point, but not for this trip.
There's a report that the UK is offering various trade concessions. What's your response to that? And
also, who? What?
The United Kingdom.
Yeah.
And can you also say if you were discussing tariffs with Mr. Arnold?
And what about the United Kingdom?
They're offering various trade concessions, apparently, cars, steel, digital services.
They're offering us concessions? Yes. I hope so. They do want to make a deal very badly.
Did you say your guests here, are you discussing tariffs with business?
No, I think that United Kingdom, like every other country, they want to be go shopping in the United States of America. China wants to, very much wants to make a deal. They all do. But yeah, I would say that every country wants to make a deal, and not the ones they had in the past where we were like, look, we were being ripped off by every country practically without exception in the entire world. And those days are over. Those days are over. And, you know, I said before in our meeting with the new and very talented Prime Minister of Canada that we have some very big announcement to make. It's not about trade. It's about something else, but it's going to be a truly earth-shattering and positive development for this country and for the people of this country. And that'll take place sometime within the next few days.
To travel once again to Russia. And as you mentioned in your remarks, he's traveled to Russia on a number of occasions. He's met with President Putin. What type of progress is being made as it relates to all of those visits that he's made to Russia?
I think a lot, because I think Russia wanted to take all of Ukraine and they've stopped. That's a lot of progress. You know, it's small, it's a portion of Ukraine. But no, I think a lot. I think if we weren't here, they would be right now fighting to take the whole country, and they're not doing that. So I think that's a lot of progress.
Mr. President,
please.
Does it frustrate you that Russia continues to attack civilian areas inside Ukraine without any reservation? It leads to scores of casualties almost on a daily basis.
I don't like anything about that war. It's a war. I don't like anything about it. And I'm not happy with that. No, not at all. Not even a little bit. Yeah.
President, you said the Houthis are backing down. We're seeing conflicting reports that they plan on continuing to attack Israel in support of Gaza. Does that change the equation?
No, I don't know about that, frankly, but I know one thing, they want nothing to do with us. And they've let that be known through all of their surrogates and very strongly.
Released. Is there a hostage deal that's imminent? And are you talking to Netanyahu right now about their plan to level the rest of Gaza?
We're talking to him about a lot of things right now. This is really crunch time. I would tell you, for Iran and for their country, this is a very important time for Iran. This is the most important time in the history of Iran for Iran. And I hope they do what's right. I'd love to see a peace deal, a strong peace deal. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, but I would say that this is the single most important period in the history of Iran, which is a long history. And we want it to be a great country. Let it be a tremendously successful, rich country. They have everything you need. The people are incredible. They have vast amounts of oil and assets. We want it to be a successful country. We don't want to do anything that's going to get in the way of that, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. And if they choose to go a different route, it's going to be a very sad thing. And it's something we don't want to have to do, but we have no choice. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Do you understand that? Okay.
Regards to the Houthis, have you told the military to stop attacks against the
We
Houthis as
just,
of now, or-
yeah, we just informed them a little while ago,
Okay.
and all action is stopping. Some people probably haven't heard yet. You know, there are various people in various rather strategic locations, but by this moment, they should just about all know, Marco, I think, that the attacks are going to stop both ways. And that's pretty much it. But we've just informed everybody just a little while ago.
To attack Israel, which you said he didn't know about, but if they continue to attack Israel, just not attack.
Well,
the
I'll
US,
discuss that if something happens. Okay, if something happens with Israel and the Houthis. Yeah.
Announce later this week.
Well, I can announce all of them now. I could announce 50 to 100 deals right now because, you know, I'm the shopkeeper and I keep the store. And, you know, I know what countries are looking for and I know what we're looking for. And I can just set those terms and they can go shopping or they don't have to go shopping because everybody wants to shop here. This is like a beautiful store. This is like one of Bernard Arnault, or maybe I should say Alex, even more importantly, Young, the future. But Bernard's an honor to have you. We'll have a meeting after this. But he has the greatest stores in the world and they want to shop. Our country is the greatest store in the world of that kind. And everybody wants a piece of it. And they took advantage of us for years because we allowed presidents, our presidents allowed it to happen. You know, I don't blame China and I don't blame Vietnam. And I could name every single country all the way up and down the line, South Korea. Every single country took advantage of us without exception. Japan, these are friends of mine, but they took advantage of this country. They ripped off our country, selling us millions and millions of cars a year, and we sold them none. We weren't allowed to sell them a car. They took advantage of us. I don't blame them. I blame the people that sat behind that desk that allowed it to happen, but I don't allow it to happen. I didn't in the first term, but this is a much stronger position because we're the greatest economy in history in our first term. Stock market was up 88%, and we had numbers much better than that. But this is going to be, I think, a much better term. And I think the tariffs are coming in, starting to come in. We were losing $5 billion plus a day on trade. Now we're not losing that kind of money, and we'll soon be making a lot of money a day and a year and a month.
You and perhaps the Attorney General. The Justice Department recently received a criminal referral against New York Attorney General Tish James for fraud. We haven't heard much about it. You or the Attorney General give us an update as to what's going on with that investigation.
Well, I don't want to get involved in something that Pamela's involved with. If you'd like to say something, Pam, or I can say unrelated to that, she's a disaster for New York. She's a horrible, horrible human being. And I think she's a total crook. There's no question about it. But that's just my opinion. Pam's going to have to do what she wants. She's a very bad person. She's a very, very bad person who campaigned solely on I'm going to get Donald Trump over and over again. She's a sick person. But that's has nothing to do with what Pam does. Pam is going to do what's right. She always does. I've known her a long time. Yeah, go ahead, behind you.
Thank you. On Gaza, you said there's been progress in the Middle East. But at the moment, as a colleague said, in Israel, Netanyahu is saying he now wants to conquer Gaza. Is there any prospect of any movement on that? Are you happy with what Netanyahu
Well, we've
is
gone very slowly because we want to try and get as many hostages saved as possible. And we've done a good job in that regard. 2 weeks ago, I had 10 hostages come in and they thanked me profusely. And I said, you have nothing to thank me about. What they went through is incredible. They lived in a pipe. You know, they keep hearing about caves. It was a pipe 3.5 feet high. And they didn't know if they were going to breathe. They didn't know if they were going to live to the next day. They lived like hell. I couldn't believe the stories I was hearing. And they weren't grandstanding. These were people that were seriously mistreated. One was in for 512 days. One was in for 361, I guess, days. And one was in for a shorter period of time. The stories were unbelievable. I said, how many people are left? How many are left? They said 59. I said, oh, wow, that's more than I thought. They said, well, only 24 are living, but now it's 21. That was a week ago. Now it's 21 are living. And these are young people. These are young people don't die. Old people die. Young people don't die under these conditions. So of the 59 people, and they said 59, and I said, really? But they said only 24 are living. And I now correct, I say 21, because as of today, it's 21. 3 have died. So this is a terrible situation. We're trying to get the hostages out. We've gotten a lot of them out. As the expression goes, there's 21 plus a lot of dead bodies. You know, parents came up to me on numerous occasions, but a couple in particular, they came up to me 2 weeks ago and they said, please, sir, my son is dead. Please get us back his body. They wanted his body. He's dead. They know he's dead. They wanted his body as much as you would want the boy if he was alive. It's a very sad thing. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Our country is blessed to have a negotiator of such skill and experience who really selflessly steps up to the plate, puts himself forward all the time. He's working tirelessly to end bloody and destructive conflicts. And they said we need somebody with two things, a great personality and somebody that could negotiate. And he's got both of them. Our country is blessed to have a great honor to have Prime Minister Mark Carney with us. A few days ago, he won a very big election in Canada. And I think Canada chose a very talented person, a very good person.
Thank you for your hospitality and above all for your leadership. You're a transformational president, and I've been elected to transform Canada with a similar focus on the economy, securing our borders. And the history of Canada and the U.S. is we're stronger when we work together, and there's many opportunities to work together. And I look forward to finding those areas of mutual cooperation.
Very special. Very small signature. That one got big. That means I guess I like the event even more so than usual. But I want to thank you all and welcome to the first meeting of the White House FIFA Task Force. I'm thrilled to be joined today by Vice President J.D. Vance. Thank you, J.D. FIFA President Gianni Infantino, FIFA Senior Advisor Carlos Cordaro, and CEO of Fox Sports, Eric Shanks. Where's Eric? Where's Eric Shanks? Hello, Eric. You got a pretty good seat. I don't know. It's not bad. I'm looking for you at this table. You should be at this table. Hi, Eric. Along with members of my cabinet, Scott Bessent, Pam Bondi, Howard Lutnick, Sean Duffy, Kristi Noem, Russ Vogt, Deputy Secretary Christopher Landau, and Deputy Secretary Steve Feinberg. I also want to welcome two of my very good friends, Bernard Arnault and Alex Arnault. They own a little company around the world. One of their smaller companies is Tiffany, and Tiffany made the beautiful trophy, and I guess it's around here someplace, not this one, the other one, wherever it may be. There it is behind me. And it's really a work of art, but I want to just welcome Bernard and Alex. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, good. They have no lack of cash. I know that. They're great, and they're great people. We've been friends for a long time. Thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor to have you both. We're also joined by Senators Shelley Moore Capito and Todd Young. Where are they? Where are they? Hi, Shelley. How are you? Hi, Todd. How you doing? You're getting younger looking, Todd. I'll tell you. It's pretty young to start off with, right? Oh, you too. She said, what about me? What are you two? Even more so, Todd, right? That's very cute. Representatives Damon LaHood and Brian Stile, thank you very much. Thank you very much, fellas. Thank you. Good. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Kash. Appreciate it. And our Executive Director, Andrew Giuliani, just got the post, and he's going to be great. I know him for a long time. He's a highly competitive golfer, which, I mean, really good. And he's also a highly competitive person, and he loves what we're doing. So I want to congratulate you and your family and your father, your great father, who's the greatest mayor in the history of New York. So I want to congratulate the family. It's a big post. You better do well, Andrew. Tell him, is my golf game okay too? I'll say, he knew what to say, see? Well, he's a smart person. That's why I appointed him. Together, this group will help plan the biggest, safest, and most extraordinary soccer tournament in history, and that's what it's going to be, Johnny. In my first term, I negotiated the return of the World Cup to America, and now in my second term, I'll have the honor of hosting the World Cup for the first time of any president in more than 30 years. And remember, we also have a few other events. I must tell you that we have the 2028 Olympic Games. We have the 250-year celebration of America. That's a big one. I don't know. Maybe that's the biggest. I don't know. That could be the biggest. But that's going to be unbelievable. It's going to be essentially, Todd, that's going to be a year-long celebration. We have the G20, and that'll be in December of 26. We have the G7, used to be the G8, by the way, and that's in 2027. And that's a lot of action we have going for the next 4 years, 3.5 years. It's going to be amazing for the country, I believe. Starting this June, the United States will host the 2025 Club World Cup, which will feature 32 elite soccer clubs from all over the world competing in 63 matches across 11 American cities, including Cincinnati, Ohio, Charlotte, North Carolina, Los Angeles, California, Nashville, Tennessee, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So we have it in 11 American cities all over. And these are great cities too, and they like soccer more and more. I guess some of those cities specifically, they really love it. And next summer, we'll host the official 2026 World Cup tournament, where 48 national teams will compete in 78 matches right here in the USA. And that'll be something very, very different and very special. These events will attract millions of passionate fans around the world, including my son. I have a son that loves soccer. Barron. Nobody's ever heard of Barron, right? Have you ever heard of Barron? He's a good soccer player too. He's a little tall for soccer, but that's okay. And over 1 billion viewers. You're going to have one of the biggest viewerships of any sport at any time. This will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to showcase the beauty and the greatness of America, and we can't wait to welcome soccer fans from all over the globe. I don't know if I'm supposed to say soccer or football, because every time I say soccer, Barron and Eric say you're really saying it wrong. It's supposed to be football, but we know it more as soccer. These events will also generate tens of billions of dollars in economic activity for local businesses and create thousands and thousands of jobs for American workers. I've directed my entire team to do everything within our power to make the World Cup and unprecedented success, and that's what it's going to be. We're going to make sure of it. The State Department, the Department of Homeland Security, and every part of the U.S. government will be working to ensure that these events are safe and successful, and those traveling to America to watch the competition have a seamless experience during every part of their visit. It's going to be very special. Together, we will ensure that the 2026 World Cup will be the best-run soccer tournament the world has ever seen. This is going to blow every other tournament you did. You're going to say how terrible a job you did in the past, because this is so much better, Gianni. This is going to blow them all away. I don't want to insult my other friends from other countries, but we're going to blow them away, right? So now I'd like to introduce, and he has been a friend of mine. We fought very hard to get the event, and I think before the media came in, I said that I was very disappointed because I got the event, Johnny. I think we can say that strongly. And then I said it won't be in my term, and I won't be able to see it. And then bad things happened with the election, and now we do see it. So I just repeat that because for the press to hear, I'm sure they're thrilled to hear it. But I'd like to ask FIFA President Gianni Infantino, really one of the most powerful men in sports. It's amazing because you've done such an incredible job with soccer. Followed by Vice President J.D. Vance, then Secretary Kristi Noem, and Secretary Sean Duffy to say a few words. So Johnny, and then we'll go in that order. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, members of the cabinet, members of the task force, the White House task force for this incredible event, or events actually, which will be happening here in America in the year to come. We were actually, Mr. President, so happy that the World Cup 2026 will take place in the United States, in Canada, and in Mexico, that we thought we'll actually bring another World Cup as well here. So you get two World Cups in the next year, the new FIFA Club World Cup. This is the trophy of the new FIFA Club World Cup.
Did you notice the way he said that? In the United States, Canada, Mexico. That's the way it's supposed to be. I had to interrupt. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, well,
It's
78 games will take place of the World Cup in the United States out of the 104 games. But the Club World Cup this year is a new competition, will take place in the United States, in 11 cities of the United States. It's new. It will make history in 250 years when they will celebrate the 250 years anniversary of the FIFA Club World Cup. Well, they will speak about this meeting. They will speak about the United States of America because it is a big event. The 32 best club teams in the world, with players from over 90 different countries, will come here for the first time in history to compete, and we'll see who is the real world champion in club football. And this happens before the World Cup, of course, next year. So in 40 days, bit less than 40 days, on the 14th of June in Miami, we will open the FIFA Club World Cup. Opening game, the final on the 13th of July in New York, New Jersey, and in between 63 top games of the best players of the best clubs in the world who want to win this trophy here, crafted by Tiffany, and I'm thanking as well the Arnaud family for being here. They are in soccer as well now in Paris. They've just been promoted to the top division. So congratulations for that. Actually, Mr. President, soccer or football, maybe we can clarify that here.
I'll do whatever.
Let me give it a try, if I may. So we, basically, everyone outside of this beautiful country, we call football a game we play with our feet.
Right.
That's why we call it football.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
In this beautiful country, you call football a game you play with your hands, right? So I don't know who's right, but the important, Mr. President, whether we call it soccer or football, is that we have fun,
Great.
that we enjoy. And that's what FIFA is about. FIFA is, I say this as well to all the media present, because everyone else knows it, FIFA is an official provider of happiness to humanity. And in the next year, we are providing happiness to humanity from the United States of America. And that's why we are happy to be here. So we have the Club World Cup this year. We have the World Cup next year, United States, Canada, and Mexico. Of course, 104 games, Mr. President, 104 Super Bowls in 1 month. We'll have 6 billion viewers. The final alone will attract between 2 and 3 billion viewers. This is, 15, 20 times more than the Super Bowl. The entire world will focus on the United States of America. And America welcomes the world. I'm very happy to say that, Mr. President, because I know you. I've had meetings with several members of your cabinet as well. You have established this task force. America will welcome the world, everyone who wants to come here to enjoy, to have fun, to celebrate the game, will be able to do that in the host cities, in the 11 cities all over the country, in all these fan festivals that we will create. We have 10 million tickets for sale. So anyone who doesn't yet have a ticket, go on FIFA.com/tickets. 10 million tickets, 3.5 million for the Club World Cup, 6.5 million for the World Cup. And how do we measure success, Mr. President? Well, in many ways, of course. Full stadiums is one of that. The economic impact is another one of that. Dear Secretary, these 2 World Cups will bring almost 50 billion in economic output to the United States of America. They will create almost 300,000 jobs in America. For the celebration of 2 World Cups, which will bring the world to the United States, few million fans will come, a few billion will watch it from home, but everyone will be happy and everyone will be celebrating how the United States of America will put up the best events ever that the world has seen. Not just sport events, but the best events. We are here for that. We are here to work for that. We are here to work all together as a team to celebrate the United States, the 250th anniversary, as well to celebrate the world and the World Cup around a soccer ball or a football, and to make sure that everything happens as well, as you said, Mr. President, in a safe, in a secure environment. So we have, and the world has, of course, full and entire confidence in the United States and in all the partners, in all the agencies, to make sure that we will bring to the world something that they have never seen and they will probably never see again. Thank you very much. We are here for that, and I'm looking forward to these 2 World Cups. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to this incredible group that we've assembled. I'm proud to be the vice chair of this for a couple of reasons. First of all, the last time the president had me around a national or international sports trophy was the college football playoff national championship, and I almost broke it. And so I appreciate the president giving me a second chance here. But as all of you know, soccer is a sport of incredible grace and finesse and beauty. These are 3 things that have nothing to do with politics. And so we're thrilled to have the FIFA World Cup in the United States of America. I think that you'll see the very best of the United States of America, both in athletic competition, but also in hospitality, something our boss knows quite a bit about. And so we're excited to have you. We're excited for this event, and we will do everything at the government level to make this thing as successful as we can. And I will say, before I turn it over to the next speaker, that of course everybody is welcome to come and see this incredible event. I know we'll have visitors probably from close to 100 countries. We want them to come, we want them to celebrate, we want them to watch the game. But when the time is up, they'll have to go home. Otherwise, they'll have to talk to Secretary Noem, who I'll turn it over to now.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for dreaming big dreams and doing unprecedented things. Your entire life, you have stood for doing things that other people thought they couldn't do and accomplishing unprecedented events and achievements. And so this is one of those events that I think is going to be remarkable and will stand the test of time as the world's greatest sporting event ever held and conducted. You are honoring us by agreeing to be the chairman of this event. The vice president has greatly honored us by being the vice chair. And also we have a remarkable leader in Andrew Giuliani who stepped up and will be the executive director of making sure that we're not just conducting and hosting people from all around the world, but that we're also doing it safely. You have tasked our department, the Department of Homeland Security, with making sure these events are safe and secure. And it will be a challenge, but one that we welcome because we know that America is in a place where we invite people to be a part of our livelihood. We want to expose all of the American people to the wonders of this sport. And I believe that the old proverb that says, what you see with your eyes, you carry with your heart, is what will happen when we host this event. Carlos has agreed to step up and be a senior advisor as well to the task force, and his knowledge and expertise has been incredibly valuable in all of the meetings and organizational efforts that we've already put forward. So, sir, you know, as all of us do that have participated in sports, that there's something that happens when you're involved in competition. You spend time with people, you relax, you are out there enjoying success, but also recognizing failures and challenges and overcoming them. There's a bonding that happens among people. And I believe that's what you are doing, is creating an opportunity for the world to become a friendlier place. We will welcome over 2 million visitors that will come here from other countries. We will have 10 million different tickets. 22 million people will interact with these activities. And it is an opportunity to have people bond with each other, to create a friendlier world where we will be able to do business, we'll be able to enjoy their visits here, we will take care of their documentation and travel documents, and it will go smoothly, and we will make sure that they can come and enjoy and then bring their families and friends and make memories together. It's going to be incredibly special. So thank you for leading at an unprecedented time and doing so with big visions for the future. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much, Christy. Appreciate it. Sean?
Thank you, Mr. President. "11 U.S. cities, 78 games in the U.S., and I think you said it's just like 78 Super Bowls next summer in the U.S. So this is massive, Mr. President. Thank you for putting together the task force. You know that great events don't happen unless you have great planning, and starting well over a year in advance, putting your team together to make sure this event goes off without a hitch. I thank you for that. As part of the DOT, again, we're going to move a lot of people around the country. A lot of American spectators, but a lot of foreign spectators are going to come into the country, and security and safety is key. We're going to work with Homeland and Christie to make sure we secure our airspace around these events. We're moving people from city to city and from hotels to the fan festivals, to the stadiums, making sure we have enough transportation, whether it's trains and buses in the cities that host this great event. We're working through that, as well as making sure our airlines and our airports are ready to facilitate the travel throughout the country. And so this is everyone working together. What I think is great, Mr. President, I have to imagine this was part of the plan. You're like, let's bring in the World Cup in the year of America's 250th birthday. So not only is America going to celebrate our 250th, we're going to bring in millions of people to celebrate with us. I know State and Homeland and DOT and all of us are going to work together to make sure it is seamless travel. We want everyone to come to America. We want everyone to spend a lot of money in America. By the way, as part of the DOT's 250 celebration, we're going to encourage everyone to go on a road trip, Mr. President, to celebrate our great country. And so if you're coming to see some soccer, not football or soccer, go on a road trip, see America. Don't overstay your visa, don't stay too long, but when you come, actually see this great country that we're going to celebrate over the course of the next year. And again, we welcome everyone. This team is going to work full-heartedly together to make sure these events go off without a hitch, and we're all able to celebrate the great athletes from around the world, 48 countries coming in to compete in our great country. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you. Would you have any questions of these great people or anybody around the table, please? Yeah, please go ahead.
here today. And with him and with also the president of Mexico, there's been some recent tensions between them and the United States. Are you worried about any problems with that joint partnership as co-hosts of the World Cup next year?
No, I don't see any tension either. We get along very well with both. They just got to pay a little more money, you know. They're just they're getting away with things that they shouldn't be, and they understand. We had a great meeting today, actually, with the new prime minister, who's a terrific guy, and we had a very long session with JD and Marco and everybody, and it went very well. No, we had a very great meeting, and no tension. We want to do what's right for our respective peoples, and that's what's going to happen. And also with Mexico, I think the relationship is really very good with the president of Mexico, as you know, you probably heard. And we're going to have a very good relationship with regard to FIFA. I have no doubt about it. Johnny would know better than anybody, but you understand. I mean, I think the relationship is very good. Thank you very much. Question? Yeah, please.
Will be the level of interaction, cooperation with Canada and Mexico as it relates to next year's World Cup? Are you already talking to them?
Yeah, we
Task
are.
force, or-
It's total, complete. We talked about it even today at our meeting with Canada, and the level is total. It's going to be perfect. Going to be beautiful. They're very excited about it. Yeah, please.
Applications for people around the world who want to come to the United States for the
Yeah,
World Cup.
yeah.
And if I may, just a second question for maybe Mr. Duffy. Secretary Duffy, is there anything long-lasting transportation-wise that Americans can expect from infrastructure being built for the World Cup?
So we'll start with Christy in terms of the applications.
Absolutely. This summer, by hosting the club championships, we're processing those travel documents and visa applications already and working with Carlos and Johnny and their team to make sure that they're done timely and being proactive of it. And then that is obviously going to be a precursor to what we can do next year for the World Cup as well. So it is all being facilitated. We appreciate the partnership that we've got on all of this with the State Department as well. And I know we've got the Attorney General and Kash at the FBI too, interested in being all hands on deck to make sure this goes smoothly.
Thank you. Sean?
Yeah, so basically these are going to be short-term needs. So we're going to have to bring in, buses and additional forms of transportation. Miami doesn't have the capacity with their transit system to carry all of the people who are going to go from hotels and restaurants to stadiums and the fan center. So we're going to have to manage those assets, bring them in from around the country to move people, but they won't be needed there long-term. So again, I don't foresee long-term changes. This is a short-term push of folks coming in to see great soccer matches, and then they'll go home.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Question about your thoughts on Madison Square Garden. The Transportation Department recently took over the refurbishment of Penn Station, and I was wondering if you have an opinion on the proposal to move Madison Square Garden to allow for a more classical train station to be built.
To move it?
To move it, yes.
That was thought of years. Jim Dolan's going to have something to say about that. And I've not heard of any recent plans. They tried to do that for years. They've tried to move it. But I think Jim probably likes his location sitting on top of all the trains. I can't blame him necessarily. There's not too much of a move. They are going to do something with Penn Station. We'll be involved in that. We'll work with the governor, and we'll be involved with that very much. Okay? Thank you. Yeah, please, go ahead.
For more than $600 million in federal funding for security. Do you support that? And perhaps Secretary Noem can weigh in.
On security? Yeah. Yeah, I support really whatever that takes. And any money that's spent will make up manyfold in terms of all of the economic development. These events, especially what we're talking, and you have FIFA and then you have the Olympics. And these events, if properly done, make a tremendous amount of money and prestige. I think it's a great allure and prestige for our country and for the cities where they are. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, but we won't hold back at all on security, most importantly. Okay, thank you. Yeah, please.
First question, is there any reason you haven't referred to Mark Carney as governor as you did with Trudeau? And the second question, you said earlier that you don't have to sign any trade deals, of course. Is there any country you expect to sign a trade deal with this week, as Secretary Bessent has indicated?
Well, we're looking at a lot of them. We're talking to a lot of them right now. I think I don't want to bore people with that, but I gave a very long definition this morning in the Oval Office. We're in very, very good shape. This country's never been in better shape, and we're doing great. We were being ripped off by every country in the world virtually, and now we're not being ripped off anymore. It's very simple, very, very simple. As far as calling him Governor Carney, no, I haven't done that yet, and maybe I won't. I did have a lot of fun with Trudeau, but I think this is a big step up. It's a good step up for Canada. I watched very closely. I thought he did really terrifically in the debates. I like him. You know, he's a nice man. We get along very well. We had a great meeting today. Really good. I think the relationship's going to be very strong. Thank you. Yes.
Russia is banned from playing the next World Cup. What's your position on this?
Say it again.
Russia has been banned from playing the next World Cup. What's your position on this?
I didn't know that. Is that right? You want to
That
explain?
is right.
that?
They are banned for the time being, yeah,
Okay.
from playing. But we hope that
He's the boss. I'm not the boss on that. I have nothing to do
we hope
with it.
that something happens and peace will happen, and then
It's
Russia can be
possible.
readmitted. So that's what we hope.
possible. Hey, that could be a good incentive, right? We want to get them to stop. We want them to stop. We want the 5,000 young people a week are being killed. It's not even believable. The Russian soldiers and the Ukrainian soldiers mostly. Also people in towns every 2 weeks. Horrible things going on over there. So we're gonna get that war stopped. Okay.
About all of the events that will be happening here in the U.S. over the next few years. You mentioned the G7 and you said it used to be called the G8.
Yeah.
As the host country, you can actually invite Russia to the G7 plus one. What's your thinking on that right now, Mr.
Well,
President?
Russia used to be a member of what was called then the G8. And I don't think I was really in politics at that point, but I know that President Obama didn't like it. And they voted Russia out. And I say if they didn't vote Russia out, which I thought was a very foolish decision because it's a group of people sitting around a table. I've done it many times with them. And you get to know them. And I say that if it was the G8, if Russia were in it, I think you probably wouldn't have this ridiculous, deadly war going on right now. I thought it was a very bad decision. It was headed by Trudeau, by the way, and Obama. They were the ones that really fought hard to get Russia out. I think if Russia were in, you wouldn't be, they threw them out. And because of that, maybe millions of people are dying. Millions, millions. The numbers are far greater than you think, but millions of people are dying. If you were sitting around a table with other people, 7 people, hammering them and saying, let's not do this, you would. I think you wouldn't probably have had the problems that you've had.
To get Russia back into this group?
No, I think it's not good timing now. No, right now it's we missed that gate, didn't we? Huh? We missed that gate with another great decision by some people that shouldn't have been making decisions. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. President, should people who have taken part in, for example, pro-Palestinian protests across the world be concerned about being able to join the World Cup and watching here in the U.S.?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but people that have taken part in protests, I think people are allowed to protest. You have to do it in a reasonable manner, not necessarily friendly, but reasonable. Otherwise, Pam will come after you and you're going to have a big problem. You're going to have a big problem, right, Pam? She's doing a good job, too. Well, my whole team here is doing a fantastic job. We're very proud of them. So, yeah, you have a right to protest. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you support Israel's plan to conquer Gaza if Hamas doesn't agree to a deal during your visit to the Middle East?
These are very strange questions, aren't they? I never like when they read them off a machine. I don't know. Who's sending the question to you? And let's not talk about that now. We're talking about the World Cup. Go ahead. What else? Anything else? I think we're pretty well set. I want to thank everybody, and we're going to make this tremendously successful. And you can see Johnny's a very enthusiastic man. He's got great enthusiasm, and that's one of the reasons that you've had such success over the last number of years that you've been there. Amazing. He's like somebody that just woke up on Christmas morning as a young child and saw those toys under the tree. And that enthusiasm really plays very well, I have to say. And you've done a fantastic job as the head. And we're gonna do what we have to do. And thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much. Appreciate it. Welcome to the first meeting of the White House FIFA Task Force. In my first term, I negotiated the return of the World Cup to America, and now in my second term, I'll have the honor of hosting the World Cup for the first time of any president in more than 30 years. Starting this June, the United States will host the 2025 Club World Cup, and next summer we'll host the official 2026 World Cup tournament.
America will welcome the world, everyone who wants to come here to enjoy, to have fun, to celebrate the game.
I think that you'll see the very best of the United States of America, both in athletic competition, but also in hospitality.
This is one of those events that I think is going to be remarkable and will stand the test of time as the world's greatest sporting event ever held and conducted.
Great events don't happen unless you have great planning, and starting well over a year in advance, putting your team together to make sure this event goes off without a hitch. I thank you for that.
Thank you, everybody, very much. Appreciate it.
Hey, everybody. Sean Duffy here. Obviously, there's a lot of coverage right now about what's happening in Newark in the airspace. Want to just talk about a couple things as background. So the air traffic control system that we use today is anywhere from 25 to 50 years old. We have copper wires, not fiber. We use radar that is, 1983 vintage at the earliest. A lot of it's 1970s, some of it even earlier than that. Radios also incredibly antiquated. And so this is not a new problem. We've known this problem has existed. There's been multiple GAO reports over the last 4 years saying you have real problems with air traffic control and you should do something with it before it actually fails. So think about this. The last administration spent $1.2 trillion. The largest infrastructure package ever known to man, they spent, Joe Biden signed right here at this White House. And how much was spent to rebuild air traffic control? $5 billion. And of the $5 billion that was spent or was given, only $1 billion was actually spent. So they have made no investments in the system that we now see having issues in Newark. On top of that, they were focused on things like racist roads. They literally spent time concerned about the word cockpit and changing cockpit to flight deck. It's not funny. That's actually what they spent time on. Or airmen to aeronaut. And so now this administration has come in, and it was shortly after the DCA air crash that I started to look at the air traffic control system. And very quickly, I saw one piece of the pie where there was issues, and then scratched further, and there's another piece of the pie. And as we looked at it, we see that the whole system needs to be redone. We need to build a brand new air traffic control system. And it was about 6 weeks ago, I presented that plan to the president. The president has signed off on this plan. I've been working with OMB and others inside the White House. We're going to roll out this infrastructure proposal on this Thursday. We have 47 groups that are going to come. We have unions, we have the industry, we have trade groups, we have the families from the air crash on the 29th of January are going to come. We have legislators. This is bipartisan. You have Democrats and Republicans. All of you fly, all of our families fly, and they want to make sure when they do fly, they can fly safely. And so specifically in regard to Newark, we've slowed down the traffic, right? So safety is our mission, right? Efficiency is not, we love efficiency, but safety is critical for us. And so if we feel like there's issues in the airspace, we'll slow it down. And when you lose your scope or you lose communication with airplanes, automatically you're going to slow it down. If you're driving down the freeway at 70 miles an hour and someone throws a bucket of white paint on your windshield, what do? You slow down. We slow it down. And again, we want to make sure this is a safe airspace for all travelers. With that, it's caused delays, right? It's caused cancellations. We're looking at bringing in all of the airlines that serve Newark and having all of them with all of us have a conversation about how do we manage the flights out of Newark? Because they don't want to see families go to the airport and wait 4 hours just to have their flights canceled. That's unfair to them. So we want to have the right number of flights landing and taking off at Newark that we can manage, and then the passengers know what or if their flight is going to fly. So we're in the process of that right now. In addition, we've already started the new build out of the communication system at Newark. So many of you might know that Newark is controlled out of the Philly Tracon. It moved from New York to Philly last summer, and we still pull some information from the New York Tracon down to Philly. I would argue they probably should have built the whole new facility in Philadelphia before they moved it. That's not what happened. So we are going to build it now. The first estimates that I got a few days ago was it was going to take 8 to 6 months. I feel pretty good right now. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, but I feel pretty good that we can get that built by this summer. And again, one other complication, you guys may know this as well. We have construction on one of our runways also in Newark. So we are on it. We are going to fix it. We are going to build a brand new system for all of you and your families and the American people that the president has said yes to. And so one last point. It hasn't been done because it's hard, right? We have to keep planes in the air, landing, taking off. These facilities have to operate as we're building new radar, fiber, radios, sensors. So that choreography is going to be challenging for us. But just because it's challenging doesn't mean that we don't do it. Prior administrations said it's too complicated, we're not going to do it. That is not this administration. It's going to be a lift. We are going to bring in the best companies in America to help us with this project, and they're excited to be part of this great American build-up. But this is the greatest build, the greatest project that the FAA has undertaken in its existence. What we're going to do in the next 3 or 4 years. And so with that, happy to take your questions.
That passengers fly out of another airport right now rather than Newark, Philadelphia, JFK, LaGuardia, rather than use the Newark airport.
The question was, would I recommend that? Yes. So I think Newark is safe. I fly to that airport all the time. My family flies out, but just in regard to traffic, some people, because they're concerned about delays, may make choices to go to Philly or LaGuardia or JFK. That's true, but we want to get an agreement with the airlines so we have the right flow into Newark so people can make decisions. And if they book a flight, they know it's going to fly and not be delayed.
And you just talked about the revamp of the system. Obviously, people believe that is needed now, but it's going to take some time.
It is.
So if you're looking at Newark right now, what is the short-term solution, if any, for that, and how long do you expect it to last?
So again, so the new runway is going to come online, or the runway under construction is going to come online in the middle of June. Again, the whole project across the country is going to take 3 to 4 years. But we are going to focus on Newark first. I mentioned that in the infrastructure package, they sent the FAA $5 billion for this build. They spent less than $1 billion. We're going to pull some of that money and start dealing with Newark right now in the communication system. And that is already underway. No, I'm saying in the summer, we hope that to be done.
Two questions, if I could. Can you clarify? We heard from the FAA it was 90 seconds that there was this outage, that the radar scope wasn't working, and then last night you said 30 seconds. Can you clarify? Was it 90? Was it 30?
So the FAA is in my office. Talk to them all the time. They said 30 seconds. I'm not sure how I think the Wall Street Journal and others have reported 90 seconds if they're counting scope and communication and counting that together. But the information I have from the FAA is 30 seconds.
And then if I could, so the controllers that have called out due to trauma, is there an effort to bring them back? Is there a conversation with them? What do you think should be done to backfill for the controllers in the Tracon that said there was a traumatic incident because this went out?
Yeah, so the controllers said they're traumatized and they're not on duty right now. I want to make sure that my controllers are of good mind and good spirit when they come in. It's an intense job. But just to that point, last week we announced, again, we're 3,000 controllers short in America, 3,000 short. And again, we've been 3,000 short for a very long time. And so what I've done is I'm taking the top qualified, the best qualified applicants who take the entrance exam. I'm putting them in the academy first. It was taking a year and a half to get a slot in the academy until you got your seat in the academy. If you're 25 years old, you're going to find a new job. So we were losing potential candidates to go to the academy. And also when we take the best qualified, we're hopefully going to lower our washout rate. Right now, the washout rate is 35%. If we can get it down to 25%, we'll be way better off. We're rejiggering the staffing in Oklahoma City. So we think we can supercharge our air traffic controllers through the academy. That takes time. It's 2 to 3 years to certify a controller after they come out of the academy. What we've also done is controllers can retire after 25 years of service. And again, these are the best equipped controllers that we have. And so I've offered them a 20% upfront bonus of their salary to get them to stay on the job, not retire. And so hopefully we're going to have a lot of those controllers stay on the job. And as we bring more controllers on, we're going to deal with this 3,000 controller shortage. But again, you need to see problems and try to address the problems surrounding this sector that wasn't done over the past 4 years. Yeah.
Secretary, you mentioned air traffic controllers. You said it takes a while to train them on specific areas.
Right.
Specifically on the training aspect of this, what is the short-term fix with that?
So you're talking about Newark, the Philly Tracon?
You said there was a short of air traffic controllers.
Yeah.
Specifically on training, it takes them over a year to get certified on the space. Is there anything that can be done to get them trained faster in the next year?
And the question is, can I do something more quickly to train controllers? And the answer is no. This all takes time. You can't snap your fingers and have really complicated airspaces, where I can stand up controllers who understand it. And so all of this is going to take time, which is why I wish someone would have seen this in the years before I came into this job. But again, I want to pass this off to the next secretary where we have all of the controllers that we need and we have an infrastructure that is truly state of the art and works for the American people. You got to think about this. Technology changes so quickly. We're dealing with 1980s, 1990s equipment. So think you used to use a cell phone or a flip phone, right? If I send an update to a flip phone, what do you get with the update to your flip phone? Nothing. If I have an iPhone, I can update that system over and over again. We're going to build this, and as new technology comes out, we'll have this infrastructure that we can build on top of. What's going to happen is the airspace is going to be safer, but with the technology we're going to deploy, it's going to breed more efficiency. There's more airplanes in the air today than ever, so we need efficiency in the airspace, and this brand new system will actually offer that as well. I'll do one more question. I got to go.
Can you clarify, is it true that over 1,000 would-be air traffic controllers were wiped out of consideration overnight because of diversity and inclusion hiring targets suddenly being implemented? Is that true?
So to that question, I've actually asked the IG to investigate it. I've asked an outside law firm to investigate. And there's a lawsuit pending on that right now. And because of that, I'm not going to comment on the specifics of that lawsuit.
Can you promise by the 4th of July?
Thank you, Press.
Can you promise by the 4th of July that everything at Newark will be smoother?
No, I can't.
By the 4th of July.
So in Newark, again, the proposal was 8 months. Then they gave me 6 months at the FAA. How fast can we do this? I believe we can do it by the summer. So is it the 4th of July? Again, we are trying to move at lightning speed, but also with always the backdrop that it has to be safe, right? Again, we put people's lives in our hands. And so I'm not going to put speed over safety. It's going to be as fast as we can and as safe as we can. And with that, thank you all very much.
Hey guys, no update on Real ID, the deadline tomorrow?
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset, Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
How are we doing? Good.
Good morning, everybody. Wow, what a crowd, what a crowd. Mr. Vice President, we're so happy to have you here this morning. This is obviously the highlight of our Munich Security Conference meeting in Washington, D.C.
I hope not. I hope not. But
It is the highlight. It's really a great honor to welcome you here this morning. Actually, for those of you who have not been regular participants in Munich, this is the third time already that the Vice President is participating in a Munich Security Conference event. When you came to Munich last February, your speech kicked off a pretty controversial debate about fundamental values, unlike anything we have ever had at the Munich Security Conference. And actually, we published a brochure, copy of which you'll have on the way out, about the speech and the reactions to it from around the world. This intense debate about how fundamental values, how the freedom of speech, the rule of law should be interpreted and applied continues to this day. But when we prepared for this meeting with your team yesterday, we agreed, and they agreed, that today we should try to focus on current challenges of foreign policy, which confront us together. So thank you again for making yourself available. We don't have a great deal of time, so I'll not come up with a long introduction, and I just want to get us started. The first time you came to Munich, you were still a senator from Ohio. What I associate with Ohio is the Dayton Agreement 30 years ago in 1995. I was at that time actually the German negotiator. So I actually lived in Dayton, Ohio for one entire month. So and why is this important? Because it was through US intervention, that peace was brought about in Europe, in the Balkans at that time. So if I may, let me ask my first question about the US and Europe. A distinguished former US diplomat, Richard Holbrooke, wrote almost exactly 30 years ago in a foreign affairs article that the United States is and should remain a European power. Today, 30 years ago, my question is, do you think that the United States should continue to see itself as a European power? In Munich, remember, you actually said, and I quote, "We are still on the same team." Are we, and what does that mean for the US presence in Europe and relationship with Europe? First question.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you. And I'm sorry, my microphone apparently is broken, but we have another one, so that's good. So everybody can hear me now, right? Everybody can hear me? Great. Good. Yeah, so first of all, thrilled to be here and thrilled to have this conversation. I've been looking forward to it. And yeah, I do still very much think that the United States and Europe are on the same team. And I think that this is, sometimes I've been criticized as a hyper realist, right? I think of foreign policy purely in terms of transactional values. What does the America get out of it? What do the rest of the world get out of it? And try to focus so purely on the transactional value of it that we ignore sometimes the humanitarian or the moral side of it. And I think at least with Europe, that's actually not a full encapsulation of my views, because I think that European civilization and American civilization, European culture and American culture are very much linked. And they're always going to be linked. And I think it's completely ridiculous to think that you're ever going to be able to drive a firm wedge between the United States and Europe. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to have disagreements. And of course, you brought up the speech earlier. It doesn't mean that Europeans won't criticize the United States or the United States won't criticize Europe. But I do think fundamentally we have to be, and we are, on the same civilizational team. And I think obviously there's a big question about what that means in the 21st century. I think, obviously the president and I believe that it means a little bit more European burden sharing on the defense side. I think that it means that all of us, frankly, on both sides of the Atlantic have gotten a little bit too comfortable with the security posture of the last 20 years. And that, frankly, that security posture is not adequate to meet the challenges of the next 20 years. So there are a lot of ways in which this alliance will evolve and change in the same way that the alliance evolved and changed from 1945 to 1975 and from 1975 to 2005. I do think that we're in one of these phases where we're going to have to rethink a lot of big questions, but I do think that we should rethink those big questions together. That is a fundamental belief of both me and the president. And, you mentioned this is my third time speaking with the Munich Security Conference group. Obviously, the first couple of times were in Munich. And I always remember very fondly, of course, that the very first time it was as a United States Senator representing Ohio, and I'm glad you got to spend a month in Dayton. I love Dayton. It's kind of the closest big city, if you can call it a big city, to where I grew up. But on that first panel, I was on that panel, and also David Lammy, who at the time was a lowly member in opposition, and of course now is the great foreign secretary of the United Kingdom, and he and I have become good friends. So I still think that this European alliance is very important, but I think that for it to be important and for us to be real friends with each other, and I think that we are very much real friends, we've got to talk about the big questions, and I know that's an important part of what this entire group does, so I'm glad to be here.
Great, thank you so much. And I think the message has arrived in Europe that we need to carry a significantly larger share of the burden. As you know, we are all trying to spend more. Some are spending really a lot more. Others are lagging behind a little bit, but we're moving in the right direction, I think. Let me turn to a really concrete, urgent issue, Ukraine. The Trump administration, from what we have seen in the media, etc., seems to agree with most of us in Europe that unfortunately Russia does not seem to be really willing to end this military confrontation. If that's the assessment, if that's our collective assessment, could you talk a little bit about U.S. strategy going forward? We all want this war to end. And let me say, as a very personal comment, I think the Trump administration did the right thing by starting this process of talking to the Ukrainians, talking to the Russians. But the Russians seem not to be interested in the kind of quote unquote deal that could be offered to them. So talk to us a little bit about how you see the next steps.
Yeah, so let me say a couple of things about this. First of all, I appreciate your kind words about the administration. Obviously, I think it was the right thing to do for us to start the process of negotiation. I think for too long, the Russians, the Ukrainians have been fighting. Obviously, there's been a lot of people dying on both sides. There's been a lot of innocent loss of life. And our view is it's absurd that you've had this war go on for so long, and the two sides aren't even talking constructively about what would be necessary for them to end the conflict. And I think that, one of the things that the President Trump has always been very good at, and he's gotten a lot of criticism, unfair criticism, in my view, from both the American and some of the European press, is what I would call a strategic realism or a strategic insight. In other words, you don't have to agree with the Russian justification for the war, and certainly both the president and I have criticized the full-scale invasion, but you have to try to understand where the other side is coming from to end the conflict. And I think that's what President Trump has been very deliberate about, is actually forcing the Russians to say, here is what we would like in order to end the conflict. And again, you don't have to agree with it. You can think that the request is too significant. And certainly the first peace offer that the Russians put on the table, our reaction to it was, you're asking for too much. But this is how negotiations unfold. And I wouldn't say, I'm not yet that pessimistic on this. I wouldn't say that the Russians are uninterested in bringing this thing to a resolution. What I would say is right now, the Russians are asking for a certain set of requirements, a certain set of concessions in order to end the conflict. We think they're asking for too much. Okay. And then obviously the Ukrainians matter a lot. They're the other side. They're the other party, at least to the direct conflict. And we have to ask, what is the Ukrainian? What do they need in order to bring this conflict to a successful completion? And we're going to continue to have that conversation. Now, what the president has said is that he will walk away if he thinks he's not making progress. And I think that, about once every 4 or 5 weeks, you will hear some American official or sometimes multiple American officials say, this is a week where we need to make another step. And in particular, the step that we would like to make right now is we would like both the Russians and the Ukrainians to actually agree on some basic guidelines for sitting down and talking to one another. Obviously, the United States is happy to participate in those conversations, but it's very important for the Russians and the Ukrainians to start talking to one another. We think that is the next big step that we would like to take. And why does that matter? The reason it matters is because, again, I mentioned the Russians, but also the Ukrainians have also been sort of, they've put a piece of paper in our hands that says this is what we would need in order to bring this conflict to a successful resolution from our perspective. And there's a big gulf, predictably, between where the Russians and the Ukrainians are. And we think the next step in the negotiation is to try to close that gulf. We think it's probably impossible for us to mediate this entirely without at least some direct negotiation between the two. And so that's what we focus on. But I'm not yet a pessimist on this. I mean, obviously, the Russians and the Ukrainians are not there yet because the fighting is still going on. The Ukrainians have said they would agree to a ceasefire, a 30-day ceasefire. We appreciate that. What the Russians have said, again, you don't have to disagree with it, but it's important to understand where the other side is coming from. What the Russians have said is a 30-day ceasefire is not in our strategic interest. So we've tried to move beyond the obsession with the 30-day ceasefire and more on the what would the long-term settlement look like. And we've tried to consistently advance the ball. One final point I'd make about this, I think it's probably wouldn't surprise anybody in the room, but there are a lot of people watching who are not in the room, is a frustration that we've had, frankly, with both sides, is that they hate each other so much that if you have an hour conversation with either side, the first 30 minutes are just them complaining about some historical grievance from 4 years ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Look, I understand it. I understand that people don't fight wars against each other without a lot of grievance and a lot of problem, but we're trying to, as much as we can, play a constructive role in advancing the peace conversation forward. And what I'll say, just to echo something that President Trump has said many times, but I think it bears repeating, is our strong view is that the continuation of this conflict is bad for us, it's bad for Europe, it's bad for Russia, and it's bad for Ukraine. We think that if cool heads prevail here, we can bring this thing to a durable peace that will be economically beneficial for both the Ukrainians and the Russians, and most importantly, will stop the end of the destruction of human lives. I think people underappreciate this about our president here in the United States is he has a genuine humanitarian impulse about this. He hates innocent people losing their lives. He hates even soldiers losing their lives in unnecessary conflicts. He just wants the killing to stop, and that will continue to be America's policy. But obviously, as all of you have seen, we'll navigate that policy and react as the parties bring their grievances to us.
Great, thank you very much. If I can just offer 2 footnotes to that. I think for us, Europeans living as neighbors of Ukraine, and if you wish, also as neighbors of Russia, we have begun to understand that what we're looking at here is not just the defensive war by Ukraine against the Russian aggression. It is also a confrontation that puts at risk all of European security. In other words, it's indirectly our defense also. It's not just Ukraine. And this is why we're so desperately interested in seeing that this comes to an end, hopefully. And I think the real trick for negotiations and for a conclusion of this is going to be that it's going to be lasting and not broken in the next 3, 6, or 9 months again. Let me, Mr. Vice President, since we have so little time, there are so many issues. If if you allow, let me turn to another issue, China. That's a key, as we understand, a key challenge for the United States, for your foreign policy. It's also of tremendous interest for us in Europe. So the United States has defined China as the key strategic challenge going forward for coming probably many years. This has also been the justification, the reasoning when American staff members of yours tell us the United States must be much more present in Asia and will therefore need to reduce their presence, their strength, etc., in Europe. But now there are some signals in the media that the United States government, that the White House might actually be interested in a strategic deal with China, maybe even including on Taiwan. Could you talk a little bit about the China strategy of the Trump administration?
Yeah, so I haven't seen those reports that you mentioned, a strategic deal on Taiwan. So I wouldn't speak to that. I certainly would say that there has been no conversation between our governments about a strategic deal on that particular question. What we have talked about, of course, is that we cannot absorb the producer surplus of the entire world. That has been the role of the American economy for the past 30 years, in some cases vis-a-vis Europe. And by the way, we don't blame, for example, the Germans for pursuing a policy that makes their exporters strong. We just wish that American leadership had pursued a policy that made our exporters strong, because now we find ourselves in a very precarious place. And when I say we, I mean the entire West. I mean the NATO alliance. I mean the United States and Europe, which is that we become, in a world of hyper-complicated, hyper-globalized supply chains, we find ourselves more and more reliant on countries that may not have our best interests at heart. And even if they're halfway decent trading partners, it's still a little bit risky to put all of your eggs in one proverbial basket economically. And what the president has said is we must rebalance the global economy vis-a-vis China. We cannot absorb hundreds of billions of dollars, close to $1 trillion per year in annual surplus, most of it coming from the People's Republic of China. And what that's going to mean in the rebalancing is that we think that the PRC is going to have to, frankly, let their own population consume a little bit more. They've held consumption levels down in order to increase these massive exports. It means that American manufacturers are going to have to be treated more fairly in some of these global trade deals. It means we're going to have to cut some new trade deals with some of our friends in Europe, but also with some of our more adversarial nations. But that also, we have to be careful here, because while we want to rebalance global trade, and that has certainly been the explicit goal of our policy, we also want to make sure that we do this in the right way. And yes, you've seen media reports that the Chinese reached out to the United States. Of course, we're going to sit down and talk to them. I'm not going to divulge too many details or prejudge the negotiations, but we want to rebalance trade in the interests of American workers, in the interests of American manufacturers. That is our policy. We think that we can do that while preserving at least an open dialogue with the PRC and with a lot of other nations all over the world. But that doesn't mean the old way of doing business is going to be stable or that it's going to persist. It simply cannot. It was not sustainable 10 years ago. It was certainly not sustainable 4 years ago. And we're very, very committed to changing it. But we're open to having conversations with both, again, our friends and more adversarial nations about what that rebalancing ultimately looks like. And people have to remember, Liberation Day, which was where the president announced this fundamental change, I think, in the global trading system, that was almost exactly 30 days ago. So we are in the early innings of a very significant shift. I think that shift is going to really inure to the benefit of both the United States, but also of Europe. But it's fundamentally, it has to happen, and it's going to happen under President Trump's leadership.
All right. I think it's great if there are beginning discussions between you and the Chinese. Could you expand a little more on what would your expectations be for an EU-US successful discussion of these trade issues? Is there any message that we can take home to our friends in Brussels? Because that's also, from our point of view, obviously a very urgent issue.
Yeah, so to put it very simply, and we've obviously had great conversations with a lot of our European friends at the very senior levels between, the president and heads of state, between me and officials in European governments, but also with trade representatives and also the very nitty-gritty technical details of trade agreements. So these conversations are ongoing. But I'll throw a few general principles out there. I think the first is that, again, America wants its exporters and by implication, its workers to be treated much more fairly. We want American markets, in the same way that American markets have been open to a lot of European goods, we'd like a lot of European markets to be open to American goods. Now, there's an agriculture component to that. There's a value-added manufacturing component to that. We think that we have in both the software, but also the more harder technology side, we have some great defense technology firms where on the one hand, we have our European friends saying, we want to actually build up our defense. We want to do more burden sharing. But on the other hand, it seems like some of our European friends are less open for business if the people selling software and hardware are American firms. Well, we think that's inconsistent. We think that we have some of the best military hardware and software in the world. And we think part of being good allies is, yes, we obviously want the Europeans to take a bigger role in the continental defense, but we also think that there are a lot of great American companies that they can work with. And so, again, this doesn't have to be a zero-sum dynamic. This can be a very synergistic relationship, but the fundamental principle is we think that most nations in the world have been way too hard on American exporters and American firms. We want to make the entire world a little bit more open to the products built by American workers. We're obviously biased. We think that they're the best in the world. And we think that we can have a much better trading relationship with a lot of our European friends if they just drop some of those both tariff but also non-tariff trade barriers. There are regulatory barriers. There are sometimes you have an official at the Ministry of Defense completely disconnected, as far as we can tell, from an actual law or regulation who will just say, we're not buying American products. Right. Sometimes you have officials in Europe who will say, well, we're going to penalize American technology firms in a way that we would never penalize European technology firms. We just want a little bit more fairness, or to use the president's favorite word, reciprocity. And again, with Europe, we think that's a very, very easy conversation to have. We hope our European friends agree.
Great. I get signs from my friend here that we're quickly running out of time.
Well, I'm having fun.
Okay.
And we can take a few more questions.
Okay, great, wonderful.
My team over there is very nervous. You guys can't see them behind, but
we'll be brief.
Please.
So thank you very much. We've heard that there is in coming days or next 2 weeks a presidential trip to the Middle East coming up.
Sure.
Among the many unresolved issues of that region is the issue of Iran and their nuclear ambition, et cetera, et cetera. Could you talk a little bit about the region? I mean, there's so many unresolved issues, the Gaza issue, but also Tehran. What would your expectation be? What would the goal be? Would you go for zero enrichment by Iran? Some people have suggested that. Or are we looking at a replay of the earlier, agreement that was reached 10 years ago?
Yeah. So there are a couple issues with the earlier agreement. The JCPOA,
right,
as it's called here in the United States, and I assume in Europe. But here the two big issues with that agreement are, number one, the enforcement or the inspections regime was incredibly weak. And I don't think that it actually served the function of preventing the Iranians from getting on the pathway to a nuclear weapon. That's one thing that must be different. And then second, yes, we believe that there were some elements of their nuclear program that were preserved under JCPOA that, yes, they weren't nuclear weapons. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, but allowed Iran to sort of stay on this glide path towards a nuclear weapon if they flip the switch and press go. And we have to think about this not just in terms of Iran, which, again, the president has said this. We think that there is a deal here that would reintegrate Iran into the global economy, that would be really good for the Iranian people, but would result in the complete cessation of any chance that they can get a nuclear weapon. And that's what we're negotiating towards. And as the president has said, that's option A. And option B, if option A is very good for the Iranian people and even some of the folks, the leadership in Iran, option B is very bad. It's very bad for everybody, and it's not what we want, but it's better than option C, which is Iran getting a nuclear weapon. That is what is completely off the table for the American administration. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now, there are a couple of other things that are worth thinking about, because this is not just about Iran. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, which country then next gets a nuclear weapon? And then when that country gets a nuclear weapon, which country after that? We really care, not just about Iran, but about nuclear proliferation. And the president said this in an interview a few weeks ago. It's one of these things that in the maelstrom of the media, the signal and the noise, this was very much signal, but it got lost in the noise. The president hates nuclear proliferation. I hate nuclear proliferation. And I think that the president would be very open to sitting down with the Russians and the Chinese and saying, look, let's get this thing in a much better place. Let's reduce the number of nuclear weapons that are in the world writ large. That's obviously not a conversation for tomorrow. That's a conversation, God willing, for a few years from now. But there is no way you get to that conversation if you allow multiple regimes all over the world to basically enter this sprint for a nuclear weapon. And we really think that if the Iran domino falls, you're going to see nuclear proliferation all over the Middle East. That's very bad for us. It's very bad for our friends. And it's something that we don't think can happen. So without prejudging the negotiations, I will say so far, so good. We've been very happy by how the Iranians have responded to some of the points that we've made. We've been very happy that some of the intermediaries and some of the folks who are in the room, the role that they've played, the Omanis in particular, have played a very positive role, and we're very grateful to that. So far, we're on the right pathway, but this is going to end somewhere. And it will end either in Iran eliminating their nuclear program, their nuclear weapons program. They can have civil nuclear power. Okay, we don't mind that. But let me ask this basic question: which regime in the world has civil nuclear power and enrichment without having a nuclear weapon? And the answer is no one. No one right now has a civil nuclear program with their entire enrichment infrastructure that can enrich to the 90+% needed to get to fissile material and a nuclear weapon. So our proposition is very simple. Yes, we don't care if people want nuclear power. We're fine with that, but you can't have the kind of enrichment program that allows you to get to a nuclear weapon, and that's where we draw the line.
Great. I think most of us would totally agree with that. And especially, I think, speaking on behalf of a non-nuclear country, with the goal of maintaining the nuclear non-proliferation regime.
Yes.
That's very important. That allows me to turn to my next or last question on NATO, because most people don't understand that the fact that we've had NATO under US leadership for the last 70 years, that has been an essential instrument of international non-proliferation.
Yes.
If we had not had the US nuclear presence in Europe, I would be prepared to give you at least 2, 3, 4, 5 countries in Europe that would have gone nuclear if they had not had this reassurance. So NATO has played a big role in nuclear non-proliferation. In 6 weeks' time, we have a NATO summit coming up. And again, there are many issues. One will be the continuing issue of defense spending. As we mentioned earlier in our discussion, Europeans are doing more, but we've also listened to demands coming out of the administration that are even more ambitious. So could you talk a little bit about your level of expectation? What would be your desired outcome of that NATO summit in terms of defense spending, in terms of how much Europe will need to do on its own in order to relieve the United States more in Europe?
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of different components to this. So first of all, what the president has said is he'd like to see 5% spending on defense in NATO. And he thinks that that is consistent with what our European friends are telling us about how much they fear some of the threats in the world. And, given, unfortunately, that a lot of European militaries have not kept pace over the past few decades, there's a bit of catching up to do. And so that is the goal that the president has set. Obviously, the European countries are going to make their own determinations, but that's what we think is a reasonable goal. But it's really not just about the spend itself. It's also how the money is spent. And it's, again, there's this fear that we have when we look at some of our European friends. And I made this point at the first Munich Security Conference I ever went to, that when I looked at Germany 10, 15, 20 years ago, one of the things that the Germans were very good about is that they had kept the industrial strength of their economy consistent with the first world standard of living. But now what we see in Europe is a lot of our European friends are deindustrializing at the very moment where we're all seeing the hard power underpinning, or the economic underpinning of real hard power requires very strong and powerful industry. And so it's not just spending money, as important as that is, it's making sure that the same economic engine that powered first world living standards is actually geared towards producing, God forbid, weapons of war if those weapons of war are ever necessary. And so I think there's both an economic component to this that's completely divorced from the spending levels. And then, of course, there's the spending levels too. But we really want and we really care about Europe being self-sufficient. I gave an interview a couple of weeks ago where I actually tried to make the point that, yes, we're going to have disagreements with Europe and Europe will have disagreements with us. Sometimes, I would hearken back to 2003 United States policy in the Middle East. I frankly wish we had listened to our European friends, but I think this is an area where we're fundamentally right. And I think it's gratifying to see so many of our European friends recognize that and recognize that Europe does really have to play a bigger role in continental defense. I think we're all aligned on it. It's just a question of getting there, and most importantly, getting there quickly.
There is a glimmer of hope in our country, in Germany. As I'm sure you've seen, we've eliminated the so-called debt brake when it comes to defense spending. So there is now the opportunity for the incoming new government in Germany to spend significantly more. In other words, I think we're in good shape in terms of responding to what you have just said. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this wonderful discussion. I'm really grateful to you that you allowed this to be a Q&A session.
Sure.
We could continue this, I'm sure, for the rest of the morning, but I know you have other things coming up. May I simply conclude by saying that we hope very much, my team and I, that you will be willing and prepared to continue this young tradition that the United States at major Munich Security Conference events will be represented at your level. You are not the first vice president of the United States who has come to the Munich Security Conference, but we are extremely grateful that you came in your new position. Please come again to Munich next year. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. So if I may just say a few things in conclusion. First of all, I appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate the invitation back. I wasn't sure after February whether I'd get the invitation back, but it's good to know that it's still there.
Well, we thought about it.
Second of all, since you brought up Germany, I wanted to, of course, from the president, issue our congratulations to Chancellor Merz. And I know that we'll have a conversation with him in the next couple of days, but we're looking forward to it. And the final point that I'd make is not to rehash what's in that document, but one of the things that I said in that speech that didn't get as much airplay, but I thought was just as important, is that everything that I said there applied as much to the previous American administration as it did any government in Europe. Oh. And I think that this, I mean this from the heart and as a friend, that there is a trade-off between policing the bounds of democratic speech and debate and losing the trust of our people. Every single country, and we're all going to draw the lines a little bit differently, every single country says there are things that are outside the realm of political debate. I understand that, I accept that, and I'm fine if one country is going to draw those lines a little bit differently than the United States. But I think all of us, including especially the United States, we have to be careful that we don't draw the lines in such a way that we actually undermine the very democratic legitimacy upon which all of our civilization rests. And I think that is fundamentally the point here. It's not Europe bad, America good. It's that I think that both Europe and the United States, we got a little bit off track, and I'd encourage us all to get back on track together. We're certainly willing and able to participate in that work, and I think all of you all too. Thank you. God bless you.
Hey guys. Yeah, I can be really quick. I told Peter earlier to pass on to you. I have in about 10 minutes, I have about 24 victims' families coming in my office for a private meeting. Joe Biden commuted the sentences of 37 of the 40 death row inmates. The victims' families had no closure. They found out, some of them, on Christmas Eve. One, a Marine who had been raped and murdered. Her family, no closure. One, two innocent people working in a bank. Two bank robbers came in to rob the bank, violently gunned them down. Two men in one state violently murdered 5 people, threw their bodies in a reservoir. These were people that were commuted off of death row by the Biden administration. Donald Trump has made it very clear. We are going to look out for these victims' families. They're coming in at 8:40. They're meeting with me. We're having a private meeting. They need closure. Again, some of them found out on Christmas Eve. So it's a private meeting. And then I believe at 9:30, some of them may want to talk to you, but we're not going to pressure them. You know, it's if they want to, but they will be there. I know some of the families want to talk, some don't, some want the privacy. But if you want to come over at 9:30, they'll be there. Then at 10:45, Director Patel and I are doing another press conference that's of vital importance, a huge case that we've been working on, the FBI, all of my prosecutors, and we'll be announcing that at 10:45 today.
Does the Department have a comment about the pizza and all these things being sent to us?
I'm just learning about that. Not yet, but we will. Thanks.
On the migrant flight to Libya, you might be on board with that.
You'll have to talk to the Secretary of State.
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm the status of them? We still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI, the FBI, they're reviewing. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
Martin seems to be facing a very tough confirmation battle up on Capitol Hill. Do you plan to appoint a new interim U.S. attorney?
Yeah, I heard about that late yesterday, too. As you saw, I was tied up all day yesterday over here at the White House. I'll be talking to Ed today and find out what's going on with that as well. Thank you. Sorry. You know, no, there's not at this point. She asked about giving what else can we do for the families of these poor families whose loved ones were violently murdered, and they had to find out, some of them on the news had to find out on Christmas. No, there's not more we can do other than listen to them and hear them out, and they need closure. And they do know now that going forward, the Trump administration is seeking the death penalty again on future criminal defendants and keeping our streets safe. But yeah, I'm a career prosecutor, and they want to be heard. We want to listen to them. That's part of it, and hear about their loved ones. It's going to be very emotional for all of us, especially for them, and hear the horrific details of what they went through. But thank you for asking. I've really got to go. Thank you.
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance. Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank making little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at BadlandsCrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit BadlandsCrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best-performing asset of the decade. That's BadlandsCrypto.com.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. We have a busy day here at the Department of Justice, as I'm sure a lot of you have seen already. Today, we are proud to announce the results of the FBI's Operation Restore Justice initiative. This historic, unprecedented nationwide operation led to the arrest of 205 child sex predators. Unbelievable. In just 5 days. This was an incredible operation done in conjunction with the FBI and our prosecutors. Children and their families now have a chance to heal. These are online predators. Think about this. 115 victims, children. In 5 days, we were able to help. This kind of work takes a toll on the FBI agents and the prosecutors who are doing this every single day. They are working tirelessly online, dealing with the dregs of our society, the worst of the worst, the people that hide behind a computer and target our young children every single day. Our law enforcement, our prosecutors sit there and deal with this every day to get these monsters off the street. Director Patel and I, almost daily in our meetings, talk about these cases and what it does to our officers and our prosecutors, but also how many lives are being saved and how many children are being helped by this. Director Patel is going to get into the specific cases with you in a minute, but what I will tell you is these depraved human beings, if convicted, will face the maximum penalty in prison, some life. We will find you, we will arrest you, and we will charge you. If you are online targeting a child, you will not escape us. The FBI and the Department of Justice will come after you and we will prosecute you. Parents, you have to know this is so serious. Your child has no right to privacy on the internet. None. You have to monitor what your kids are doing, whether they're playing games on the internet, on social media, any other websites that children, teenagers frequent, an online predator can find them. I always say it's from instant message to instant nightmare. Parents, they're talking to your kids like they're other children, and they're not. They're predators. They pose as children. They get them sometimes to post explicit pictures of themselves after they talk to them. And then in some cases, they even try to blackmail the children. The suicide rate among teens ages 14 to 17 has increased as a result of this as well, because teens are taken advantage of and they're manipulated online by child predators. So all of you being here today and covering this is so important, because parents need to know. You've got to talk to your kids. They think they're talking to other children, but most of the time they're not. Director Patel, thank you.
First and foremost, to the Department of Justice under General Bondi's leadership and all its components, because of your courage, we are here today protecting our most vulnerable, our children. Thank you, General Bondi. Thank you to so many of your colleagues here today that do this work tirelessly day in and day out and never get a moment's thanks. We should acknowledge all of them today. As the FBI director, I'm humbled to lead some of the bravest men and women in law enforcement. And I want to thank our 55 field offices, our 90 plus United States Attorney's offices, our CIOS section, our CRIM division here at the Department of Justice, and our field offices throughout the country with lawyers and prosecutors and agents working tirelessly on some of the harshest criminality we've ever seen. They don't take breaks because our children deserve a free and open society. I also want to just take a moment to emphasize the priority of this Department of Justice and this FBI. Our children. If you harm our children, you will be given no sanctuary. There is no place we will not come to hunt you down. There is no place we will not look for you. And there is no cage we will not put you in should you do harm to our children. The prioritization of this administration and General Bondi has made it abundantly clear to child predators, you will be hunted down and you will be prosecuted. And that is a refreshing thing to hear for the men and women who do this work tirelessly. And it's also an acknowledgement of the safety that we look forward to bringing America. There's, as the Attorney General mentioned, there are a couple of cases worth highlighting. People in places of public trust have violated not only the law, but that public trust, to include teachers, law enforcement personnel, and other professionals that we look to safeguard our children have not only violated the law, but violated the trust. In Minneapolis, defendant Jeremy Francis Plonsky, a Minneapolis state trooper and former Army reservist, was arrested for producing child sexual abuse material while in uniform. Not anymore. In Norfolk, Virginia, defendant Jose Alexis Valdez Sosa, an illegal immigrant from Mexico, again, allegedly arrested for transporting a minor across state lines. No more. Another example, right here in Washington, D.C., in the Metropolitan Police Department, Officer Linwood Barnhill, a former already convicted sex offender, was arrested again for exploiting more victims, more children, while on supervised release. These are just three examples that show you the extent and the depravity of these horrific crimes. And we need to team up together with the American public to find the rest. I want to give a special thanks to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for the tireless work they do in partnering with us. And again, I want to thank the Department of Justice and all these folks here. And Pam, thank you for never wavering.
New York to Florida, our entire country. And just in 1 week, again, 115 victims we have. 205 offenders have been charged in 1 week, thanks to the FBI. So think what's happening throughout this country. Children are being taken advantage of, and we have to stop it. Thank you for covering this very important topic today. Thank you.
Can you just take a few questions questions. This is a really important topic. It's a press conference. So, okay, this is a press conference.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Psy-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, Patriots. Let's make it official.
To order. Good morning, everyone. I am Congressman Chuck Fleischman. I represent the 3rd District of Tennessee, including the great DOE reservation at Oak Ridge. I am privileged to be the chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee of Appropriations. And I would like to personally welcome the Honorable Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy. Before I begin my formal remarks, Mr. Secretary, thank you on several levels. First of all, thank you for stepping up, a great American entrepreneur. You have left the private sector to take on this arduous task, this important task at this time in our nation as Secretary of Energy. I would like my colleagues and friends on both sides of the dais to know that the Secretary not only has been extremely communicative and cooperative with us, he has actually visited several of the reservations, including the Great Reservation at Oak Ridge, been to our great national lab, seen our NNSA facility and our great legacy cleanup work that's being done. He's visited other labs, and he's met with all of our national lab directors. As most of you know, the Office of Science is near and dear to my heart. And so, Mr. Secretary, thank you for a great 100 days. Thank you for your first hearing before us. And it's just an honor and privilege to have you here today.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an honor for me to be here.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Secretary, you have had a busy 100 days from ending the reckless pause on LNG exports on day one to reversing extreme energy efficiency standards that would significantly increase prices for American consumers, to restarting decommissioned nuclear power plants. We've already seen the Trump administration's firm commitment, which I support wholly, to reverse the harmful policies and regulatory outreach of the previous administration in order to unleash American energy dominance. The Department of Energy plays a critical role in ensuring America's security and prosperity, and I strongly support many of the department's programs and activities. However, I applaud Secretary Wright and his entire team, and they've been great to work with, Mr. Secretary, for working to find efficiencies and streamlined operations. While we still are awaiting the full details of the President's fiscal 2026 budget request, candidly, I'm concerned to see such a significant reduction for the Office of Science. However, I'm pleased to see the department plans to prioritize research in high-performance computing, AI, quantum, fusion, and critical minerals, as well as reprocessing. The national labs will continue to drive American scientific and technological leadership and ensure our nation remains at the forefront of scientific discovery and innovation. The research done at our national labs is essential to rebuilding our domestic critical minerals production capacity, expanding American energy production, enhancing our national security, and competing with our adversaries like Russia and China. In addition, my support for the important work done by our national labs, most people recognize me as a strong advocate for nuclear energy. Make no mistake, I'm an advocate for all the above energy strategy to include natural gas and coal. Because of the facets of modern society, we benefit when there is abundant, affordable energy. But nuclear, in my view, Mr. Secretary, must be a foundational part of our energy strategy. So, while I'm glad to see the department plans to focus on developing innovative concepts for nuclear reactors and researching advanced nuclear fuels, I do have some concerns, candidly, with the proposed reduction to the nuclear energy budget. We're at a pivotal moment in the development of our nuclear energy technologies in the United States, the success of which are critical to regaining international dominance in the nuclear market for our own domestic energy security. The previous administration respectfully gave lip service to civil nuclear, but ultimately failed to request the funding and resources required for its success. I expect to see a resurgence in civil nuclear power under the Trump administration, and federal investment, in my view, is essential to ensure the successful demonstration of these first-of-a-kind advanced nuclear technologies for commercial deployment in the United States. I'm pleased to see the budget request include strong support for the National Nuclear Security Administration, as we know it, the NNSA. But I would like to see more resources requested in NNSA's base discretionary budget request rather than an assumed via reconciliation. The global strategic environment is rapidly changing. Our nation's nuclear deterrent is vital to our national defense, and NNSA is responsible for ensuring the United States maintains a safe, secure, and reliable nuclear stockpile. We spent 2 decades after the Cold War deferring any decisions about the future of our nuclear deterrent. And after decades of significant underinvestment, we were left with a nuclear security enterprise primarily working in facilities dating back to Cold War and, in some cases, the Manhattan Project. Today, we're nearly 15 years into the modernization and recapitalization of our nation's nuclear triad, an entire nuclear security enterprise. It is imperative that we fully commit to the continued modernization of our nuclear weapons complex in order to rebuild our capacity, increase our capability, and respond more quickly to today's global security landscape. We cannot take this incredible enterprise that has maintained peace and stability for 80 years for granted. Secretary Wright, once again, I appreciate you being here today, and I look forward to working together with you and my colleagues to develop a fiscally responsible bill that will strengthen our national security and advance our energy independence. I will now turn to my friend and the distinguished ranking member, Ms. Capter, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Welcome, Secretary Wright and your team. Thank you all for joining us. This is a committee that actually can work on a bipartisan basis when we try hard. As the ranking member of this subcommittee and a lifelong advocate for America's energy independence in perpetuity, I welcome this opportunity to examine the Department of Energy's recent actions and to discuss your proposed budget. Let me begin with a plain truth. The essentials of life are fresh water, food, and energy. The United States cannot afford to shortchange our energy future. U.S. energy independence is essential for our liberty. I served President Jimmy Carter during the turbulent era not so long ago when the United States slid into unconscious dependence on global energy supplies. My motto, from then until now, never again. The Department of Energy is the engine room of our nation's energy security. It drives innovation. It serves as a critical steward of our nuclear security enterprise and our environmental obligations. We haven't always done well there. It powers our economy. It protects our grid. It supports cutting-edge research to ensure that our people, our working families, our industrious small and large businesses, our farmers, our retirees, all have access to affordable, reliable energy and continuing energy innovation. And yet it appears our nation is confronted with proposals to slash $20 billion in Department of Energy programs, $20 billion, despite clear and present threats to U.S. energy stability. The administration's devastating 74% cut to energy efficiency and renewable energy is not just short-sighted, it is dangerous. Since January, the Department of Energy has suspended critical energy programs, canceled executed awards and contracts authorized by this Congress, severely reduced staffing, including removal of the Inspector General who tries to go after the crooks, and changed contracting policies. The resulting confusion has disrupted communities, businesses, and project developers across our country. This chaotic approach to this critical sector of a strong America and our national security impacts every family, business, and community. Already, our people are feeling directly how the pinch feels when rising energy costs impact every family and business. Let me be crystal clear. Weakening U.S. energy progress at DOE is a direct threat to America's energy security and gives our enemies relief. Weakness in advancing America's energy intelligence leaves us open and exposed to foreign influence. Radical cutbacks weaken our domestic supply chains and delay the very innovations that would shield our economy from global price shocks and hasten enemy targeting. I am shocked by the damage the administration's proposals are causing already and will continue to cause. Energy is essential to our way of life and economic growth of all of our communities. Take oil. You know that well. The United States is producing more oil than ever before. Record high production levels, something that in theory should be bringing gasoline prices way down, not bobbing back and forth. But the reality is, American families have not been seeing sustained record low gas prices. Why? Because we are still tethered to a volatile global energy market dominated by cartels and petroleum dictators. Oil prices declined recently after the OPEC cartel and its allies agreed to a further boost output. U.S. crude fell 2% to $53.13 a barrel, its lowest value since February of 2021. Let me be the first member of Congress to warn you that growing dependence on foreign crude is not in our national security. 48 years ago, as our nation's economy tanked and sank into deep depression due to the first Arab oil embargo, President Carter and our predecessors in Congress created the U.S. Department of Energy. With their vision and steadfast bipartisan commitment over decades, our nation has steadily made progress in attaining domestic energy independence. We are not at home plate, however. We cannot take our foot off the accelerator. Over the last 40 years, America's made remarkable progress through expanding domestic oil and gas production. Ohio knows this well. We have developed cheaper, cleaner energy sources. Competition breeds lower prices in energy. Innovations, including biofuels, solar, energy storage, thermal recovery, are pushing the new energy frontiers of fusion as well, advanced nuclear and hydrogen. Let's not forget, when Russia invaded Ukraine, it wasn't just a European crisis. That illegal invasion sent energy prices soaring around the world, and the Department of Energy's swift action to deploy strategic reserves and accelerate clean energy development and deployment helped soften the blow. But without a fully resourced department, our ability to respond next time will be severely limited. The posture is dangerous, even foolhardy. American energy independence is about more than geopolitics. Hardworking families in Northwest Ohio and across our country feel these pressures at the pump, see it in their utility bills, and at the checkout counter at grocery stores. Our nation is approaching 350 million people. We cannot behave as though this is 1950. Undermining the U.S. Department of Energy by severely underfunding advanced energy research risks higher energy costs, increased geopolitical volatility, and weaker national security, and that is not a future America should accept. Mr. Secretary, I would like to close by raising for your awareness a district-centric issue that holds national implications. 2 of the 5 worst commercial nuclear power incidents in our nation's history occurred in Ohio's nuclear north that I represent. That's 40% of the bad outcomes. These dangerous and ultimately criminally negligent operations represent the worst management of commercial nuclear power in our nation's history. Bilked ratepayers in Ohio for 40 years have been the victims of these corrupt commercial nuclear operations, all through the willful federal and state abdication of commercial nuclear quality management, including by the Atomic Energy Commission, the Department of Energy, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Our ratepayers deserve and are due justice. They have been paying for the crimes and slipshod decision of those who should have aspired to such higher performance. So I ask that your intervention from your position be used to achieve justice for Ohio's bilked ratepayers. The price gouging continues as we meet here today. And as we work on the FY26 appropriations, I will fight to ensure this energy and water bill invests in America's energy future and its independence. And world-class innovation and diversifying energy supplies is fundamental to our continuing economic strength. I have a notebook I've prepared for you and your staff outlining what's been going on in Ohio. It's absolutely un-American what has gone on there, and it's gone on for a long time. America's energy future is in your hands. Everything must be made in America for America to assure a remarkable history for the years and generations to come. Thank you so very much.
Thank the ranking member for her comments. Mr. Secretary, again, thank you for being here with us today. Without objection, your full written testimony will be entered into the record. With that in mind, we would ask that you please summarize your remarks in 5 minutes. And so our folks on the dais know, we will then be entering into questions for 5 minutes. Hopefully, we'll be able to get 2 rounds in. So even myself, I will limit myself to 5 minutes of questions, especially in the first round. But with that, Mr. Secretary, you are now recognized, sir, and I thank you.
Oops. My first mistake already. I'm starting strong, Chairman Fleshman, Ranking Member Capter, and members of the committee, it is an honor to appear before you and this committee today to discuss the President's fiscal year 2026 budget request for the Department of Energy. I'm especially honored to be at my first hearing before you as U.S. Secretary of Energy. I want to commend this committee for its longstanding commitment to energy policy and its mission of the Department of Energy. Energy is the backbone of civilization. It is the essential catalyst of human progress, enabling everything that we do. From lights in our home, the process heat in our factories, and the innovation in our national laboratories. I've dedicated my life to increasing access to energy, and I'm thrilled to carry my work forward at the Department of Energy at this pivotal moment in our history. My priorities for the department are clear: to unleash a golden era of American energy dominance, strengthen our national security, and lead the world in innovation. A reliable and abundant energy supply is the foundation of a strong and prosperous nation. It drives our economy, safeguards our freedoms, and fuels breakthroughs that improve our lives. When America leads in energy, we lead in prosperity, security, and human flourishing. Achieving this vision means fully leveraging the resources that have powered our country for generations. The United States is blessed with the abundance of coal, oil, and natural gas, and the Trump administration is committed to using them to provide affordable, reliable, and secure energy for the American people. America has a historic opportunity to secure our energy systems, deliver leadership in scientific and technological innovation, maintain and strengthen our weapons stockpiles, and meet Cold War legacy waste commitments. The Department of Energy will advance these critical missions while cutting red tape, increasing efficiency, unleashing innovation, and ensuring we are better stewards of taxpayer dollars. The President's fiscal year 2026 budget will ensure taxpayer resources are allocated appropriately and cost-effectively. This budget will return DOE to its core mission of advancing energy innovation and global competitiveness through research and development. We will invest DOE's resources in sources and technologies that support affordable, reliable, and secure energy and provide a return on investment for the American taxpayers. Just last week, the Trump administration celebrated its 100th day in office, and the Department of Energy has been hard at work to deliver on these goals of unleashing energy expansion while improving operational efficiency. I'm proud to report that we have officially ended the previous administration's reckless pause on LNG export permits and returned DOE to regular order for reviewing and approving new permits. Since January, the department has approved applications for projects that will export more than 9.5 billion cubic feet of LNG per day, adding nearly as much incremental capacity as the world's leading LNG exporting countries. We are advancing President Trump's pledge to lower the cost of living and expand consumer choice for all Americans by right-sizing DOE's regulatory approach to home efficiency standards. This ensures that the American people can choose which appliances work best for their homes and budgets. While we actively work to strengthen America's role as the world's leader in oil and natural gas production and lower costs for all Americans, we are also taking steps to accelerate innovation in the commercial nuclear development. America must lead the commercialization of affordable and abundant nuclear energy. DOE is working to advance the rapid deployment and export of next-generation nuclear technology, including small modular reactors. Small modular reactors will provide reliable power for our nation's growing energy demands, with the added benefits of flexible deployment due to their compact size and modular design. The responsible stewardship and modernization of the nation's nuclear weapons system is paramount for the Department of Energy and this administration. DOE is focused on addressing critical upgrades for the U.S. nuclear stockpile and maintaining our engine powerhouses for submarines and aircraft carriers. Both tasks will become even more crucial in the next few years. We also need to unleash American energy innovation, and the national labs are the engine that drives research and development to further this aim. When it comes to our national labs, we are capable of doing more with less. We can both increase efficiency and drive innovation. We will prioritize research that supports true technological breakthroughs, such as nuclear fusion, high-performance computing, quantum computing, and AI, which will maintain America's global competitiveness. AI is the Manhattan Project of our time. AI will define the future of the world, and it is essential that the U.S. leads in the development of this technology. DOE has a significant role to play in driving AI innovation for scientific discovery, energy innovation, and national security. Our agency has the world-class high-performance computing capabilities that enable fast and efficient AI research and development, including 4 of the world's top 10 supercomputers. We need all energy sources to power the global AI race and meet growing energy demand, while also ensuring the security of the grid. America doesn't back down from big challenges or big builds. If we want abundant, affordable, and secure energy, we must invest in the transmission, generation, and innovation that get us there. We are working to accelerate projects through permitting reform. We need to break ground faster with streamlined permitting, standardized designs, and public-private partnerships to build at the speed of national need. DOE will work to replenish the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The SPR is a national asset that protects our security in times of crisis. The last administration's politically motivated depletion of 180 million barrels has significantly degraded SPR infrastructure, brought storage levels to historic lows, and weakened America's ability to respond to new geopolitical oil market shocks. As Secretary of Energy, I am honored by the responsibility to help meet the American people's growing energy needs and lead the world in energy development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your opening statement, sir. At this time, I'm going to begin with questions, including my own, and I thank you again. My first question, Mr. Secretary, is going to be dealing with high-assay, low-enriched uranium, as we know as HALEU. Mr. Secretary, there's an urgent need in our country for commercially available HALEU to enable U.S. leadership in the deployment of advanced reactor technologies. Congress has provided the department with substantial resources to increase domestic production of HALEU. In the fiscal 24 bill, I was able to work to secure $2.7 billion for fiscal 24 to support these efforts. However, the department has been slow moving in taking meaningful action to accelerate the availability of new and diverse domestic uranium enrichment capacity. I'm so pleased that this administration has taken steps to increase the availability of HALEU, including allocating HALEU material from DOE sources to address the near-term fuel needs of our nuclear developers, and I thank you for that. What steps is the department taking to accelerate the development of commercially competitive HALEU capacity in the United States, sir?
Mr. Chairman, and the whole committee, thank you for your efforts to allocate over $2 billion for this critical issue for our country. And you're right that capital has not been deployed yet. And since I've been on this job about 100 days, we are looking at that in detail of what's the greatest bang for the buck. How do we deploy that money to reestablish enrichment capabilities in the United States owned by American companies, and not just for low enriched uranium, but for HALEU, for next generation. And as you know, we've already allocated amounts of HALEU that are in DOE stockpiles to 5 companies that have new next generation reactors that are coming out to help those reactors get into testing and get into commercial production. We are evaluating, we've put out a request for interest to companies for producing low enriched uranium in the United States. We've not got back proposals yet, but we will evaluate those carefully. And soon we will send out a solicitation for HALEU as well, looking to deploy the money you have allocated. As you know as well as I do, a little less than a third of current enriched uranium powering the United States nuclear reactors actually comes by American companies produced in America. 2/3 of that is imported from overseas. This is unacceptable. And this is where we are today before we even get the growth and the nuclear renaissance we're both so passionate about. So this is a critical issue. We need to grow the capacity to enrich uranium on our soil, and we will deploy those funds in that effort.
Thank you for your comments, and I agree 100% with the Secretary, and we look forward to furthering those goals. The next issue, with my time remaining, is going to deal with spent nuclear fuel reprocessing. Mr. Secretary, there's over 91,000 metric tons of spent nuclear fuel stored at nuclear plant sites around the United States. We originally in this country developed technology to reprocess spent nuclear fuel during World War II, and in fact operated some of the largest reprocessing facilities in the world until it came to an abrupt end during the Carter administration. One of the biggest faux pas in my view. I have put up money in previous bills for nuclear fuel reprocessing. Many of my friends, not only on my side of the dais, but also on the Democratic side, are supporting reprocessing. What is the department's strategy to advance spent nuclear fuel reprocessing technologies in the United States and ensure the long-term domestic commercial viabilities of these technologies, sir?
Fantastic. Yeah, just yesterday afternoon, this was a subject of discussion among the DOE team in this area and a representative from the White House on nuclear science and discussing reprocessing. I agree with you. This has been a mistake in our country for 50 years, coming up on 50 years. All of that spent uranium fuel from our reactors today is just a growing liability for our country. And we have failed to find a long-term storage for that waste. And we have a growing hole, a growing burden overhang on us for this waste. And as you pointed out, a lot of this waste and burden right now could actually be fuel and could be of value to next generation reactors. So DOE has worked hard to prepare a study that will come out before too long on what is the appropriate way to move forward of reprocessing. We're aligned on that. This is a resource, not a burden.
Thank you, sir. My time's up, but I want to say even the previous administration worked with me on this issue, and I look forward to working with you as well. At this time, I'd like to recognize Ranking Member Chapter for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just ask one question and I'll allow my colleagues to go on, and I'll come back in the second round. Mr. Secretary, our Constitution delegates to Congress the responsibility of the power of the purse. During your confirmation hearings, you acknowledge the executive role in this system, and I'm quoting you directly. You, in quotes, you would respond to issues of concern to Congress, and that's what I want to ask you about. It is now May 7th. In last January, February, March, April, May, 5 months ago, we sent a letter to the department to your attention to freeze relative to the department's actions to freeze funding to vital energy programs. We followed up with a letter to you the next month in February on the same topic, freezing funds to vital energy programs. In February, we requested a briefing from you regarding the firing of NNSA workers and other Department of Energy staff. It's serious and it's consequential. And then last month, April, we sent another letter, follow-up letter, regarding setting an arbitrary 15% cap on indirect costs for university research grants, which are going to have significant impact across this country. Mr. Secretary, I have to tell you, and I know you've been busy, but we have not had a single response to any of those requests, despite the commitment that you made to Congress to respond. Can you please explain how you might address this going forward?
You bet. I've received numerous dozens of letters accusing me of things that are reported in headlines, in blog posts and media all over the place, almost all of which are false. Everyone who's reached directly out to me, I've jumped on the phone with, I've texted back. I've not responded to the dozens of letters yet because we're in the middle of reorganizing the department. But a few quick summary points I'll hit. We have not frozen funding. We don't have a single unpaid invoice at our department, not one. If we have an ongoing project for an existing commitment and work is being done, we've paid our bills, all of our bills. We are reviewing existing projects. We've canceled 0 so far, much to the frustration of people on the other side as well. There's a huge deployment of United States funds allocated by Congress and administered by the Department of Energy. I take that responsibility deathly serious. Every night I go to bed worried about that, and I wake up in the morning to make sure that we are being appropriate stewards of American taxpayer funds. And we are reviewing, and I'll walk through later in more detail exactly how we're doing that. But let me say up front, why do we need this careful study right now? You guys are moving too slow. Active projects where work is being done, we've paid our bills. We've never not paid our bills, never. In the last administration, let me give one example because it's indicative of other financial support programs. The loan program office is 15 years old. In its first 15 years, it deployed a little over $40 billion towards energy projects. 15 years, a little over $40 billion. We had an election in November. From the day after that election until inauguration day, the loan program office issued $100 billion of loans and loan commitments, 2.5 times what was done in 15 years. They did in 76 days.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for beginning to respond. I'm not asking about the entire loan portfolio. I'm asking why you haven't answered 4 requests from the Congress of the United States in the House here.
I'm here.
And by the way, it's bipartisan request and it is bicameral.
I could not do the work I'm doing and responded to the dozens of letters I've got. I've had several phone calls. I'm happy to jump on the phone with you at any time. And it's hard to respond to requests where the premise of the questions and the premise of the accusations are simply false.
Well, sir, do you have a congressional staff hired yet?
I do. I have. It's lean and mean, but it's actually a tremendous staff.
Well, we have not since January gotten a response to our letters to you, and we're very concerned about the firing of NNSA workers and Department of Energy staff. What percentage fewer staff do you have now than you did in January? when you inherited the office?
People in the doors that are on the staff right now, it's low single-digit percent. We are working on a restructuring of the department, which will be a more meaningful change in that, but it is in progress and it's almost entirely voluntary.
And how many thousands have left?
Well less than 1,000.
Well, would I have your commitment that you could look back at our initial request and every subsequent request and get back to us by next week?
We will continue to provide updates as things evolve in the department. I've spent a fair amount of time on communications in this, but it's not been my biggest dedication of time. If I was to respond to the dozens of letters I've got, it would be the majority of my time. I'm happy to jump on the phone at any time to talk to you or others about it.
Mr.
And when we
Secretary,
finish
need
our
a more thorough briefing than that, sir. I'm sort of disappointed in your answer this morning. I think it speaks for itself. Yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member.
At this time, I'd like to recognize my friend, the distinguished former chairman of this subcommittee, the current chairman of the Interior Subcommittee, representing the great DOE reservation in Idaho, my dear friend Mike Simpson.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Secretary. This is the first time I've had a chance to congratulate you on your nomination and frankly on your confirmation to the body across the rotunda. But we're glad to have you here and glad that you've taken the time both to brief us and your time from being a successful businessman to join the government in addressing these issues. I've appreciated that several times since you've taken over as secretary, you've referred to the National Lab Complex as a crown jewel of our nation. I wholeheartedly agree with you. They do more research that's important there. I tell people, if you ever want to get wowed by government, go visit one of our national labs and see what they're doing. Every time I walk out of one, I'm just amazed at what they're doing. So I'd invite you out to visit the Idaho National Lab. I'd like to know when you're coming, so I'd like to be there with you. And I know the same is true for Congressman Newhouse that represents PNNL and the Hanford cleanup site. But it's great to have you here. And when you come out, we'll have a barbecue in my backyard. I've done that with every secretary, I think, for the last 20 years or something like that. Some of them get fairly memorable, but they're a lot of fun. So anyway, congratulations. Let me talk about your budget. Reactor development. And I know you've already talked about HALEU fuel that's going to be needed by a lot of these new demonstration reactors and so forth. Can you give us some insight into what the president's 26 budget request might look like regarding reactor development and demonstrations?
Yes, well, I can't provide any details beyond the skinny budget. And as you saw, we do have a reduction in spending within the nuclear energy department in DOE. But it in no way indicates a lack of focus or a lack of desire, or even a reduction in desire for nuclear energy. As a career entrepreneur, to really make nuclear energy work, the biggest thing we need by far is private capital, investment capital. And I have spent a fair amount of time in my first 100 days meeting with not just nuclear plant developers, both the big plants and the small modular reactors, of course, folks from Idaho National Labs, but also the hyperscalers, the ultimate customers and end users of nuclear. Our goal is to bring in tens of billions of dollars during this administration in private capital to get reactors built. And I'm highly confident we will achieve that goal. We will use funding from direct grants through our nuclear energy office, as you're well aware of, to continue the advanced reactor development program, to get more test reactors done at Idaho National Labs. And we will also use the loan program office to provide debt capital on top of a large equity stack, mostly from hyperscalers. The off-takers of these reactors are willing to put equity capital in there. So our goal, and I believe you will see it happen, is vastly more money will be invested in nuclear energy during this administration than during the last administration or many administrations before that. But the majority of that capital will come from private sources. There will be government capital, as you're well aware of. There'll be government loans and loan guarantees, and there'll be catalyzing regulatory events to bring that private capital in. But Idaho National Labs is the leader in commercial nuclear technology, and will be absolutely central to launching the nuclear renaissance. from the test reactors that'll be done there to the scientists that are leading ideas on this, that are collaborating with virtually all of the next generation commercial reactor developers. It is a gem. I'm excited to go out there. I'm signing up for the barbecue.
All right.
And I made a pledge, I should say as well, I made a pledge right on the day I walked into the office at the DOE that I would visit all 17 of the national labs in my first year in office. They are indeed the gems of our country's scientific research. I'm passionate about science my whole life. I visited several of them already. And I forgot my other point, but
well, I appreciate that.
Go nuclear.
I agree with you, and I'm glad to see that you understand the importance of nuclear energy if we're going to meet the energy demands of the future with data centers and AI and all of that stuff. It's amazing how much power local communities are going to have if they're going to put a data center in there somewhere in their community and stuff. In fact, nuclear power is what's going to solve that problem, I think. Let me ask you one other question, or at least bring up the issue. The cleanup projects that we're doing in the site. I noticed they're over in the skinny budget. The funding is down overall. We keep Hanford the same. I fully understand that and agree with that. That is a problem that we've got to solve, and it's going to take a long time to fix it. Has there been an analysis done, and to pay for that and to keep that at the same level, we've lowered the cleanup costs or budget in the other sites. Has there been an analysis what the increase in the total cost, say at the Idaho cleanup project, what it would be by delaying it because we underfund what's necessary to keep it going at the current level? Because that's going to extend the time and cost of cleaning it up. So has there been that analysis done?
Well, Congressman, the total reduction in the environmental management budget is actually quite small. And our firm belief is that through efficiency, through doing things smarter, there won't be any slowdown. It's a small reduction in budget. We're hoping that the actual work achieved will be larger than it was the year before. So we're banking and believe strongly in efficiencies. That's why I'm here, is to take a department that hasn't really been run like a business and run it like a business. So with a few percent more in the budget, we can achieve several percent more in output. So no intentions to slow down the cleanups at Idaho or any of the other sites.
I appreciate that. And I will tell you that I know you've met with all the lab directors, and John Wagner gave you a big thumbs up when I talked to him last time. So you're off on the right foot.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, Chairman Simpson. Mr. Secretary, I alluded to the strong bipartisan support in my opening statement. I chair 8 nuclear-related caucuses and energy caucuses. And at this time, I'd like to recognize for 5 minutes my friend from California, Mr. Levin, who is my co-chair on the Spent Nuclear Fuel Caucus. So, Mr. Levin, I thank you for your work with me on that caucus, and I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Fleischman. Thank you, Ranking Member Capter, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's great to have you here. And as my friend from Tennessee mentioned, we have a bipartisan Spent Nuclear Fuel Solutions Caucus. I represent San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, which you may be familiar with, and it has been for a long time a symptom of a greater problem in this country, which is the lack of a really clear and coherent long-term strategy to deal with the nation's spent nuclear fuel, and particularly as you and the administration seek to increase nuclear energy as a priority for this country, we've got to fix the back end of the fuel cycle. So I would love to work with you, as I have with your predecessors, on this issue. It's critically important that we do so in a bipartisan way, and that we fund the spent nuclear fuel program commensurate with the need and really with the challenge that exists. I have a chart from the DOE. We blew it up, and I couldn't even believe it. I couldn't believe the numbers on this chart. But the amount of money that taxpayers are on the hook for right now, hopefully you can see these numbers, has gone up from $27 billion in 2014 all the way up to $48.7 billion. It's around $2 million a day that it goes up by. So in terms, my friend Ms. Wasserman-Schultz is not here, so I will use this. But in terms of efficiencies or taxpayer liability, this is crazy. And as a member of this committee, I'm going to do everything I can to try to protect taxpayer dollars, which means we have to do better. The current projections from DOE says 2040, maybe for a consolidated interim storage facility or facilities, all the way out to 2060 or 2065 for a geologic repository. I want to work with you, my friend Chuck, and others to dramatically accelerate that time frame however we can. So my first question for you is, are you willing to work with us in a bipartisan way and support an appropriate level of funding? Because that's the other thing, that this line on the bottom, by the way, is what the DOE has spent on these efforts. So that number is not caught up, obviously. So are you willing to work with us in a bipartisan way to support an appropriate level of funding for your department's work on spent fuel so we can finally get this problem solved?
Absolutely, Congressman Levin. And you laid out a problem quite nicely. We share a desire to see nuclear power thrive and grow, yet we've had a spent fuel problem as long as both you and I have been alive. We're over 25 years late in our commitment as a government to start taking the fuel away. I definitely want to work with you and all others. Certainly Ranking Member Capter as well is passionate in knowledge about nuclear, and she's got a lot of experience and knowledge I don't have. We need to work together on this issue. The broader issue I arrive with is that we've tried one direction. We're going to pick a location and then we're going to just do it. That hasn't worked for many decades. Right. My desire is to do this in reverse. If you tell someone it's going to be here, you're imposing it on people. Their gut reaction is, no, you're not. No, you're not. We want to try the opposite approach. We want an opt-in approach. Who would like to host a site for nuclear waste disposal, may have reprocessing business there, it may have other nuclear business associated with it? I've floated that idea around. There's all sorts of states that want to be the nuclear state that want to do something like that. I think we've got to change the paradigm and invite people to partner with us to their economic benefit at their choice. My suspicion is we will get many hands raised in the air and many proposals. And my hope is that working together with you and others, that we can move something that's just been stagnant for our lifetimes into motion. But I am all ears for ideas and partnership and collaboration.
So this is music to my ears, because we've been working with DOE now for my 6 years on a consent-based approach, a collaborative, more collaborative approach. We've funded now in this subcommittee quite a bit of money over the last number of years, but it's a drop in the bucket compared to what this taxpayer liability really is. So I'm really encouraged by that. And I'd ask whether you'd be willing to report back to us with a integrated management plan for spent nuclear fuel that's long overdue at the DOE, that is based in collaboration, informed by lessons learned from past experiences, and incorporates also best international practices. Can we work with you on all this?
Absolutely. That's one of the things our nuclear team is working on right now.
Great.
Right now.
I'll end it there, other than to say you have a fantastic team that we really do enjoy working with, that are doing great work. It's obviously very tough. This didn't get started overnight. It's not going to get fixed overnight, but I look forward to working with you to hopefully shave several years off that time frame. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize my distinguished friend from the great state of Mississippi, the chairman of the House Ethics Committee, Congressman Guest.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Coming. I'm Christy Noem, and I am the Secretary of Homeland Security for President Trump. And I'm here at the direction of President Trump today to draw attention to the dangerous policies of Illinois and the Illinois governor and what he has perpetuated as far as violence and criminality against his citizens here in this state. Springfield needs attention specifically because of the victims that have been here, but also because of the laws that come out of this city that impact the entire state, that is protecting illegal criminals and not prioritizing the American citizens and the citizens of this great state. With me today, behind me, I have angel families, which are families that have lost their loved ones due to illegal aliens that have committed crimes of violence against them. I'm going to introduce them and let them have an opportunity to speak as well. But the first one is Jim Walden. Then Brian and Aaron McCann are coming up as well, Kathy Zander and Nancy Palentia. All of these families have lost their loved ones, their family members, their children, and people that were very, very dear to them. Brian's brother Denny was crossing a street in Chicago when he was struck by an illegal alien drunk driver who kept on driving for a block while dragging Denny on the road. That alien then fled the scene. Both killers had been previously protected from discovery and deportation by sanctuary policies. Jim's son, Jimmy, was a Lance Corporal in the Marine Corps, and he was killed on a motorcycle ride by a twice deported illegal alien who had left his injured stepson in the car while he fled to get away from prosecution. Those two men both lost individuals because of illegal aliens that had been protected from discovery and deportation. Also with me today is Kathy Zander. Her son John died of fentanyl poisoning. John is one of the many Americans whose lives have been cut short because of the lack of enforcement against those who perpetuate drugs and the infiltration of its trafficking by cartels and other illegal gangs into this state. Nancy Platania is the mother of Nick. Nick tragically lost his life as well from a fentanyl overdose. And Nick worked every day to get other people clean from drugs and started his own business before his life was tragically taken by the drugs that are funneled into these American communities every day. But we're standing here on this block today because this is the block where a young woman was killed. Just a couple of houses away from here, Emma Schaefer was brutally stabbed and murdered by an illegal alien who was released into the United States by the Biden administration. He had already been previously arrested for kidnapping and had been released, and then he had entered back into our country under the Biden administration to perpetuate more violence and eventually took Emma's life. This illegal alien, his name is Gabriel Callisto Picardo, already had a felony kidnapping, and then when he was released, he should have been deported immediately. This murder and the illegal alien has now been on the run for 2 years. He has not been brought into incarceration, and we need not just the governor of this state, but also the partnership of local law enforcement to get this family justice for losing their daughter, Emma. Since 2017, Illinois has been a sanctuary state. The results have been absolutely disastrous for people who live here. In 2020, Governor Pritzker expanded access to taxpayer-funded free health care for illegal aliens. It has cost the citizens of Illinois $1.6 billion. He has been incentivizing illegals to come here and to live in this state. In 2021, Pritzker ordered local officials to stop cooperating and working with our ICE officers. In 2022, there were at least 400 to 500,000 illegal aliens in this state, and we know that there's even more here today. This governor has bragged about Illinois being a firewall against President Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. And it is very clear that he is violating the Constitution of the United States because it is a federal law that the federal government and the president set and enforce immigration policies. Let me give you just a few examples of the criminals who have been allowed to roam free because of Governor Pritzker's sanctuary policies. In 2020, while Pritzker was in office, a 34-year-old illegal alien in Mexico was released by the city of Chicago after committing theft. He'd already been deported, he was a convicted felon, and they let him get away. He then went on to sexually assault a 3-year-old girl in a McDonald's bathroom. And in February of this year, 2 illegal aliens were arrested after they murdered a 63-year-old man. They lured him to his death using a dating app, tied him up in his apartment, and killed him. They then used his credit card and his phones and spent over $4,000 before they were arrested. And just earlier this week, ICE finally arrested and took into federal custody an illegal alien who had been arrested 16 times in Chicago and had been continuously released over and over again. What's worse is that all of these arrests have happened between October of 2023 and November of 2024. All of these occurred under Governor Pritzker's watch, and he largely excused all of this crime under the guise of running a sanctuary state and supported policies that prevent local law enforcement officers to work with our ICE officers to get families justice. Now that we've given the American people the safest and most secure border in American history, we have to double down at removing dangerous criminals. President Trump has been focused on making sure that we're going after the worst of the worst, going after those who are perpetuating violence against American citizens. And Governor Pritzker has created a sanctuary here for those criminals and invited them here with free health care, free housing, free assistance, and facilitated them being protected from being brought to justice. People are dying every day because of these policies, and people are evading justice, and families like the angel families behind me are mourning the loss of their loved ones with knowing that it's going to continue to go on and on into the future. Governors like J.B. Pritzker don't care if gangbangers, if murderers, rapists, and pedophiles roam free in his state. If they are here illegally, he's going to protect them. And for most of my career, I have fought these kinds of criminals and fought to protect my people in South Dakota, but also across the country. And that is what President Trump is focused on here today. We are a nation of laws, and we're a nation of laws for good reason. As Secretary of Homeland Security, I'm going to uphold our federal immigration laws. I'm going to draw attention to people who are breaking the law and breaking and violating our Constitution. I'm going to fight for the victims every single day and draw attention to them as long as we can. And President Trump will continue to do that as well. We should be united as a country around bringing violent criminals to justice and getting them out of the United States of America. People who support sanctuary policies talk about love and compassion. Well, where's the compassion for the families that stand behind me? Where's the compassion for Emma, who died on this street, and her killer is still out, roaming free with no consequences for his actions? And they already knew he was a violent criminal, had already held a knife to a woman's throat and kidnapped her. They let him go free so he could come back and kill Emma. And for 2 years, J.B. Pritzker has protected individuals like that so that he can stand up and say that he's a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state. Shame on him. And shame on him for standing up the other day and saying Republicans should never know a moment of peace. This country is desperate for peace. It's desperate for safe communities and streets where they can walk their children to school and not have to worry about getting robbed or stabbed. Police officers should be respected and honored, and we should wrap our arms around their families, not order them to not participate with others who want to help them do their job. Shame on Governor Pritzker for what he's done to Illinois. This is a beautiful state with beautiful people, and to allow this kind of criminal activity to continue to go on should never happen. I'm proud of President Trump that he's going after folks and bringing them to justice so that these families behind me can finally have some peace and they can finally have some justice, and we can clean up the United States of America so everybody can have a dream of living free and living happy with their loved ones. I'm calling on Governor Pritzker and all the other leaders of this state to abandon their dangerous sanctuary policies. I'm thankful for all the state leaders that are standing behind me who agree as well. They've been fighting an uphill battle with this governor, and I'm proud of them that they're standing here with us today and with these angel families and saying enough is enough. We have to change as a state. We have to start protecting people. We need to return to law and order, and we need to put people first. Let's work together to protect the American people. Now, I'm going to turn first and allow these angel families to share a few words about their loved ones and their thoughts. And I'm going to go to Jim first and let him talk about his son, Jimmy.
Good morning, everyone. As the secretary referred to, my son was serving in the United States Marine Corps in the intel field. He worked for the National Security Agency. Jimmy was 21 years old. He was hit and killed riding his motorcycle by an illegal that the state of Maryland admitted they knew was illegal 5 years before he killed my son. And in that 5-year period, they'd had him in jail 5 times. He was convicted of domestic violence and put on probation, and he was illegal. Jimmy would have been 30 years old yesterday. We'll never know where he would be, what he would be doing. Last Tuesday, I was in Maryland to testify at the sentencing hearing because he re-entered again for the third time. And the maximum they could give him was 46 months in jail for the third re-entry. It's ridiculous. And for our governor to get on national television and say that he's going to stand up and protect these people is a gut punch to anybody that's lost one. Nobody, no Angel family's death can be considered an accident, because if the government had done their job and deported these criminals, they would not have been there to kill our families. And I just wish that I could see my son grow and get married and have kids, but it's never going to happen. He was named after me and my father, James Ray Walden III, and now that legacy stops. There'll never be a fourth, and we'll never know. And all we're left with is the wonder of where he would be and what he would be doing. And it's a hole in your heart that'll never be filled, and it never goes away. You learn to cope and you learn to live with it, but the pain's there every day. And when you see on national television that they're protecting the people that have done this, it just brings it all back to the surface. You start all over again from day one. I just call on Governor Pritzker to be a true governor and stand by the federal laws and deport every one of them. Every one of them. I don't care if they're 2 or 20 or 80. Send them back. We have a path to citizenship. It's called the naturalization process. Use it. Thank you all for coming, and I appreciate the time. Pardon me? Walden. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joria.
I'm going to next invite Kathy Zander to come up and share some thoughts, but also to talk about her son, John, as well.
My name is Kathy Zander. I lost my son to a fentanyl poisoning. My son did make a choice to snort a line of cocaine, which was spiked with fentanyl. I'm sure now with this administration, everybody's heard of what a fentanyl. We all know it's a weapon of mass destruction, and we all know it's flooding our streets. We all know where it's coming from, and it needs to stop. Turning your head can't happen anymore. We are losing 300 Americans a day on American soil, and nobody is talking about it. At some point, when it hits someone's family, they look for people like us because they can't verbalize what's going on with them. So they find comfort in a comfort zone and a path where everyone knows what's going on. Again, I'm happy for DuPage County Sheriff. He was the only one that listened to me when this happened. And I'm thankful that he's running for governor, and I pray to God he wins. Kathy with a K. Zander, Zander, Carroll Stream, Illinois, DuPage County.
Next, I'm going to invite Nancy to come up. Nancy's going to share with you a little bit about her son, Nick.
Hi, I'm Nancy Platania, and I lost my son, Nick, to fentanyl and xylazine. He was 37 when he died. Nick was introduced to fentanyl when he had surgery. They put a fentanyl patch on him in the hospital for 5 days, took it off and said, "You're done. See you in 10 days for a checkup." And that's how he became addicted to heroin, because he couldn't get the fentanyl. And he was clean and sober for 19 months. And in that 19 months, he was able to help numerous people get into treatment. He was the one that they would call. He would go pick them up off the streets of downtown Chicago if they were willing to go. The amount of people he saved was amazing. And he chose to do it one more time. There was no heroin in it at all. It was all fentanyl and xylazine. And in DuPage, supposedly he was the second victim of xylazine in 2021. And since then, xylazine is pretty common everywhere now. He never got married. He didn't have any kids. And because of the drugs coming through the open borders, along with all the people that didn't belong here, he is one of those many children that everyone has lost to the drug. And the immigrants need to stop, and so does the flow of the drugs. It's just unbelievable, and no one seems to care. No one about the fentanyl issue, and it's as clear as day. Thank you.
I'm going to invite Brian to come up and share his brother's story. He lost his brother Denny in Chicago in a horrific way, and I'm just so proud of him for standing up here and being willing to talk about it and about the changes that need to happen here in Illinois.
Thank you. My name is Brian McCann. My brother Dennis was killed violently in the Logan Square neighborhood in June of 2011. He was killed by an illegal who had been convicted of a similar crime, although with no death involved, 2 years prior. And he was not deported because Chicago and Cook County had already established a sanctuary system. And 2 months after my brother was killed, Cook County encoded the law and passed the sanctuary law. A year after that, the city did, and about 7 or 8 years, Pritzker signed Illinois to go sanctuary. So we're one of the most notorious sanctuary states in the union. Before I go on, though, I'd like to say a word about an organization that I founded on behalf of victims. It's called Advocates for Victims of Illegal Alien Crime. We work with victims all over the country. We've testified before Congress. We've done many pressers like this. I've even written a book called Death in Chicago, a Sanctuary City. We're very active in this work. We work with other entities like FAIR, and we lobby in Congress. I'd like to also say a kind word about Secretary Noem. She did a tremendous job yesterday before a congressional committee, and she withstood the ignorant questioning by Laura Underwood, who was my former congresswoman, and she has the audacity to want to run for governor. I can't believe it when I watched that yesterday. The secretary did. She represented our interests so well yesterday, as she's doing today, and will continue to do with her tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security. The good news is, if I can say it, after writing several letters, I prevailed on the FBI and the former secretary and Senator Durbin to do something about extraditing my brother's killer. He fled to Mexico, and he lived down there for about 9 years, and I finally got a call about 4 years ago that they were going to bring him back home. And we spent through the Cook County courts. He's now residing in a downstate prison, serving time for the crime that he committed. My brother's family survives. He was a grandfather at the time. He was 66 years old, and he was on his way to call on a Hispanic Mexican restaurateur. He was an insurance broker. And this was his favorite restaurant, where he lived down the street from there. And as he was crossing the street, he was killed violently, and his killer fled the country. But justice has been returned, some measure, but full justice will never be returned to a death one. I can't imagine what wonderful people behind me, namely Jim and the ladies who've lost children to this horrible sanctuary and situation. A brother's one thing, but losing a child is quite another. So my heart goes out to them, and I want to thank everybody for being here, and be good.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for sharing your story. And also, Brian's joined by his wife, Erin. And we thank them for all their work in advocating to help victims of illegal criminal activity. The one thing that I would like to say is we're standing on the street because of Emma Schaefer. She lost her life to an illegal alien that's still out at large, probably in this state. We can't confirm that because the local law enforcement and the state law enforcement are barred by state law with the support of Governor Pritzker from sharing any information with our ICE officers or HSI officers. This is the individual who killed Emma. And I would ask you to implore your leaders here in the state to participate with us so we can bring him in before he kills someone else. He stabbed her repeatedly over and over again. She lost her life and her killer is still loose today. So I would ask that you continue to go to Governor Pritzker, tell him to change his laws so that individuals like that can be brought to justice. Also, just recently, we had an individual who was convicted in 2019 of killing his own father. He was sentenced to 20 years in incarceration, but was released in this state after serving only 6. We did put a detainer out on him, and the state did not honor it, and they released him out onto the streets. We did just finally pick him up, but that tells you exactly what happens over and over again. Someone who can be convicted of murder, be sentenced, released early in the state of Illinois with the support of the governor to go out and commit more crimes, and they don't even be able to share information or participate with us in trying to get these dangerous people out of the state and out of the country. So I would like to continue to ask Governor Pritzker, change your ways, protect your people. Help us clean up our streets and help us stop this violent, illegal, alien, criminal activity that's happening in your state, and your people are being so disserviced by the actions and the support that you've taken against this administration to try to work to make America safe again. Yes.
Secretary, with all due respect to you and your families, could you answer to people like the governor that believe that you only present circumstantial evidence, that there's no statistical evidence to support President Trump's immigration policy?
There's no statistical evidence to support it? What do you mean?
That, for example, crime has been down for the last 20 years when immigration has gone out.
Well, that's simply not true. And all you have to do is to look at this binder full of people that are right here in these neighborhoods in this state that are still at large perpetuating criminal activity against the citizens that live here. All of these people could be brought to justice if Governor Pritzker would change the state laws and allow law enforcement to participate with our investigators to make sure criminals are brought to justice. We have been reaching out to them and weren't able to get a response yet, but we have been reaching out to them.
Were you aware that Emma Schaefer's family is across town at the protest against disappearance and against this?
No, I wasn't aware of that. Is that her immediate family?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Did you have a question? Mm-hmm. Well, it's not a last minute change. That law was passed 20 years ago. Joe Biden chose to have it implemented on May 7th, which is today. And so we are implementing the federal law, and it's a valid ID that will be able to go forward and to make sure that we know who's traveling on our federal transportation system. So people will be able to prove their legal status, who they are, and that they are supposed to be here. Yes. Then he should participate with us. He should change the state law that allows his local law enforcement to participate with us to make sure that we can share that information to bring people to justice.
As far as, like, I don't know if you have statistics or even estimates of the number of people who are in this country illegally today, and out of those individuals.
Oh, we believe in the millions of criminal records. It'll be different kinds of charges and different kinds of based on, it could be theft, petty crime, but it could be murder, rape, but many, many of them that we need to bring. Yes. I can't confirm anything. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you all. Any follow-ups, public affairs officials, please reach out to us.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Yeah. What do we got here to look at?
River announces Bitcoin interest on Kash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on Kash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on Kash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
Under your leadership and only received a couple of cursory replies from your staff. Why don't you respond?
Ma'am?
I guess you don't know why you didn't respond. Secretary Bessent, you worked in finance before, right? You will find bipartisan support on this committee for small businesses and the institutions that finance them. I worked with Trump's first Treasury Secretary to pass $12 billion in support for community development, financial institutions, and minority banks and credit unions. So I was surprised when Trump first tried to eliminate the CDFIs, but it caught you by surprise also. You said that the CDFI fund plays an important role in expanding financial access. Unfortunately, you were not very persuasive last week. Trump proposed to basically cut all CDFI funding. Now, let's discuss your job before becoming secretary. Your hedge fund had a secret sauce for how you would make money for investors, a proprietary trading strategy. As CEO, you guarded that strategy. You never allowed unrelated persons to access your firm's computer records, data, personnel files, and algorithms, right? And I'm sure you wouldn't have allowed just anyone unfettered access to copy, change, or to use those records, right? I suspect not. And that makes good sense. What doesn't make good sense is why, as Treasury Secretary and acting CFPB Director, you would allow Doge unfettered access to the government system that handles trillions of dollars in payments to the proprietary business records of entities regulated by the CFPB, or most alarmingly, to the tax records of hundreds of millions of Americans. But you still threw up the gates of our finance system open to Elon Musk and his band of 22-year-olds. Yes or no? Do you know the level, type, or nature of the clearances and security training required for individuals to access the information held in the computers of Treasury, IRS, or CFPB?
Yes, I do, and I think we would have a disagreement over the definition of the word unfettered.
Mr. Secretary, did all the individuals working with Doge who were given access to Treasuries and CFPB's computer databases receive all of the required clearances and security training before they were granted access?
Again, they were granted read-only access at Treasury. There were two.
So let me just say,
Doge employees.
please, you can't filibuster here. This is not the filibuster playground. And so what you did was you let these strangers into our Treasury with access to all of the data, all of the personnel information, and you just opened the door. Why'd you do that?
No, ma'am. They were Treasury employees.
Oh, are you saying today in front of this committee that all of them were Treasury employees, that the 25-year-old who's being identified, who worked for Elon Musk, was allowed into the Treasury? Was that person there?
He was a Treasury employee, as was Tom Kraus, the senior person on the Doge team. There were only two people.
There were Doge employees also.
Sorry?
Do you know, were you aware that there were Doge employees coming into our treasury, getting all of our personal
Well,
information.
ma'am, there is no such thing as a Doge employee. There were Treasury employees.
I tend to disagree with you based on the information I have. Has any information been downloaded by anyone working with Doge from any of Treasury's or CFPB's computers? Answer yes or no.
Not to my knowledge.
You better learn.
Gentlewoman
I
yields
yield
back. The gentleman from Michigan, the vice chairman of our committee, Mr. Heisman, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. And I just have to note that it's ironic that this has been declared a no filibuster zone by the same people who walked out of a hearing yesterday in filibuster. So, and just to give you one quick brief moment, are you saying that there was no unauthorized or unsanctioned persons that had access to the systems that you are in control of?
Again, there were 2 employees.
Yep.
There were very strict guardrails, and they were there for an ERP function.
Yeah, so they were authorized and they were sanctioned.
Yes.
So not unknown, and Elon Musk wasn't one of those 2 people?
No, to my knowledge,
Okay.
Mr. Musk has never been in the Treasury building.
Okay, all right. I have to hit on Burma and a little crypto, and if we have time, China. So I want to thank you for your actions that Treasury took this past Monday regarding Burma. The KNA, the Karen National Army, has become a haven for transnational criminal organizations that run illicit operations such as human trafficking and smuggling. The group has strong ties to the Burmese army, which has targeted religious and ethnic minorities such as the Rohingya since the civil war broke out in 2021. While the U.S. and our allies continue to impose sanctions against the military junta, unfortunately, the atrocities continue. My district, the 4th District of Michigan, is home to approximately 5,000 of these ethnic Burmese. And I'm just asking you, we need to do more to protect the people of Burma and to stop the genocide. Yesterday, I reintroduced the Brave Burma Act, a bipartisan piece of legislation that would require the president to determine on an annual basis whether to impose stronger blocking sanctions against the Myanmar oil and gas enterprise, the Myanmar Economic Bank, and foreign persons operating in the jet fuel sector of the Burmese economy, which has been a tremendous amount of their revenue. And it further limits the junta's ability to borrow at the IMF, which I think is one of the issues that the chairman was touching on. So these actions would target the heart of the military junta's revenue. So can I get your commitment that you're going to continue to work with my staff and us on a bipartisan basis as we try to address these issues in Burma?
Congressman, we're happy to work with your staff on this legislation, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. I share your concern about imposing consequences on persons who threaten the peace, security, and stability of Burma. Treasury has tools to continue to take action for the people of Burma, and working with you, we will continue to do so.
That's great. And what's frustrating is while some of these sanctions have been put in place, a sanction's only as good as the willingness to enforce it. And we have seen them receiving financial support, the junta, from around the world, especially, frankly, as they ramped up production during the last administration. So I'll note it's not just Burma, it's places like Iran, that this illicit activity that has gone around the sanctions has been allowed. In some cases, Treasury has granted these licenses. I sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee as well, and we see this all the time. I want to touch on crypto. Yesterday, as I had mentioned, the committee held a hearing with House Agriculture, or attempted to hold a hearing with the House Agriculture Committee. Turned into a very important roundtable as well regarding digital asset market structure reform. So can you quickly explain how important it is for America to take the lead here, especially as we see China leaping ahead?
Yes, sir. We believe that the United States should be the premier destination for digital assets. And as members of this committee and the Senate are attempting to do, create good market structure around that, so that U.S. best practices are used around the world.
And that's really the point, right? Is having American U.S. best practices to sort of set the pace for others to follow, rather than us trying to fill in the holes that others that may be created by as others set that pace.
Yes, sir. And also that digital assets are an important source of innovation that will drive the that can drive usage of the U.S. dollar around the world, as with stablecoin legislation. There is speculation that there may be up to $2 trillion of demand over the next few years for U.S. government securities from digital assets.
My time has expired, but I'll send you my question regarding Chinese debt trap diplomacy. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York, ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Velasquez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to raise a point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't want the clock to be eating my time.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I would like for the witness to be swearing in before I ask my questions.
Chair doesn't see a need for that. You may ask your question. Your time can start the gentlewoman's time over at 5 minutes.
Secretary Bessent, you were on CNBC earlier this week making claims saying we are very close and maybe we will see some deals this week on tariffs. So tell us, tell the American people, tell small businesses and consumers, tell retirees, specifically, which countries are you close to striking deals with?
I'm sorry, Congresswoman, but that would not benefit the United States.
No, I'm asking you a question based on the statement that you made on CNBC.
And I am telling you that it would be detrimental to the interest of the United States for me to answer that question.
Why will that be detrimental?
Because as the negotiations may still be in process as we speak, as we are not at the end of the week yet, I am sure that you through your question, would not want to compromise U.S. negotiations.
Reclaiming my time, Secretary Bessent, the president goes into a press conference and claims that there are negotiations going on. And then the next day, there's no negotiations going on. So why would you not answer my question? And that will be considered detrimental to the American people, to the American economy. I do not understand. Despite your claim,
I'm happy to say there are negotiations going on. I'm not going to reveal the details.
No filibuster. No filibuster.
So how long do you think those negotiations will take before they are concluded?
There are numerous countries, as I have said, if you saw my CNBC interview, which you referenced, that there are 18 important trading partners, and we are moving forward at all deliberate speed with those.
Do you consider these negotiations advanced negotiations?
Some of them are quite advanced.
So you expect this deal to be more than memorandums of understanding? You expect them to be full negotiated trade deals?
I believe that they will be the agreements in principle, and then we will paper them over in the coming months. But once we reach an agreement, then I am sure that the other countries will live up to it.
Okay. In congressional testimony yesterday, you said the U.S. has not started negotiating with China on tariff reductions. Does that continue to be your position, yes or no?
As you may have read.
Yes or no, sir?
As you may have read in the press, I will be going to Switzerland, and the negotiations will begin on Saturday.
Okay, so the president told you that that will be your answer today. So can you tell who from the Trump administration is engaged in those discussions?
Which discussions?
with China.
Trade discussions?
Pardon?
I'm sorry.
Trade discussions. Yes, sir.
Well, the trade negotiations will be led by myself and Ambassador Jameson Greer,
And,
USTR.
and what about Pete Navarro?
Sorry?
Peter Navarro.
He will
Is
not.
he-
He will not be joining us in Geneva.
Thank God for that. Are those negotiations considered advanced?
Pardon?
Are those negotiations considered advanced?
As I said, on Saturday, we will begin, which I believe is the opposite of advance.
Secretary Bessent, as Treasury Secretary and a senior member of President Trump's economic team, has President Trump given you the authority to finalize any trade agreement with China or any other trading partner?
As President Trump has stated, he will have the final decision on any trade agreement.
So you're telling me all of these increased prices, the stock market losses, the production delays are all based on the whims of Donald Trump, that you could strike the best deal with Canada, Mexico, or even China that is completely in our favor, giving us everything the
The
administration
gentlewoman's
is
time has
seeking.
expired.
And if President Trump decides at any certain
The
moment,
gentlewoman's time
for
has
whatever reason, not to take the deal, that will be it. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who is chair of our Task Force on Monetary Policy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as the dust has continued to settle after last month's episode of Treasury market volatility, can you give an updated assessment of those events and how would you characterize the functioning of the market during that period? During the dust up in Treasury
The
markets?
how the market was very well functioning. It was volatile, but the underlying infrastructure worked quite smoothly, sir.
Does the Treasury Department have the tools necessary to address market volatility? You've said you may increase the use of the buyback program. Are there other authorities that might be helpful to address the challenges of the market?
Yes, sir. We have a very large toolkit that we can deploy, as does the Federal Reserve.
Taking a step back, Mr. Secretary, can you provide us with a sense of what regulations the administration is working on to bolster resilience in the Treasury market and the timelines when you would expect those changes to be announced? This is a core issue on the task force I and a number of my colleagues are working on.
Sir, the auction sizes, the current issuance sizes leave us well positioned to address potential changes in borrowing needs. I can tell you that investor participation in auctions, there's been broad investor support. Our weighted average maturity is about 61.2 months, which is quite fulsome. And we have implemented a buyback program with two objectives: liquidity support and cash management.
One last question along that line. I've long said that the administration should look at reforming regulations like the supplemental leverage ratio to relieve some of the constraints that market participants are facing in the Treasury market. I hope you'll consider looking at that.
Sir, Treasury does not look at that, but I believe that it is a high priority for the three regulators, the OCC, the FDIC, and the Federal Reserve.
Thank you. And as the SEC continues to implement their clearing rule, a number of firms, including those outside the United States, are looking to provide clearing services for U.S. Treasuries and their derivatives. How are you working with the SEC and the CFTC to ensure the integrity of the Treasury markets as these firms look to intermediate?
Sir, the Treasury market is a global market, and we welcome new participants, and we want to make sure that best practices employed in the U.S. are also employed globally.
And the reason I ask that is, and if you could specifically comment on the clearing of U.S. sovereign debt outside of the United States, what risk could that potentially present? And I come at that from the perspective, if there's a challenge in the market, If it's a US-based entity, then the regulators who would make the difficult decisions are here. If it's outside of the United States, they might have a different perspective.
We are constantly studying that, sir. As of now, we do not believe that it presents a risk, but I will, as we continue our studies, I will have my staff interact with your team.
Absolutely, Mr. Secretary. And one final question. Primary dealerships ships has become an expensive proposition for firms, which in one explanation for participants leaving the market, it's one of the many explanations. Should we be looking at ways to make the environment friendlier to investors wanting to become primary dealers?
Sir, we saw at the recent auction very low participation by the primary dealers, which tells me that there may be the regulatory function there that is preventing them from using their balance sheet for the benefit of the U.S. Treasury.
So clearly the task force that Chairman Hill was kind enough to set up and yourself, we have work to do. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you. And I can get my China question in, so I appreciate my colleague doing that. I want to talk a little bit about the international financial institutions, the IFIs, such as IMF, World Bank, and they're falling short of addressing key challenges. So China, whether it's in Africa or Burma, has really engaged in a debt trap diplomacy. How should the IMF really help borrowers take the fund's advice when it keeps giving China a free pass?
Well, Congressman, as I said in a public interview after one of my IMF speeches, it is time for China to graduate from developing country status. It is the second largest economy in the world. They are a large, important economy, and they should no longer be granted the status of a developing economy.
I'd like to invite you, Ms. Secretary, to continue that answer in writing, and I thank the Vice Chairman and Mr. Lucas. Let me call on the gentleman from California, the ranking member for our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman.
First, a parliamentary inquiry. Since the last speaker had an extra 30 seconds, can I have an extra 30 seconds?
Right.
I would be happy to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you that special drawing rights should be increased only with congressional input, and I agree with Mr. Huizinga that we have to focus on Burma, Myanmar. I ask unanimous consent to put in the record a chart showing how the value of the dollar compared to other currencies has declined precipitously since Trump's so-called Liberation Day, and to also put into the record a CBO report issued just an hour ago that shows that Republican proposals to change Medicaid would in one case take 1.5 million people would lose their Medicaid benefits, and in another proposal would cost 3.9 million Americans their Medicaid benefits.
Without objection.
Also ask unanimous consent to put in the record a letter I sent to the Secretary, responded to by his Assistant Secretary, dealing with direct file, which means you don't have to pay TurboTax because the IRS has the software. And the response that I got, an absurd response, was basically, well, as long as, we just want to make sure TurboTax makes a lot of money, so we're not going to do that. And I would point out that the IRS could send every American for their voluntary use a proposed first draft of the tax return, since you already have the W-2, you already have the 1099, and you don't have all the input errors that come from people doing their own returns. But that is something that your administration is stopping. I would ask you, Mr.
Without objection.
Yes. I ask you, Mr. Secretary, to provide for the record within 1 week your best estimate of when the U.S. will hit the debt ceiling and exhaust our borrowing capacity. Can I count on you to provide that for the record?
Sir, the so-called X date is a moving target.
I'd like your best shot.
As I stated yesterday, we are moving on to the warning track, and we don't want to be on the warning track. And
I would ask you to provide the Congress the best information you can, but I'm going to go on to another question. I represent one of the two areas devastated by the Los Angeles fires. I spoke directly and on camera to President Trump and asked him to exempt building materials from these tariffs. The National Association of Home Builders says that these tariffs will add $11,000 to the cost of these fire victims rebuilding their homes. Can you assure us that in a country where we have a devastating housing shortage in general, but we have thousands of people in Los Angeles have to rebuild their homes in particular, that these fire victims are not going to face this additional cost to rebuild their home?
I will look into that matter, and I was.
That is exactly what the president said in January.
I was in Los
so
Angeles
far.
this weekend, and I toured the devastation. and
Thank you. I hope you saw the devastation of the Palisades, and I hope you won't be imposing another $11,000 cost on every home builder. Now, as to capital markets, where I devote most of my time, all of us on the subcommittee agree that we're trying to get people to invest in American stocks and build the American economy. And in fact, our tax code has hundreds of billions of dollars of incentives to get people to invest in America. China also has incentives to get the Chinese people to invest in Chinese stocks. But there's a difference. China only provides those incentives to Chinese people if they invest in Chinese stocks. American billionaires like investing in China, making tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in profit. Can you think of a reason why the American tax code should provide enormous tax benefits like the capital gains allowance to American billionaires who invest in Chinese stocks? Why is that in our national interest?
Sir, it's not just available to billionaires. If you were to buy.
Right. So why do we want to encourage?
Buy a Chinese ETF, a very.
Why would we be neutral on whether I buy an American ETF or a China ETF? Don't we prefer American capital to be invested in America, or are we just fine with encouraging Americans to invest abroad?
Well, sir, we don't want to close the capital account, and we do want investors to be able to maximize their judgment where they should invest.
Let me go on to one more thing.
I have said I wouldn't bet against the U.S., but
please, next question.
People can.
Next question. Abu Dhabi and United Arab Emirates just announced that they were going to give $2 billion to a stable coin put forward by World Liberty Financial. This stable coin pays no interest. So you and I are both finance people, just want to check my math. Assuming a 4% rate of return, is this interest-free loan of $2 billion worth $80 million every year to World Liberty Financial and its Trump owners?
Sir, I haven't seen that. I don't know the expense ratio. And as far as I know, no stable coins pay interest.
So the New York Times is wrong. Please read the article. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Secretary, welcome. We're delighted that you're here. Part of the challenge against you this morning, and I'm sure some days, is the explanation of the tariff matter that President Trump has initiated and sticking by. I'd like to provide just my input on that, if I could, that I think that President Trump sees the relationship with China by what it really is, and that is an unfair relationship, one in which needs to be not only looked at, but really something done about it. And I know that while we have PNTR, it should mean that we treat them the same way they treat us, but that is not happening. President Trump, as part of these changes, has changed the de minimis rule, and that de minimis rule was the amount of money that a package, when it comes into our country under this circumstance, whether it was looked at or not, whether a tariff was paid upon it. And I believe that there were Chinese companies taking advantage of that. Some 4 million packages a day were coming to the United States. And I say were coming because I do not believe that that rate is still occurring. As a result of that, what happened is it contributed to the fentanyl issue that we had because we did not look at these packages with the same viewpoint that others did. My point in bringing this up is that I believe that with the new numbers of 177,000 net new American jobs being created in the private sector, that there's an understanding by people who want to invest in America that this president is finally taking on the Chinese, who undermined not just intellectual property, but undermined with their government, the Chinese government, undercutting the price and manufacture of many products that were American made. Many of them, or some of them, might be power tools. And of course, we know Craftsman is an American made product, but it is not uncommon, was not uncommon for their tools to be on the internet at $400 or $500, and for a Chinese product to be brought in for $40 or $50. That undermined not just our intellectual property, but actually undermine the manufacturing that takes place in this country. And I am delighted that you and the president are engaged in balancing that out. And I think that's what this 177,000 new American jobs net provided for us, because it's people who want to invest in the United States, knowing that finally we have a president that will protect that onslaught of Chinese goods, undercutting American, not just jobs and intellectual property, but the events that take place therein. And I think this president has done a great job, and I want to offer my support for that, because I think that part of what the president has done is set a new challenge and mark for Americans now to pick up that part that was before challenged by China. Mr. Secretary, Russia still earns over $700 million a day in fossil fuel revenue that helps its war against Ukraine. And I think that most of us here would like to see Russia held accountable. Can you talk to me about sanctions that are or are being considered against Russia energy firms as it relates to selling their products to China?
Yes, sir. And I will tell you that the Biden administration exercised with regards to Russia and Ukraine support a big dichotomy. On one hand, they're giving aid to government of Ukraine. On the other hand, their sanctions against the Russian Federation were very, very weak. The sanctions were just against some of the lower level oil companies. There was a price cap that has never worked. On his way out the door in a fit of bravery, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, raised the sanctions because the Biden administration had been worried about upsetting the oil price, pushing up oil prices during an election year. The Trump administration, through our energy abundance and signaling to the energy markets, crude oil is down about 20% thus far this year. And I read with great interest this morning that Russian Federation revenues were down 12% last month, which will put a dent in the Russian war machine, sir.
Mr. Secretary, I hope that you'll find today
Thank you, Mr.
valuable for us and yourself, and I hope you'll know that we want
Gentleman
you to come
from.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bassett, let me, I'm just a plain, simple man, the average everyday American is looking at this hearing today. So can you tell me first, does trade deficits constitute a national emergency?
The hollowing out of the U.S.
No, just yes or no.
Class,
Yes or no? Yes or no?
It's a national emergency, sir.
It does. It does. You're telling me trade deficits equals a national or creates
persistent and prolonged.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And do you know also, sir, that for the last 4 decades, we've had trade deficits in the United States of America, and nobody said it was an emergency? Democratic and Republican presidents? You know what that says to me? That it's not an emergency because it hasn't been for 4 decades. It says to me that we should bring tariffs back to the United States Congress so that we can make that determination as the Constitution has said, and not try to go around Congress. That's just unbelievable to me. Let me ask this question. Maybe they missed it. Who was the president, and who has been the president since January 20th, 2025?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. And who was the president in 2024?
One believes President Biden.
One believes? You one of those non-believers that the election, the American people didn't vote?
I am not.
You're not? You said one believes? Do you believe in the Constitution of the United States and it should be abided
I
by?
believe in the Constitution of the United States.
So you believe in it without any second thought. You don't have to think about it. You believe in it and you would abide by it. Is that correct?
I have and I do, sir.
Okay. Well, do you know that a president has said he may or may not? He don't know? Let me ask this question. I couldn't believe my ears. Sunday, during NBC's Meet the Press, President Trump credited himself for the strong economy in 2024 when Joe Biden was president, but then he blamed President Biden for a weak economy in 2025 when he was president. Now, I'm not so sure how the American people puts that together. In 2024, strong economy, he tries to take the credit. In 2025, when he's the president, he blames Joe Biden. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it makes sense to most Americans. And I hope, Mr. Secretary, you're a businessman, it doesn't make sense to you either. It can't possibly make sense to you. Let me ask this question. If a government, say, look, Argentina, I remember when I came here, and Argentina kept failing to pay its debt. Not once or twice or three times. And we were all upset about it, and we said that they needed somebody needed to take over their government. You know, somebody should help the president of Argentina. If the United States didn't pay his debt or something like that, we'd be very upset about that if we couldn't pay our debt. I mean, that's one of our focuses. Is that not correct?
Sir, the United States will always meet its debt obligations.
Always. Well, let me ask you this. Donald Trump, the deal maker, and you didn't answer Ms. Velasquez's questions, no deals, although he said 3 weeks ago that there would be deals. But Donald Trump, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, but 6 times failed to pay his debts on his business and went bankrupt. And you're going to call that a good businessman?
The gentleman's time has expired.
company.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, the chair of our subcommittee on capital markets, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will try to keep my tone down. And I thank Secretary Bessent for your testimony. I, sir, am going to try to stick to the actual title of this hearing and why we're supposed to be here today, which is the state of the international financial system. So here we go. Mr. Secretary, under the Biden administration, Congress required Treasury to determine whether any Chinese financial institutions were engaged in oil purchases from Iran, no matter how small or how large the transaction. This determination would subject these Chinese entities to secondary sanctions, sir. And just last week, the president himself ordered such sanctions for any purchase of Iranian oil, which helps, obviously, the Ayatollah finance terrorism around the world. Mr. Secretary, can you describe how, well, I think we all know how Iran uses oil sales to fund its proxies, including Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, to the extent that there's any Yemen left. Treasury is now over half a year late with its statutory determination on Chinese buyers of Iranian oil. And I have three questions, sir, related to missing this deadline. The first is, why has it not been submitted to Congress? Had the previous administration done anything to prepare this determination? And third, when can Congress expect to receive it?
To all three of those, I will have my staff get back to you on that. And the Representative Wagner, what I will tell you is that since I become Treasury Secretary, the Treasury has repeatedly sanctioned so-called Chinese teapot refiners who are very large buyers of Iranian oil. These are independent refiners away from the state-owned enterprises. We have begun that program over the past few weeks, and we will continue as needed.
Good. Well, and I know that you're in negotiations with, I'll say, that 18th country, which is China. We are thrilled to hear of your trip there. And I hope that this is something that you will discuss with them in terms of their purchasing of Iranian oil that does nothing but lift up a regime that is funding terrorism throughout our world, I'll say. What actions has Treasury taken to combat cooperation between Iran and China on illicit finance and money laundering?
Well, again, the secondary sanctions on these teapot refiners has been a very fulsome effort, and we will continue that. When President Trump left office, Iranian oil exports were between 100 and 300,000 barrels per day. Now they are 1.6 million barrels per day, which allows the regime to finance its terror proxies, not just in the Middle East, but all around the world.
Correct. Yes, and we've seen it, and we've lived it, and it has caused unbelievable death, devastation, and grief, and resources, and loss of life throughout our world. And I am proud that the president himself endorsed sanctions just last week for any purchase, not just from China, of Iranian oil. So I hope that we can get a report on what's been happening with China. Switching gears, in February, several members of this committee and the Senate, including myself and the chairman, and the Senate Banking Committee sent you a letter voicing concerns about the European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CSDDD. This directive, which was finalized by the EU last year, will require many American companies to evaluate their supply chains and end certain business activities not based on U.S. law, but due to UN principles. This directive not only hurts our economic competitiveness, but also undermines our jurisdictional sovereignty, sir. It would force both public and private companies to comply with regulations that have not been approved by Congress, while also exposing them to increased litigation and risk in the EU. I am running out of time, Mr. Chairman, but this is something I feel very strongly about. It is in with the international realm here, and I have two questions regarding this.
Gentlewoman,
that I
time has
will
expired.
submit for the record. Thank you.
It will be submitted for the record. Recognize Mr. Scott, the gentleman from Georgia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary Bessent, let me ask you this. Do you agree that the FDIC plays a very essential role in safeguarding our depositors, ensuring prudent bank supervisors, and maintaining the safety and soundness of our financial system?
Congressman, I agree that a well-functioning FDIC is essential to the U.S. financial system.
And on Monday, you said this, and I quote, you said this: that the president tasks you with helping him choose the leader of the financial regulators so that we are all aligned, all regulators, to be safe, sound, and smart. And you went on to list the key positions that you've done that, including a new vice chairman for supervision of the Fed, a new head of the OCC, and Paul Atkins of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and a new CFTC commission. But as of this morning, we have no FDIC chairman full time. It is now under temporary leadership of an acting chair named Travis Hill, with the president having no current plans to either formally nominate him or find a replacement. The nation is watching us. Why we don't have the head of the FDIC. So my question is, have you not helped President Trump in selecting a chairman to lead the FDIC?
Congressman, I would point out that under the previous administration, there was only an acting chair of the OCC for 5 years. 5 years. That Mr. Hill is the acting, and as a matter of fact, the head of the OCC, the head of the CFTC have not been confirmed, so those are in fact acting also. Mr. Hill is a very capable regulator, having been on the board of the FDIC.
Yeah, I'm not. You're filibustering here.
We are pursuing
I'm
personnel
not
decisions
questioning
with
that.
all deliberate speed.
Have you been instructed by President Trump to refrain from offering a list of viable candidates to lead the FDIC?
No, sir. I am constantly reviewing the list and thinking who is best to lead that important institution.
Well, I want you to know that I wrote a letter to the Trump administration, here it is, expressing grave concern with the erosion of financial regulatory agency independence. And, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
And we remain highly alarmed by this growing perception that our financial regulators have acquiesced to political pressure from this administration, perhaps even from the President of the United States. If I were president, I wouldn't have this vacancy at a time when we're running tariffs all over the country, when our economy is in these kinds of difficulties. The nation is watching us. Russia is operating us. As the president is going around the country dealing with upsetting Canada, places around the world. So I just want to know that where are we going? When are we going to have a chairman? Are we going to have it? And answer me truthfully. Has President Trump asked you to delay this appointment? And if so, why?
Sir, that statement is incorrect. He has not asked me to delay that appointment. And I believe that your question is, when are we going to have an FDIC nominee? And we have OCC nominees. We have a CFTC nominee. We have a vice chair.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
I would ask
student
you to urge your Senate colleagues to, on the Democratic side, to vote for them.
Thanks.
Well, when
Secretary,
is he gonna
Ms.
do
Scott,
it?
your time's expired.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent discussion.
Thank you.
I recognize the distinguished chair of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, for 5 minutes.
Secretary Bessent, thank you and President Trump for, in February, issuing the National Security Memorandum entitled America First Investment Policy, directing federal agencies to address outbound investments in China. In March, as you know, Senator Cornyn and I reintroduced my bill to restrict outbound investment into China, specifically into Chinese military industrial complex entities, primarily through OFAC sanctions. Tell me, Mr. Secretary, what do you think about that legislation in the context of the president's national security memorandum?
Good. Congressman, I want to thank you for your leadership on this matter. My team and I appreciate your input and molding this important issue, one of the most important financial issues of our time. It is a new national security tool that we restrict the PRC from exploiting the benefits. And we appreciate that Congress wants to move forward legislation that is important and helpful. And we would like a bit more time for our process, including the work mandated by the president to inform the legislation so that it is durable because of the importance of this.
Well, thank you, and I look forward to working with you and the president to align our legislation with the president's policy on this. And I want to give you and President Trump another tool of economic statecraft to increase President Trump's leverage in his negotiations with General Secretary Xi. This is a very important issue, and as you probably noticed, there was recently a $75 million venture investment into a Chinese artificial intelligence firm, Manus. Is Manus AI on the CMIC Treasury entity list?
I will have my staff get back to you on that, sir.
And I think the answer is no, and that's why we need this legislation so that our outbound restrictions look not just at entities, but also technologies of national security concern, like militarized artificial intelligence that this entity, Manus AI, is doing. I would also note that the waiver authority that I embed in this legislation with Senator Cornyn would give you, as Treasury Secretary, the ability to authorize BlackRock or other U.S. firms to invest in Panama to displace the Chinese. So thank you for your collaboration with us on that. Secretary, you've said that with President Trump, we're going to reprivatize the American economy. That is music to my ears. That's music to the American people's ears. When federal bank regulators are talking about reproposing the Basel III endgame proposal, they have been saying now for a long time we should do it in a capital neutral way, abandoning former Vice Chair Barr's approach of a huge gold plating of bank capital. Since the Federal Reserve started to use the term capital neutrality in 2019, however, capital has increased by 10 to 20%, making the concept of capital neutrality really arbitrary. Large banks are now subject to stress tests, CCAR, GSIB surcharge, and a number of liquidity and resolution requirements. When looking at our bank capital regulations in the context of an America First agenda, Mr. Secretary, should we be aiming for capital neutrality, or should we be instead looking at capital levels that actually promote American competitiveness?
Congressman, as you know, I've been very concerned about our community banks, our small regional banks, and the growth of private credit outside the regulated system tells me that many of the regulations may be too tight, and that the business is pulled into the so-called shadow market. I think we want to safely and soundly expand the regulated financial system and get them on equal footing. And I think that these capital levels that are predictable are very important for that.
Last question about China investment in Venezuela. Last week, Venezuelan Vice President Rodriguez asked Chinese officials to increase oil purchases as the country is feeling the squeeze on its energy sales. Tell me what you think about OFAC licenses for U.S. companies operating in Venezuela when those American firms could displace China to enhance American energy dominance?
It is a very acute balancing act there between displacing China, but U.S. entities providing hard currency for the Maduro regime, and we are constantly.
Gentleman's time has
weighing
expired.
I look forward to working with you on that issue.
Thank
I
you.
yield back.
Recognize the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, our ranking member of the Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence Subcommittee, Mr. Lynch, 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming before this committee and helping us with our work. Mr. Secretary, between March 11th and March 15th, 2025, you and more than a dozen senior officials, including of the Trump administration, including Secretary Hegseth, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, used a commercially available, non-governmental, encrypted, non-secure app to discuss and coordinate imminent U.S. military strikes in Yemen in a group chat entitled Houthi PC Small Group. Particularly, Defense Secretary Hegseth shared actionable intelligence, including sensitive and classified details of an imminent military operation against Houthi rebels and other military plans. These included precise launch times for U.S. jet fighter assets, targeting locations for those Houthi rebels who were, by the way, equipped with anti-aircraft systems. Mr. Hegseth shared the targeting sequencing against Houthi rebels and described the weapon systems, the U.S. weapon systems involved. National Security Council has confirmed that this signal chat was authentic and that you had participated. You realize that for you, Mr. Secretary, because of the responsibilities you have, even outside the Principals Committee, that group, you have a target on your back from our adversaries, China, North Korea, Russia, and others. Can I ask you, have you been briefed on the proper protocols for discussing information such as active military plans?
I have by my general counsel.
Very
and
good.
If you will look,
I got a bunch of questions, so I'm just trying to narrow this down because this is really a concern. Just reclaiming my time.
To that chat
So
was.
let me ask you.
My chief of
Are you,
staff's name, which was
sir,
widely available.
Let me ask the questions and you provide the answers. Okay? How about that?
Waiting for the
Are you
question.
preserving records, Mr. Secretary, of these communications as required by the Public Records Act?
Yes, sir. My
Good.
general
Okay.
counsel has
Are
photographed.
you still discussing sensitive military intelligence on a non-secure line?
I have never done that.
Okay. The National Security Council says you were on a chat that discussed those details. Are you saying that wasn't the case?
I have said that I have never discussed them.
Someone discussed it with you. You were on a non-secure line for a meeting with other secretaries, right? Those people I just mentioned, you weren't on that chat?
I was, but
You
were
okay?
discussing
That's what
things
I'm talking
with me,
about.
and
So you could have
I am providing
intervened.
an answer
You
for
could have
you.
brought it up. You could have said, this is an insecure line. We shouldn't be doing this. We're putting our sons and daughters in uniform at risk. Pre-attack. You could have done all that. Mr. Hegseth, this is not involving you, but Mr. Hegseth afterwards did the same thing with a family chat. His wife, his brother, his sister, family attorney. You do understand the troublesome nature of that, right? Are you dismissing that and calling this a roaring success, as others have done, as the White House has done? This is troubling, and I just want the reassurances for this committee and for other members of Congress, other committees, and for, most importantly, for the families of Americans who send their sons and daughters,
Gentleman's time has expired.
Allow the gentleman to answer. Be a yes or no.
I think the gentleman's time has expired.
Well, Congressman, I'm happy to say that because of my age, I pick up the phone and call people.
There you go.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia, the Vice Chairman of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Loudermilk, recognized for 5 minutes.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for being here. I think you and I are both aware of the paradox of the U.S. Reserve currency status. The so-called Triffin dilemma says that to maintain the benefits of a global reserve currency status, we may always run a concurrent account deficit, which in turn risks undermining global confidence in the dollar. The U.S. enjoys an exorbitant privilege from the dollar's reserve status. This means that among other benefits, there is a high demand for dollar-dominated assets worldwide, substantially lowering borrowing costs. It also allows us to run sustained trade deficits and drives capital investment into the United States. So my first question is, how is our current reserve status different from what it was under the Bretton Woods system when the dollar was convertible to a fixed amount of gold rather than floating?
Well, sir, it's now based on the full faith and credit of the United States rather than backed by gold.
Okay. Does the demand for dollars and the U.S. debt worldwide and the reduced borrowing costs that come with it contribute in a meaningful way to some of our failings as fiscal stewards?
Well, I would say that the unfettered ability to borrow has made us more profligate, as there is very little potential for market discipline to date.
Right.
But there is the potential that the market may discipline the United States government one day. And I am, along with the administration, President Trump, trying to set the country on a path to avoid that.
And we appreciate that. I've long said that I don't feel that there is the political will within Congress anymore to restrict spending and balance the budget. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing there. Is there a world where we can have our cake and eat it too? In other words, is there a policy configuration where the U.S. can maintain the best elements of its exorbitant privilege while also having a balanced export economy?
Yes, sir, there is. And I would point out that the exorbitant privilege, as I believe it was a French politician called it, does not always result in the lowest interest rates. Japan's interest rates are lower than ours. China's interest rates are lower than ours. Most of the EU interest rates are lower than ours.
Okay. I want to shift gears just slightly. For several years, I've called for FinCEN to raise the threshold for currency transaction reports from 10,000 to some higher value. Working on legislation, have been for the last several years, and I do have legislation again this year on that. If adjusted for inflation from the 1970s, this threshold would be somewhere between $74,000 and $80,000. But we haven't. We're still stuck at that $10,000 limit. In your opinion, what threshold value best balances privacy and compliance costs against the utility that these reports have for law enforcement?
Congressman, I am not sure what the equilibrium level is. What we have discovered, so you were talking about the threshold for a suspicious activity report.
Or the concerns, currency transaction report,
Yes.
which is in a segment.
So we are now examining that, and we are finding that sometimes higher is better, sometimes lower is better. We have discovered that there are approximately 40 counties on the U.S.-Mexico border that account for a substantial amount of nefarious behavior by the cartels. So we have lowered that to $200, and we are finding great efficacy there in pushing the cartels back into Mexico and not allowing them to deal in the United States. So I would say, sir, it's a moving target.
Okay, and I can understand and appreciate that. One of the issues that we have from a nationwide status is the compliance cost that goes to small financial institutions, and even from law enforcement, the complaint is trying to find illicit financing currently is like looking for a needle in the haystack because of the pure volume of reports that are being made. And so my argument has been from in a nationwide status, and I'm sure we can work on something to make exemptions during times like you're talking about now in locations, but is not to increase the size of the haystack, but reduce the haystack so it becomes more prevalent, the illicit financing.
And look, Congressman, I am the hypersensitive to the needs of the small and community banks and the undue burden that much compliance is placing on them. And we are working across a variety of ways to lower those costs.
All right, look forward to working with you on these things.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the ranking member, and I thank the witness for appearing. Mr. Treasurer, when you testified before the Senate, you indicated that the CDFI fund is a very important program. It's very important to us. Is this correct?
I did, sir.
And is it true that you would not agree that it is a woke program, it has cultural Marxism associated with it, and that it is abused? You wouldn't agree with that, would you?
Sorry, I think the CDFI fund is performing its statutory functions as required.
So you would not agree then that it's woke? Is it statutory function to be woke?
I've never seen that in the statute, sir.
Okay. What about Marxism? Is that associated with it in the statute?
Again, sir, I've never seen that.
Okay. Now, given that the president desires to cut into this program, you're the Secretary of the Treasury. What are you going to do about it to protect it?
Sir, the skinny budget does propose a new $100 million award program that will provide access to affordable financing.
Does that take care of the many billions that we put in, $12 billion to support the CDFIs? That's a lot. It's quite a distance from the 12 billion, sir. What are you going to do about it?
Look, I understand.
Do you advise the president?
Sorry?
Do you advise the president?
I advise the president on a wide range of matters.
Is this considered a part of a wide range of matters? Would you advise the president that he shouldn't cut these funds?
I look forward to working with you and the committee to ensure these programs operate efficiently for taxpayers.
What about efficiently for taxpayers and efficiently as a result of them being in place to do so? If you don't have the money, they can't be efficient. They can't serve taxpayers if you don't have the money. 61% of these programs are in Republican districts.
Is there a question?
Yes, it is a question in the sense that I'm asking you to suggest to the president that this is important and that you not cut it.
So the skinny, as I said,
100 million is quite a distance from 12 billion.
Well, that's not the annual appropriate. 12 billion is not the annual appropriation.
No, but 12 billion is what we, a bipartisan group of folk, put into the CDFIs as well as into the minority depository institutions. We don't want to see that cut. Let's go to another area. Do you agree that when a tariff is imposed upon a product that's coming into this country, that the tariff is collected at the border?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that that money that's collected goes into the Treasury's coffer?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree also that if the person that is importing this product is of the opinion that it is something that his clientele, his customers desire, that he will pay that tariff?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that when he pays that tariff, he's likely to pass it on to his customers, his consumers?
Sir, the laws of economics would say that they're very elastic.
I understand, but do you agree that he is likely to do that? Do you agree that he does it sometime? Do you agree that he does it sometime?
Again,
Do you agree that he ever do it? Does he ever do it?
sure.
So your position is, as the great treasurer you are, that this is not passed on to the taxpayers,
It could
the
be.
consumers? It could be. Well, is it ever? It's hard to say yes, isn't it? It really
no,
is.
it's not hard
Don't,
to say-
don't,
it-
listen,
sir,
sir.
it's
You
not
don't
hard to
have to
say-
fear. Don't listen.
it's not hard to say-
Don't fear the president, sir. Is it
I-
ever passed on? Have you ever heard of this tax money being collected and passed on to the consumer to pay? Have you ever heard of that?
Well, the most recent studies from.
Okay,
President
let's go
Trump's
on to
first
this point.
term
I have a
show
better
that
point to make. You,
20%
excuse me,
tariffs
I'm reclaiming my time. I have a better point.
passed
Listen
along.
just a second. I only have a little bit of time. And when it goes into the coffers, that money is then going to be a part of the tax dollars that can be accorded to persons in terms of a tax cut. Is this true?
It's part of the overall.
Yes, it
budget.
is true, which means that the consumer, the person who pays that tax, this tariff tax, when he makes that purchase, is going to put his money in your coffer, our coffer, and then the president later on can say, you got a tax cut, but it's really the money that the consumer has put into your coffer. That is true. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio, the chair of the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I applaud your eloquent message at the Millikan Institute clarifying the Trump administration's coherent and effective strategy, and thank you for helping lead that. My Committee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions aligns completely with your efforts on illicit finance, on trade with the pending reauthorization of the Defense Production Act, the national interest with outbound investment laws and clarity, and on focused international financial institutions. I remain highly concerned about the future of money and frankly, probably the most important policy debate we're having. I'll save that part for future hearings, but on illicit finance, I applaud your FinCEN final interim rule, removing beneficial ownership reporting requirements for U.S. companies and citizens. The prior approach was collecting information on millions of Americans and companies, even homeowners associations, under the guise of illicit finance. Lots of noise and very little signal. By narrowing the scope of the rule, you are focusing on the signal. Given the shift in focus, millions of Americans have shared sensitive, personally identifiable information. Mr. Secretary, as the committee moves forward clarifying the rule, and would you commit to supporting the deletion of data already collected under the previous rule?
Sir, my staff is working on what will happen to that data, and we will get back to you on that.
Appreciate it. We work with you, and certainly hope you safeguard it always, but it'd be especially safe if it was deleted. Speaking of legislation, my bill, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act of 2025, it would require the Secretary, you in this case, to instruct the United States Governor of the United States Executive Director at the IMF to use the voice and vote of the United States to oppose any increase in the weight of the Chinese RMB in the basket of currencies used to determine the value of special drawing rights. This bill has passed the House on a bipartisan basis, most recently in February, and it still awaits Senate action. Mr. Secretary, far more effective than waiting for the Senate is your leadership on this issue. Will you advocate for opposing an increase in the RMB until China straightens itself out?
I'm look forward to working with Congress on this issue on whether additional legislation is needed to address the Chinese practices or whether it could be done through trade negotiations.
Wish you great success in your pending negotiations. And certainly, if you look at the IFIs, things like Argentina's recent restructuring under the IMF basically bailed out the Belt and Road. They'd never really have to worry about the fault at the Belt and Road. They're using their influence in the international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank to frankly cover risk at the Belt and Road. So hopefully that'll be restructured. You've already covered outbound, and I really appreciate the dialogue on that. But I'd like to turn to the Defense Production Act. I mean, when you look at how you've organized and communicated the president's approach there and the administration's approach, national security is of course paramount to that. And as we organize and update and reauthorize the Defense Production Act, of course, it deals with the Department of Defense, deals with commerce, who does a lot of these things, but it's been structured under the authority of the Department of Treasury. Would you commit to working with our Committee on National Security and Finance to gather the input and get a final reauthorization across the finish line this year?
I think that is an important piece of legislation. We look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And then lastly, you've spoken eloquently about the kind of mission creep that comes in to some of our international financial institutions. And as you know, the IMF set up a climate fund in 2022 known as the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. Given concerns about IMF mission creep, will you work with to eliminate RST so that the IMF can get back to its core mission?
Congressman, at my speech during IMF week, I stressed the need to get back to basics at all of the multilateral development banks, especially the IMF.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, the World Bank's spending a massive amount on that. And as Chairman Hill and I met with the Inter-American Development Bank, they highlighted things that they were doing to deal with natural disasters that are important for tourism for them. So some of this is characterizing things that are really infrastructure for those countries as climate change, maybe to appease the previous administration. I'm confident you'll get it right to the extent we can be helpful in that as we reauthorize these programs and we consider doing it. I thank you for your clarity talking about American leadership there so that America's interests are focused with the use of Americans' resources. I thank you for your steadfast work and your testimony today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member on the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Dr. Foster, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Bessent, for your appearance here today, as well as your very nice courtesy call where we were able to identify areas of common interest like digital citizenship. I'd like to speak today about the strength of the U.S. dollar and the decline of U.S. manufacturing, which, as you know, I'm very concerned about. I started this company back when I was 19 years old that now provides over 1,500 manufacturing jobs in the Midwest. And it's not been easy. We started our company in the beginning of the Reagan inflation. Then we had to live through, all of the Bush policies and the China shock that occurred on his watch. We lived through just all the ups and downs of this, and it's not an easy thing. And now, in terms of the strength of the dollar, it's affected by many things. It's including central bank policies, interest rates, tariffs, and the balance of trade. But in the long run, I believe that the strength of the dollar reflects the world's confidence in the U.S. economy, in the competence of U.S. leadership, in the value of products made by American workers, and our reputation as a fair place to do business and the rule of law in America. Now, Secretary Bessent, earlier this week, you ran an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal echoing many of the points you made in your testimony. And in that op-ed, you promised inter alia more jobs, more manufacturing, more deregulation, lower taxes, less national debt, all while maintaining a strong dollar. On the other hand, Stephen Mirren, Trump's choice for the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, wrote a paper last year arguing for weakening the dollar through something he called the Mar-a-Lago Accords, which you've reportedly been placed in charge of negotiating. The president himself has just been all over the map on almost a daily basis on whether a strong dollar or a weak dollar will make America great again. So my question is, what is it? Does the administration support a strong dollar or a weak dollar?
Sir, I'll work a little backwards. He had Myron paper was when he was in the private sector, and I think it related to a range of outcomes. Two, that I believe that the conditions for a strong dollar, they are important for international confidence. And again, when we think of strong dollar, what is a strong dollar? Is it the composite on the Bloomberg of all currencies? Is it a trade-weighted dollar? And then we can also look at bilateral relationships, because much of that could be not so much a strong dollar, but other countries manipulating and suppressing their currencies, which would
we lived through that in the Bush administration and his non-reaction to what China was doing. I know all about that. But I think it's interesting to look at the historical record here. And I think, I have behind me, a plot of the strength of the US dollar under recent presidents. And I believe your staff has a copy of a one-page handout that could be given to you if it's easier to read. And what it says is remarkable. That it says that under every president, from every Republican president, Reagan, Bush Jr., Trump 1, or now Trump 2, the dollar has weakened. Under every Democratic president, without exception, Clinton, Obama, Biden, the dollar has gone up significantly. And I don't think that's an accident. I think it's because of all the factors, including predominantly the confidence that the U.S. will maintain a well-regulated and well-governed economy and a fair place to do business. Now, and also on that handout, which I think has that actually been given, do you have the copy of the handout with the graphs on it? It's a double-sided single page. We can get you another copy if you want. It also has, the argument in favor of a weak dollar. It should make manufacturing easier in the United States, make our, that's one of the arguments for it. But if you look at the historical record here, if you just look at, for example, change in manufacturing employment under Democratic and Republican presidents, it's remarkable. For longer than you or I have been alive, Democratic presidents have increased manufacturing employment and Republican presidents have decreased manufacturing employment. From FDR, Truman, Kennedy, Johnson, Carter, Clinton, Obama, and Biden, all increased manufacturing employment. Eisenhower, Nixon, Ford, Reagan, Bush 2, it all dropped. Okay, I don't think this is an accident, but the thing I want to ask you about is how did the Republicans manage to weaken the dollar and weaken manufacturing employment at the same time? Because it seems like that's completely crossways to the narrative that we're hearing from this administration.
Well, sir,
the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman's time has expired. The secretary can answer in writing. The gentleman from Tennessee, the vice chairman on Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile, and I want to thank Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters for holding this important hearing. And Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here with us today and answering our questions. Secretary Bessent, given that the Mint, the U.S. Mint's own fiscal year 24 report shows that the nickel, the U.S. nickel now costs 13.78 cents to produce, and that experience in other countries suggests that our nickel production or demand would double, triple, maybe even multiple times beyond that if we eliminate the penny. Is Treasury analyzing the risk that stopping penny production alone could actually worsen our coinage losses or seniorage losses by pushing annual nickel losses well past $200 million?
Congressman Rose, that we have looked at this and we believe that it is possible by changing the composition of the nickel to bring down the cost to 5 cents or less.
Absolutely. That was going to be my next follow-up question too. So
I will point out that the dime is very profitable.
Yes, and it'll sound like a little self-interest, but a Tennessee company is one of the folks that could lower the cost of the nickel and has made a proposal that I know
we're investigating that with them and are very intent on maintaining those jobs, sir.
And I would just say from my deep dive into both penny and nickel production, it seems to me that there are significant savings beyond just saving on composition of the nickel. So I would encourage Treasury and the Mint to take a look at refocusing how we produce those coins to make them actually positive for the balance in terms of producing seniorage for the United States. So I'm glad to hear that you're moving in that direction. Secretary Bessent, the President has recently made budget requests that propose significant cuts to the Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs, or the CDFI Fund, and suggests to end core CDFI programs. I know you've recently made public comments about the statutory basis for the CDFI programs. What is your position on the future of the CDFI Fund, and do you believe it should continue to play a role in supporting access to capital in underserved communities across the country?
Well, the Congressman, as I told the Congressman on the other side of the aisle, we are creating a new $100 billion award program that would provide access to affordable financing, and this will be mostly in rural America.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, and I understand we always need to be addressing how these programs work and whether they're efficient and cost effective and produce the outcomes we want. But I am glad to hear that you're making moves in that direction. And I just want to pause at this point and say broadly, it is refreshing to have competent, aggressive, energetic leadership. And so I commend you for that, and I'm very excited about the things that you're doing at Treasury. Secretary, can you discuss the significance of confirming President Trump's regulatory appointees in advancing his America First agenda? Specifically, how do these appointments impact the implementation of these important policies to move America forward?
Yes, sir. I believe that we need to get them appointed as soon as possible. We have some very good acting, the chairs or directors of these, but the sooner we can do it, the sooner we can get down to the business of making these institutions work better for the American people, and making sure that Main Street can prosper, because I've been very concerned. As I've mentioned today, I've met, I think, the personal meetings with over 50 community bankers. I spoke to more than 300. And I think it's very important to get these regulators in place so that community banks, small regional banks can make sure that Main Street participates with the rest of the country.
Thank you. I completely agree, and that's what we're hearing, I'm hearing from the regulated entities in my district and across Tennessee. Secretary, given the IMF's limited success in pushing China on transparency and debt restructuring, how can Treasury justify supporting the IMF's current leadership?
We are in constant discussions. It is leadership that I inherited. Thus far, they seem very open to the Trump agenda, America First, and advancing the issues that most affect the United States and working Americans. So we will keep pushing them on that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Ohio, the ranking member on the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Institutions Subcommittee, Ms. Beatty is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to you, Secretary Bessent. The Trump administration has alleged that detecting and deterring transnational criminal organizations such as Iranian terrorist groups and their proxies is a priority for national security. But on March 2nd of 2025, your department announced that it would not enforce any penalties or fines associated with the BOI reporting rule, nor will it enforce the CTA against U.S. citizens, domestic reporting companies, or their beneficial owners. So I'm a little confused of how you square those two things. So my question is, can you explain to, or would you explain to the American public how you undermine the bipartisan CTA and expect law enforcement and national security agencies to quickly and effectively know the true owners behind shell companies registered in the United States now that foreigners, including a drug cartel, gang members, could register a company in the United States with no state or any federal ownership reporting requirements? And I remind you, in your testimony, you talked about illicit actors. Well, these are some of our illicit actors.
The Congresswoman, an overwhelming majority of the domestic entities that you're describing are hardworking Americans with small businesses. We bifurcated the bill, and any foreign entities must still file.
So are you saying to me it's not true that they must file and the foreign entities must file the BOI?
Yes, we bifurcated the CTA program that domestics do not have to.
So maybe I'm asking it the wrong way. So it appears that they are doing it registering to avoid the transparency of who the companies are.
I'm not sure what your question is. I'd be happy to answer it.
So I guess I'm looking at it as, and if you're saying it is not true and that they now are complying and completing the BOI. So let's take it one step at a time. So you're saying everybody is completing the BOI. You're enforcing it.
No, ma'am, I am saying that we have bifurcated it, that U.S. nationals do not have to file, and that foreign nationals do.
Okay, so I guess when we look at this,
officially designating tomorrow, May 8th, as a Victory Day for World War II, commemorating the 80th anniversary of America's victory in the Second World War. All over the globe, our World War II allies are celebrating this week, but the United States has never joined in with the proper celebration of our own, and the victory was mostly accomplished because of us. Whether you like it or not, we came into that war and we won that war, and we had a lot of help from a lot of great people, a lot of great allies. But I think there would be nobody that would say that we were not the dominant force in that war, and we don't celebrate it. And I think that's a great disservice to the people that lost their lives and people that fought so hard in winning World War II, and also a separate Victory Day for World War I, and we're going to be doing that too. It was American tanks and ships and trucks and airplanes and service members that vanquished the enemy 80 years ago this week. Without America, the liberation would never have happened. And so we have to pay tribute and homage to those people that gave us victory. And we did something else that people don't talk about. We rebuilt the world. All of these countries that were destroyed, we helped them rebuild. And that's something that, for the most part, others did not do. So with this proclamation, we are hereby honoring the incredible sacrifice and heroism of millions of Americans who served in World War II, along with the unprecedented mobilization, home front that helped deliver this great triumph. All Americans should take pride in what these incredible patriots have achieved. So I just want to say happy Victory Day to all. So we are celebrating every year now. I can guarantee for 4 years, but I think after that, we're going to have 2 Victory Days, World War I and World War II. This is World War II Victory Day. In the future, we're going to have a major celebration of each day. We're not going to have days off because we don't have enough days in the year. We have too many celebrations already. But we're going to have Victory Day and for World War I, World War II. And without us, those wars would not have been won. I think we can say that would not have been won. And I think it's time that the United States starts taking credit for their achievements. And I really believe it's a shame. You know, I was watching for the last week, and I noticed France, I noticed other countries all getting ready for Victory Day. And I said, that's sort of strange, because David just added something. He said, we also rebuilt the world. And I didn't have that, and I should have that. That was a big factor. But I noticed all of the countries, Russia, having a big day tomorrow. And by the way, they lost millions of people, and they were absolutely a major factor. But there was no major factor like us. We won the war, and we won it with the help of others. But everybody was celebrating but the United States of America. And I said, you know, I think it's time that we start celebrating victory. And that's what we're doing. So now for the reason that we're here, but I asked David, would it be appropriate if I did that? He said, absolutely. That's a big thing that we're doing on your swearing in, very big thing. But now for the real reason, and a reason that I'm very proud of, because he's been my friend for a long time. We're swearing in our next ambassador to the People's Republic of China. What timing, David? What timing? Only you could have picked this timing. I picked him a long time ago, but it just happened to come due on a pretty important date. But our friend David Perdue, Senator David Perdue. Joining David this afternoon are his incredible wife, Bonnie, been at his side for a long time. Their sons, David and Blake, their daughter-in-law, Danielle, and daughter-in-law, Charlotte, and their grandsons, David, Hudson, and Jack. That's a beautiful family. Congratulations. I didn't think you had it in you, David. That's really something. That's pretty amazing. Look at that. Our new ambassador brings to this position a lifetime of experience at the highest levels of business and politics, and he is at the highest level. Over 4 decades in business, he rose to lead several major American corporations, including as the president and CEO of the footwear giant Reebok, where he did very well, he did a great job, and later CEO of Dollar General. Likewise, he did a great job. David also lived and worked in Singapore and Hong Kong for several years, developing a wealth of experience negotiating and doing tremendous business deals for lots of different leaders that he worked with. Following his tremendous business success as an executive, David stepped forward to serve American government. And as we all know, in 2014, he was elected United States Senate in Georgia, and he was very popular, very respected from day one. He served on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and was a tremendous partner to our administration during my first term. I dealt with him a lot, and he solved a lot of problems. Now I'm entrusting David to help manage one of America's most complex and consequential foreign relationships, and I know he'll do a fantastic job. As our lead diplomat in Beijing, David will work to promote American interests and stability in the Indo-Pacific, help stop the flood of Chinese fentanyl across our borders, which we have to do. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people last year. Seek fairness and reciprocity for the American worker, ensure the safety of our citizens overseas, and promote peace in the region and in the world. And I'm confident that he will do an exceptional job. He's an exceptional man, and make our country very proud and make our country very safe too. So David, I want to congratulate you. This is as big as it gets, and the timing is unbelievable, but it's time that we have somebody like this. This is a very, very extraordinary man, and you're going to do a fantastic job. And say hello to President Xi when you're over there, please, okay? Thank you very much. Marco, would you do the service? Thank you.
Put your left hand and raise your right. Raise your right hand. All right. I state your name.
David Perdue,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the same,
to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
in which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
David, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, I'm humbled to be in this office today. I love what you've done with this office. I like the Declaration of Independence. I want the world to know that I know this man personally. He loves this country, and I am glad to be your man in China. Thank you.
I think just for the sake of formality, here we go, David. Come on up. Come on up here, Bonnie. That's what it's all about, right? And now we send you on your way. Lots of luck.
Yes, sir.
We're right behind you, David.
Look forward to seeing you over there, sir.
Okay, have a good time. Thank you. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, the Treasury Secretary just told lawmakers that a tariff exemption for certain baby items like car seats is under consideration. Will you exempt some products that families rely
I
on?
don't know. I'll think about it. I don't know. I really don't. I want to make it nice and simple. I'm not looking to have so many exemptions that nobody knows what's doing. We have to make it very simple, but I'll take a look at it. Yep. Please.
Mr. President, there are rumblings in Washington that some House Republican moderates are opposed to defunding Planned Parenthood in this year's reconciliation package. What do you say to those members, and are you supportive of?
Well, I don't know yet. I have to see, because you're just telling me that for the first time. We'll work something out.
Mr. President, what are you hoping your representatives will get out of the talks in Switzerland on China? And secondly, what does China need to do on fentanyl specifically? What do you want to see them do?
Well, they have to stop fentanyl from coming in. That'll be a very big part. And I had that understanding with President Xi before I left last time, and we had a deal, and he would have honored the deal. But when Biden came in, of course, nothing ever happened with him. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. But that would have saved a lot of lives. That election cost us a lot of lives and a lot of heartache. The fact that we went through 4 years of misery, and you look at what's coming through the border, and the job of getting murderers out of our country. So many bad things happened. The wars. You wouldn't have October 7th. You wouldn't have Russia fighting with Ukraine. You wouldn't have had that disaster in Afghanistan. You wouldn't have had inflation. All these things would have not taken place. So sad to see what happened. Any other questions?
Are your administration sending migrants to Libya?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Homeland Security, please.
Vice President Vance said Russia was asking for too much to end the war. Given that, do you still have confidence that?
When did he say that?
Earlier this morning.
Well, it's possible that's right. He may know some things that, because I've been dealing with this and some other things, but we are getting to a point where some decisions are going to have to be made. I'm not happy about it. Okay.
Just follow up, sir, on the talks in Switzerland. What do you expect? What do you hope to come out of
We'll
those?
see. I mean, look, we were losing $1 trillion a year. Now we're not losing anything. That's the way I look at it. We were losing with China on trade $1 trillion a year, more actually, 1.1. But let's say $1 trillion. You know what we're losing now? Nothing. That's not bad.
Are you planning a new ceasefire and hostage deal proposal for Israel and Hamas before you head over to the region next week?
Where?
In Gaza.
In Gaza. Well, we're going to see what's happening. There's a lot of talk going on about Gaza right now. You know that, right? So you'll be knowing probably in the next 24 hours. Yeah.
Actions between the war in India and Pakistan. What's your position?
Oh, it's so terrible. My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat. So hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both the countries very well. Good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there. By the way, unrelated, but I guess it's all related when you look at the world nowadays. Rwanda and the Congo, we've made a lot of progress in getting that disaster stopped. We've had a very talented person over there, and we've made a lot of progress with Rwanda and Congo fighting a very violent war, by the way.
China says in order to have substantive negotiations, you have to bring down your 145% tariffs. Are you open to pulling back your tariffs in order to get China to the negotiating table?
No.
Mr. President, Senator Tillis has come out against Ed Martin as U.S. Attorney. Do you have any response to that?
Well, it's disappointing because, I know Eddie's very talented. Crime is down in Washington, D.C. Street crime, violent crime by 25%. And people have seen, they've noticed a big difference. So I didn't know that. But if anybody voted against him, I feel very badly about it, only in the sense that in this short period of time that he's been there, crime is down 25% in Washington, D.C. But that's really up to the senators. If they, feel that way, they have to vote the way they vote. They have to follow their heart, and they have to follow their mind.
Mr. President, referring to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf, are you going to make that announcement on your?
They're going to ask me about that when I get there, and I'll have to make a decision.
So you haven't made a decision
I
yet?
don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't know if feelings are going to be hurt. Why have a case right over here? It's called Gulf of America. And I guess a lot of people get ideas from us. But the Gulf of America was something I thought should have been named a long time ago. I'm going to be given a briefing on that It was just done. And I'll make a decision.
Is it the U.S. position that Iran can have an enrichment program as long as it doesn't reach a weapons?
We haven't made that decision yet. We will, but we haven't made that decision yet. Yeah.
China said the U.S. initiated the trade talks this weekend and that its position hasn't changed. Are you still confident you can reach a deal with China?
They said we initiated. Well, I think they ought to go back and study their files. Okay, I do think that. Go ahead. What do you?
Are you planning to ease ship export restrictions to some of these Gulf countries and then also make announcements regarding?
We might be doing that, yeah.
And their nuclear programs, civilian nuclear programs?
And it'll be announced soon.
You're to help them develop nuclear power.
Well, we're going to take a look. We're going to take a look. But, we had really a very good, as you know, we had a very good outcome with the Houthis, and we honor their word. I mean, they made a commitment, and we dealt with other countries that were close to them and their surrogates, and we honor all of their words. We'll see what happens, but I think, I believe that hopefully that's over with, and they'll leave the ships alone, just leave those ships alone. But so we take their word for it. It was, we hit them very hard. They had a great capacity to withstand punishment. They took tremendous punishment. And, you could say there's a lot of bravery there. That it was amazing what they took. But we honor their commitment and their word. They gave us their word that they wouldn't be shooting ships anymore, and we honor that. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to congratulate David Perdue and his family. He's going to be really an incredible ambassador to China. I have no doubt about it. And we're going to work together very closely. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, David.
The last 4 years have put so much stress on American family finances. Help end the stress now and celebrate the golden age with President Trump by diversifying with gold and silver. Remember President Trump's first term? Gold increased by 55%. Don't wait. Diversify your hard-earned assets and buy your gold from Goldco. Now, with no purchase minimums. Goldco has been established as a top-rated precious metals company and a leader in the gold industry, providing white glove treatment for over 10 years. Their buyback guarantee assures you that if your situation changes, they will repurchase your metals at the best price, providing you with peace of mind. You may even qualify for up to 10% back on bonus silver. Visit badlandsgold.com to claim your free information and instantsilver.com/badlands to see how much free silver you can get. Find out the relationship between gold, silver, Trump, and you with the free report focused on Trump and your financial future. That's badlandsgold.com and instantsilver.com/badlands to take control of your financial destiny. Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trust Pilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Entities, that creates a giant loophole whereby any foreign entity can register in the United States and evade or not do the BOI reporting requirements.
Well, they would be subject to they would have to come through a U.S. financial institution, so they would be subject to all U.S. institutions.
Including the BOI. Including the BOI. Including the BOI, yes or no? Because the answer is no. I mean, you can say it however you want to, but the answer is no. And this makes it easier, and this is what I want the American folks to know. It makes it easier for human and drug traffickers, cartels, terrorists, organizations, and other criminals to do business in the United States. And when you're limiting the enforcement just to foreign entities, it exempts 99% of the entities that Congress intended the law to cover when it was passed into law. So I think I do have my answer. We're just not agreeing on it, and we know why. So let me go to my second. Let me, it's my time. Let me go to my second question. The clock is running. It's my time. It is my time. You will not do this on my time. Now, I'm going to ask for a few more seconds since he refused to comply with my time, not his time. In 2016, former Secretary Jack Lew announced that Harriet Tubman was to be the new face of the $20 bill. Can you tell me what's the current status of this project?
No, ma'am, I can't, but my staff will get back to you.
No, I want you to get back to me because see, there seems to be an issue when it comes to things that affect people of color or people who live in poverty, whether it is what you're doing with Social Security, what you are doing with restricting funds.
The gentlewoman's time is expired. The gentlewoman's time is expired.
To me?
The gentleman from
Mr. Chairman,
Texas,
I need him to answer if he will. I'm not a staff person. I'm not asking him to have his staff report.
The gentlewoman.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm addressing it to you to ask him to respect me. Mr. Chairman,
the gentlewoman's time has expired.
I need him to address.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
No, I'm not going to.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'm not going to stop until you direct
the gentlewoman's time
him
has
to answer
expired.
to me as a member of Congress.
The gentlewoman's
Mr.
time
Chairman,
has
point
expired.
of
The
order
gentlewoman
to
has
you.
offered that she can
Mr.
submit
Chairman,
questions for the
point
record.
of order to you. I will not stop. I will not be silent.
The gentlewoman is
until
not
you
offering
direct
an
him
appropriate
to
parliamentary inquiry. Does
Will
the gentlewoman
you-
have a parliamentary
Yes,
inquiry?
I do.
Please state the parliamentary inquiry.
As a member of the United States Congress addressing the secretary, I am asking you to rule on asking this hostile witness to direct his response to me versus having him tell me that his staff will respond to me. My staff person didn't ask him the question. I did.
The gentlewoman does not state a parliamentary inquiry.
So let me ask the
gentlewoman's
point of
time-
privilege to you, Mr. Chairman, because I'm not going to stop this morning until you respond to me then, if you will direct the secretary to respond to me as a member of Congress. Or let me ask him.
It is not a point of privilege. The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman will suspend. The gentlewoman will suspend. The gentlewoman will suspend. The gentlewoman will suspend. The gentlewoman will suspend.
If he responds
The gentlewoman
to me,
will
if
suspend.
he will
The
respond,
gentlewoman makes a legitimate request, a personal
you
privilege.
can simply ask him to respond.
Personal privilege.
Just
Personal
ask him to respond if he'll respond to a member of Congress versus saying a staffer. It's simple as that.
I ask that members keep decorum and remain cordial during today's
I
hearing.
am being
Members,
cordial
the
to you,
gentlewoman will
Mr.
suspend.
Chairman.
The chair has the time.
Mr. Chairman,
The
will you
chair has the
answer
time. The
question?
gentlewoman will suspend.
The gentlewoman
The
makes
gentlewoman will
legitimate
suspend.
request.
I ask that members keep decorum and remain cordial during
I
today's
am being
hearing.
cordial. I resent your statement to imply that I am not. I am a member of the U.S. Congress. I am asking this
The
secretary
gentlewoman
to
may
respond
submit
to me.
QFRs for the record, which will be responded to by the secretary.
Thank
The
you.
gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. This may be a little easier on you here. I'll try to move it fast forward. The Chinese Communist Party has enabled their economy to serve as a central hub for money laundering, human trafficking, and the export of chemicals used to manufacture fentanyl. Increasingly, Chinese nationals and financial works have informed operational alliances with Mexican drug cartels, providing laundering services, digital payment platforms, and chemical shipments that fuel the trafficking of fentanyl across our southern border. These criminal partnerships exploit the international financial system and pose a direct threat to U.S. national security, public health, and financial integrity. So my question, Mr. Secretary, is can you elaborate on the steps Treasury is taking to disrupt the flow of illicit financing, money laundering, and drug trafficking between Chinese entities and Mexican drug cartels?
Thank you, Congressman, for that very important question. And note that they are interlinked, that the Chinese provide precursor drugs that are then converted into fentanyl by the Mexican cartels. And just today, I signed an order that will be made public within the next few days, identifying Chinese entities who are engaged in the fentanyl trade.
Great. Far too long, China has taken advantage of the international financial system and has become the world's largest creditor The IMF and World Bank's focus on climate and social initiatives has resulted in a lack of accountability for the Chinese unreliable economic data, currency manipulation, and opaque predatory lending practices. In addition to the lack of accountability, this shift in focus to climate has forced many developing countries to turn to Chinese financing. The United States must leverage its leadership of the world stage to counter China's growing influence as a global lender and put an end to the deceptive economic practices. So, Secretary, how is Treasury working to prevent IMF and the World Bank resources from indirectly legitimizing China's debt trap diplomacy and economic oppression?
Well, Congressman, in various ways. One, as you would have noticed, I will have said that when this horrible Russia-Ukraine conflict ends, that no country or person who financed the Russian war machine will be eligible for any rebuild in Ukraine, especially that financed by the World Bank or any of the other multilateral development banks. Also, we are working with the OECD especially to look at, and the IMF and the World Bank, to look at the true debt levels for these countries. Everyone agrees, or everyone save one country agrees that this is a problem, that there are rapacious mineral deals, that there are tolling arrangements, and it is impossible to know and assist a country that has experienced economic hardship when we don't know the true levels, or if there is an undisclosed priority payment to another creditor.
Let me try to get to my last question. I was encouraged to hear that you are taking a fresh look at the bank regulatory framework to better reflect actual risk and ensure a level playing field across the financial system. And as part of that review, I hope you'll consider where U.S. regulations may be putting banks and financial institutions at a disadvantage compared to our foreign competitors. In particular, I urge you to weigh the combined impact of proposals like Basel III Endgame, the GSIB surcharge, and leverage requirements, especially whether these changes could limit banks' ability to support the economy and compete globally. So in your work so far, are there any specific areas where you plan to address these concerns about regulatory putting U.S. institutions at a disadvantage, such as in the reproposal of the Basel III Endgame rule by amending the GSIB surcharge regulation?
Congressman, we are looking across all areas and know that this is at the top of our agenda, that most countries have very concentrated banking systems. In many cases, the banking systems are larger than the GDP of the countries, so they have very different needs than the United States. The strength of the United States lending and capital markets and economy is the breadth and depth of our financial institutions, and we will continue to advocate for them both at home and abroad.
Thank you for your service. I think you're doing a great job. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, the ranking member on the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and ranking member, for holding this hearing. Mr. Secretary, welcome. It's great to have you here. I want to thank my colleague and friend from Texas for asking the question about Russia. Do you consider Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
Yes.
Would you negotiate with a war criminal?
I think that's the nature of diplomacy. One must negotiate with both sides, sir.
So you will be negotiating then with the war criminal?
I believe that negotiation was needed with the Japanese after World War II.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Are you familiar with what President Trump has called his One Big Beautiful Bill?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe the basics of that bill?
It is a combination. The core of that bill is to make the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent.
If this, what he quotes, a big, beautiful bill passes, will the deficit go up or will the deficit go down?
I believe over time, the deficit to GDP, which is the important number, even Secretary Yellen agrees with that, will stabilize and go down.
So next year, will it go down?
Sir?
Yes.
I believe yes.
You see, so if the pass If the big, beautiful bill passes, you believe the deficit will go down next year?
The deficit to GDP will. Because again, what is important is that we grow the economy faster than
I understand
we grow the
that. I understand that, of course. But you say that in the long term, I'm asking in the short term, will the deficit go down?
I believe the debt to GDP can go down.
But what about the deficit itself?
Sir,
The amount of money that comes in as opposed to goes out. Will the deficit go down next year?
Will it go down from 2024 and 2025? I believe it will, because these are
Okay.
extraordinary
What
levels.
about the long-term debt? Will it go up or down if this big, beautiful bill passes?
Again, sir, while the absolute.
I think the reason you're having a hard time answering.
I'm not having a hard time answering, because what is important.
I've given you plenty of
isn't
time.
the absolute level of debt. It is, as Secretary Yellen said, the debt to GDP. So that if our GDP were 100.
Everyone is talking about the $37 billion. Is it going to go up or down?
Sir?
Yes. Is it going to go up or down?
It will likely go up, but if the
Okay.
GDP goes up
And
faster,
I think that's the interesting thing. My colleagues on the other side always talk about reducing the debt and reducing the deficit, and yet the hypocrisy of trying to pass the big, beautiful bill that will cause both of them to go up.
No, sir, I did not say the deficit.
No,
would go
I
up.
know you didn't say that. You're trying not to say it, but that's exactly what's going to
No,
happen.
I actually said it would not go up.
I know you did.
Just to be clear.
You said the number would go
Just
up.
to be clear, last year, 6.7% deficit to GDP.
No, I'm asking the number. No,
the,
not, I'm asking the
fin-
actual
finance-
number.
finance
No, we're looking at,
by
see
the
now,
previous
nope.
administration.
We're
the
asking about
largest
numbers
in
here. Well,
history when we were not in a recession and
I'm not going to let you get away with that one, because it's very clear what's going to happen if they pass their bill. The deficit's going to go up and the debt's going to go up, and we're going to see the hypocrisy of them always saying, cut the budget, so the deficit's going to go down and the debt's going to go down. It's not. It's going to go up. Now, I do want to ask you about the independence of the Fed.
Yes, sir.
You have kind of been on both sides of the fence on this. You seem to say that we need an independent Fed, but at the same time, you said there should have been a shadow Fed.
Sir, since taking office, I have refrained from commenting on Fed monetary policy, and I have said that monetary policy is a jewel box that must be
Okay,
preserved.
great. And lastly, I do want to ask this because a number of my colleagues have brought it up about elite, the coastal elites. Where did you go to school?
Sorry, I grew up in Little River, South Carolina.
And what university did you graduate?
500.
Where you graduated from Yale? You were part of
I
Wolf
worked-
Heads Society.
Congressman,
one of the big three.
Congressman, I worked 3 jobs to put myself.
I
through Yale
believe me,
when
I
my
grew up just as
classmates
poor
were
as you did. I
bicycling through
understand
Europe.
that too.
So
But the thing that I always get is, the funny part is, I always talk about the coastal elites. You're a billionaire that went to Yale. I don't hold that against you.
Vice
I just
President
find it
Vance put
interesting that
himself
my
through
colleagues
Yale on
are
the
always
GI Bill.
talking about the coastal elites, and yet the president and yourself are both coastal elites. Thank you.
And I made all my own money, sir.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. Secretary, thank you for being here. Earlier today, you referenced the electric slide. I'll share my concerns that during 4 years of the Biden administration, we were sliding behind foreign competition, in particular in the digital asset space, from the Bahamas to China. And I want to ask you, what would happen if we put our heads in the sand, if we object, if we walk out of that type of leadership role, which I think is so essential, to make sure that the United States continues to lead the way in Web 3 as we did in Web 2. And in particular, how does the leadership in digital assets play into President Trump's broader agenda? And specifically, how do dollar-denominated stablecoins impact dollar dominance in Treasury markets?
Congressman, thank you for that very important question. Our goal is to encourage firms to reshore, bring back to the United States best practices, their digital asset innovation and experimentation here in the United States without scaling back their ambition to influence the global industry. The administration's efforts to promote clear regulatory frameworks for digital assets will contribute to this goal. So will ongoing efforts to promote fair access, interoperability of payment technologies across all borders. We will continue to support private sector solutions and discourage public sector solutions that distort markets and stifle competition.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in because I think that's spot on. And then let's talk about what happens if we fail to act. Yesterday, some members objected, walked out of a hearing to discuss market structure and digital assets, an absolutely essential leadership role the United States has to play. What happens if we walk out on our responsibility to lead in the digital asset space? And what would occur if Web3 center of gravity shifts away from the United States to countries like China or other locations?
Well, numerous things could occur, sir. As we saw under the previous administration, an entire ecosystem, the unregulated and renegade, springs up outside the U.S., and illicit actors abuse the value of these transfer systems, and there is a technological loss here.
Can you walk us through or share any of your impressions from the conversations you've had with your counterparts abroad as it relates to their experience with regulating in the digital asset space?
They believe it's very important, and I believe that they are a little worried that the U.S. is willing to restore its leadership here. And as I said earlier, there is a chance that digital assets can provide a substantial source of demand for the U.S. dollar.
In my bill, the Stable Act, which regulates dollar-denominated stable coins, we give the Treasury the authority to identify which foreign stablecoin regulatory regimes are comparable to ours. What are the key aspects of comparable regime, and are there lessons or criteria we can draw from other similar areas in the financial services space?
Congressman, I think that we have the blueprint with the bank regulation and adherence to anti-money laundering laws around the world, financial stability, and I would guess that 70% of the countries would be very easy to judge yes, no, and then there will be another group. That's why I believe that some of the bills encourage phasing this in.
And a lot of stablecoin, a lot of digital asset space needs reliable banking services. Could you comment briefly on how the Treasury is working with bank regulators to ensure that financial institutions can safely participate in this emerging industry?
We have recently delivered a report to the president on this. So we have safe and sound best practices, and we want to work with the financial industry, with new companies and entrepreneurs, as well as incumbents. The banks, there is a solution to banks to participate in this business, whether it's through custody or their own coins.
Let me shift gears really quickly in my final 30 seconds. President Trump issued an executive order on modernizing payments to and from Americans' bank accounts. The executive order noted that the Treasury checks are 16 times more likely to be reported lost or stolen or returned as compared to electric transfer funds. Do you think we're making real progress in this space?
We are working all speed ahead. Congresswoman from Staten Island told me of numerous losses of checks in the postal system, and it is both cost-cutting and a good practice, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here today. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution. Explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now.
Gonzalez for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning. According to the Wall Street Journal, oil and gas companies have lost over $280 billion in market value in April of this year alone, more than any other sector. This decline is attributed to a combination of factors, but mostly attributed to the tariffs. At a recent Dallas Federal Reserve meeting, a veteran CEO, energy CEO, said, quote, "I have never felt more uncertainty about our business in my entire 40 years in the industry, and this turmoil is no accident. It's a direct result of Mr. Trump's vandalism." Just yesterday, Diamondback Energy, one of the largest Permian producers, told shareholders that tariffs are adding significant cost of drilling activity. That's mostly due to the tariffs to our neighbors to the north and the south. Mr. Secretary, the chaos in the energy sector has eclipsed any gains from President Trump's industry-friendly regulatory rollbacks that they were so much looking forward to. Stable energy prices depend on stable policy. The Trump administration pledged to support American energy sector. However, this decline demonstrates the opposite. Given these outcomes, how do you reconcile the administration's stated support for energy sector with policies that appear to have directly undermined its stability and global competitiveness?
Sir, I would take issue with the idea that it was tariffs. We have seen one of the largest decreases in the underlying price of crude in history.
That's right.
So,
But 100%, there's not a single energy CEO in America right now that would agree with you. They are all attributing their downfall right now, the troubles that they're having, to the tariffs, and they need some relief. What's the administration going to do?
Congressman, you and I must speak to different energy executives because I speak to them quite often.
I spoke to API today.
I will note that OPEC has done a substantial supply increase, and the history of substantial OPEC supply increase.
And the tariffs are just making it worse. China is no longer buying our LNG, neither is a lot of other countries around the world.
So, I think we've seen Harold Hamm, the head of Continental Resources, has said that he is reshoring his supply chain, and he believes that over time, he did not save any money by outsourcing the equipment.
Secretary,
overseas.
Our energy industry is hurting, and they need your help. And I know you're a smart man, and you're one of the most stable people in this administration. You need to talk to the president about this. This is hurting the industry, and it's hurting the American people, and more needs to be done. I have another question that I want to talk to you about that's hopefully a little easier, and it has to do with our shrimping and fishing industry. As you may know, our domestic shrimping and fishing continue to experience economic hardships caused by an increase of foreign imports, high fuel prices, labor shortage, immigration regulation, all to make matters worse. Plus, we have flooded the domestic seafood markets with foreign farm-raised shrimps, many which are subsidized by American federal dollars in the international financial institutions. We need to put an end to this. What are we doing in terms of tariffs to helping this industry that is hurting? I mean, if we want to talk tariffs, there are some that work, and I think this is certainly an industry that needs a lot of help. It's been ignored. It's on the verge of collapse. If we continue down this path, we will rely on imported seafood and certainly imported shrimp, which is hurting the worst within the seafood industry. And I don't know how familiar you are with this industry, but I'm curious to hear your opinions and what can be done to improve this.
Well, sir, as I mentioned earlier, this coastal elite grew up in a fishing village that when I was young was 500 people, so I'm very attuned to that. And again, on one hand, you're saying you don't like tariffs, on the other,
no, I don't like tariffs on our energy sector. Yeah, we do need tariffs in certain industries. This is one of them that I think would make sense.
And I agree, and I'd be happy to work with you on this. We've worked with the Alaska delegation extensively on what's happening with Russian illegal fishing and illegal or sales to China that's then transshipped back to the U.S. So we'd be happy to work with you on this.
I'd love that. Okay, I'll be in touch with you. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here with us today. You are respected by the president, his economic team, leaders on Wall Street, and the broader international financial community. Your steady leadership is appreciated on both sides of the aisle. And after an abysmal 4 years, it is encouraging to see thoughtful and serious leadership guiding this discussion once again. And I would like to add a personal note. Both of us proudly call South Carolina home, and my family, like yours, also came to Charleston in the 1600s. I know you understand the economic landscape of South Carolina deeply, and that perspective is invaluable in the position that you hold. Let me start with a question about the textile industry. South Carolina, and especially my district in the upstate, has a long history in textiles. For over 100 years, it was more than just an economic sector. It was part of the cultural and social fabric in our communities. But there was a drastic shift in the 70s and the 80s. Well-intentioned regulations from Washington related to labor and the environment made the U.S. economy no longer competitive. And while I agree with the policies that we should not dump dyes and chemicals into the rivers, and we should not have 120 degrees in factories, and people should only work 40 hours a week, we need to focus on being competitive. And those regulations, all they did was push all of our textile jobs to China, or most of our textile jobs to China. China took advantage of it, and they incentivized and subsidized textile manufacturing, capturing an enormous amount of the market share. Hundreds of thousands of jobs were lost in the South. Recently, you made a comment suggesting we do not need to bring the booming textile industry that once defined the region where we both grew up back. And that statement stirred some concern from some of the textile companies that survived in the district. And I agree with your broader point. That we should not return to producing low-quality goods just for the sake of manufacturing in the United States. I do want to ask, do you agree that we should prioritize support for the American textile industry that are still here, and particularly leaders that are in innovation and high-tech manufacturing and people that are producing Berry Amendment products for our warfighters?
Congressman, what I mean and meant was the survivors in this industry, they have done it through innovation, and they will continue to innovate, and they are high-end textile manufacturers. I remember going to China in the 1990s and 2000s and seeing everything that had been outsourced there in the textile industry. Sock City, they would have Sock City, Underwear City, and those are the jobs you and I grew up with, many people, our family, friends involved with. And I think that we, through good tariff policy, we can make sure that these existing businesses can grow and thrive, especially in the high end. And again, anyone who has survived has done it through innovation, hard work.
And that's what I told them. I told them that we still support them, and we are going to make sure that they continue to thrive.
Sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I want to turn to the automotive industry, and specifically BMW, which operates its largest plant in the world in Spartanburg, South Carolina. That facility, which opened in 1994, has helped make our state the top auto exporter in the U.S. It employs either directly or through a nearby supply network, indirectly, almost 80,000 of my constituents, almost 1 in 10 of them. And foreign automakers like BMW are continuing to invest heavily in U.S. manufacturing. Incredibly, they have invested an additional $4 billion in the last 3 years, and that investment has real lasting benefits for American workers, exports, and innovation. It is President Trump's promise to the American people to renew the U.S. economy's competitiveness in the global economy, and this is an effort long overdue. My question is this: as President Trump renegotiates our trade relationships with the world, is it fair to say that BMW, the type of investment that BMW has made, a generational investment, is what we're hoping to incentivize?
Yes, Congressman. And I regularly see at the Port of Charleston, the BMW X Series sitting there for export. And I think that the president recently met with the heads of the 3 German auto companies and is working toward a solution for more American content and more made in the U.S. rather than just as assemblers. So it would be more jobs in your district.
And that message was heard loud and clear, and they're going to continue to invest. They've been a very good partner, and I'm just excited because interest rates coming down, energy costs going down, regulatory relief, a more fair trade deal, we are going to be the best place to start to grow, to build a business. And I appreciate your leadership in that regard. Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman who's the vice ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Bessent, I'm starting my 7th year in Congress, and in those 7 years, I have never received more phone calls from my constituents on any issue than the hack into the Treasury payment system earlier this year. As you know well, this is the system that manages over $5 trillion a year of federal payments, payments to taxpayers, payers to Social Security beneficiaries, payers to embedded foreign assets who are overseas and undercover, and it has their personal information and their routing information. This is a purple district. People were nervous. We sent a letter to your office along with 150 colleagues asking 20 questions. Your response that we just received was non-responsive on all 20. Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to enter those 2 letters into the record.
Without objection.
I want to get through a lot of those questions right now, Secretary Bessent, and I would ask you to be as brief as you were in your response, but I would very much like a more fulsome answer in writing. In January, the New York Times reported that you pressured David Lebrick out of his role overseeing that after he refused to grant that access to people that Elon Musk had imposed. Can you confirm the accuracy of those reports?
That's incorrect, Mr.
You met with him on January 30th, put him on administrative leave, and he left the day later. Is that accurate?
I did not put him on administrative leave. Administrative leave, I asked him to take, I met with him 90 minutes.
So you're denying the New York Times report? Was it your choice?
I am adamantly saying that the New York Times is inaccurate.
Okay, all right, fine. That's yes or no. New York Times is inaccurate, fine.
He was not placed in
Was it?
administrative leave, and he subsequently resigned after sending numerous.
Sir, I'm just asking for yes or no
to his
questions. If you want to be voluminous, please write me a letter. Was it your decision to terminate Mr. Lebrick, or were you pressured by others?
He resigned.
Who made the decision to put him on administrative leave? You or someone else?
Again, sir, he was not put on administrative leave. That is highly
Okay, so you're
inaccurate.
denying the New York Times.
Highly
Fair
inaccurate.
enough. Tom Krause, you a fan of him, who's now playing that role?
Yes.
Okay. You'd mentioned earlier he was in that role. Do you agree that that role includes duties that include managing Treasury's payment system to ensure timely Social Security payments, overseeing auctions for U.S. Treasury bonds, which determine interest rates, and ensuring the U.S. doesn't breach the debt limit? Would you agree that that's all part of the functions of that job that Mr. Rouse is now holding?
No.
No. Shocking. Okay. Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in government service?
He does not, neither do I.
Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector, which of course you do?
What's that?
Just, you can answer them. You don't need to, I'm doing this solo. You don't need the people behind you to help you. Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector?
He had, in the financial sector, yes, he's put together more than.
No. Did he work for a bank? Did he work for a hedge fund? Did he work for a private equity firm?
He worked for a private equity firm.
He's the CEO of a software company.
He's done more than 100 billion of tech deals.
He runs a software company. He's still the CEO of that software company, isn't he?
I'm not sure.
He is. Is it your view that that job that he's holding is a part-time job?
I'm not
Managing $5 trillion a year of distributions. That's a part-time job, or does that require full-time?
No, sir. He is not managing $5 trillion a year of distribution. He is doing a tech upgrade, an ERP system.
That's all that Mr. Lebrick was doing, was a tech upgrade?
Sorry?
Mr. Lebrick, who said, I'm not going to allow people to hack into this system. He was just doing a tech upgrade? Or you've downgraded what that job function is?
Mr. Lebrick was in charge of 1.5 billion payments a year, which 1/3 did not have a task identification.
Sir, come on.
So he had
Come on, we're going to move along. The chairman, notably a moment ago, did not swear you in, so you are not under oath right now. February 4th, in your response to a Senate Democrats letter, you said that Mr. Krause will only have read-only access. A moment ago, in response to our chair, you said, and I quote, they were only granted read-only access at Treasury. You're not under oath right now. You could be, but you're not. Mr. Gioeli testified under oath in a recent hearing, saying that Mario Alez was given right access to the Treasury payment system. Do you wish to correct your remarks to the chair, the ranking member?
I would say that
no one was given right access.
I never granted anything other than.
But Mario Velez was granted right access.
I never granted anything other
I'm
than
not-
read-only
okay.
access.
Mr. Velez left the Treasury Department in part after it was discovered that he said normalize Indian hate and I just want a eugenic immigration policy. Do you agree with those sentiments?
I do not at all.
Do you think that someone who has those sentiments should be employed in your department?
That I had a conversation with the vice president.
This is
that I admired his grace.
He then went to HHS.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank the gentleman from Illinois. The gentleman from Indiana is now recognized. Mr. Stutzman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Frankly, I apologize for the fact that you're getting a lot of accusations thrown at you and you haven't had much chance to respond to some of them and that are fair questions that I know that you have good answers for. So with respect to the individuals originally referenced by Ranking Member Waters, who may have had access to certain BFS systems, and in response to Mr. Caston, do you want to add any additional information on that matter?
I would say that that is in litigation, and I never authorized access.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you for your service and for your willingness to come serve in Washington, D.C. at a critical time, and the fact that you heeded President Trump's call, and it's refreshing, honestly. We see a lot of ups and downs, things are, happening around the world, but here at home, there's a reset that's happening, and that does create some volatility. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of good news that I think the other side is missing. And I found it ironic that this chart was handed out earlier. And of course, it tries to show that all the blame is on the Republican presidents over the past century or so. But the one that really caught my...
Congressman, if I may interrupt, as a former finance professor, that chart we get an F.
Well, I agree. And, it's interesting that, this big drop off right here after President Clinton. I live in one of the heaviest manufacturing districts in the country. And, I know that businesses don't turn on a dime that quickly, but that was because of different trade policies. Something happened during the President Clinton era that caused a lot of jobs to leave. And that's what President Trump and you are trying to fix. Is that correct?
I think that thing was called NAFTA, sir.
Exactly. Well, thank you for doing that, because we saw jobs growing up in Northeast Indiana in the auto industry and, agriculture, manufacturing just continue to have this slow decline. And, manufacturing is critical to a nation, and manufacturing has built America. And we've seen jobs leave because of bad policies over years. But because of President Trump and because of you, sir, we're now seeing headlines that say Rolls-Royce planning to shift production to the United States to avoid Trump's tariffs. We see headlines saying Johnson & Johnson to invest over $55 billion in U.S. in the next 4 years. Even in my district, GM has announced that they're increasing truck production. I know, coming from a manufacturing family, that we're seeing opportunities. Is it going to happen overnight? Absolutely not. But it's at least giving us the opportunity to look forward and say, there's an opportunity, because you all are resetting the table to look out for America first. And so I want to say thank you. And, if you don't, and if I've heard you say this before, that President Trump has tasked you with reducing debt and deficits, as well as keeping the economy strong, that's a huge task, but it's one that has to happen. And I appreciate what you've been doing, because a debt crisis would just flat out limit us to any sort of recovery. It'd be very difficult. I want to ask you real quick about the Federal Reserve's dual mandate. Generally speaking, should the Federal Reserve focus more on fighting inflation or providing maximum employment? And what should the Fed focus on if the economy enters stagflation?
Sir, I would just comment on monetary policy in general rather than the Federal Reserve. I think the two are inexorably linked. And as we saw during the terrible inflation during the Biden years, that employment picked up, but that was a slingshot effect as we came into post-COVID recovery, financed by debt-fueled government spending, and we are trying to end that. So the Federal Reserve should focus on both, and it's at different times. But look, keeping inflation down President Trump won because of, I believe, because real wages for working Americans dropped.
No, that's absolutely right. And we saw the cost of living go up. The last 4 years have been the hardest on Americans due to the former administration's policies. And I know that there's a huge recovery and people are still trying to recover and are hopeful and optimistic. And my time's about to expire, but I just wish you the best. And I want to say thank you. And working together here in this committee, there's plenty of places to work together and try to get us back on track rather than pointing fingers. So,
Gentleman's time has expired. We now recognize the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Secretary Bessent, you have heard from Democrats publicly, and I'm certain you've heard from Republicans privately, that this administration's reckless and chaotic tariff policy is wreaking havoc on our economy. Rather than delivering stability for our country, this Trump tariff tantrum has been inconsistent, counterproductive, and disconnected from reality. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, I'm hearing it from everyone. Small business owners are reeling from the unpredictable on-again, off-again tariffs. They're holding back on expansion, delaying hiring, and bracing for the impact. Local and state officials are telling me about the effect tariffs will have on our state budget. Simultaneously, Massachusetts will see energy bills increase while revenue from tourism will decrease. But I want to focus on the constituent outreach that I've received from everyday families who are just fighting to make ends meet. Yes or no? Mr. Secretary, do you know what a car seat is?
I have 2 children, yes.
I figured as much. It's correct, you and your husband have 2 children. So I'm sure you know that car seats are absolutely essential for families when traveling with babies and toddlers to school, to worship, to doctor's appointments, just everyday living. But not only are car seats essential, they are the law of the land. It's the law of the land in 50 states. So there's no getting around that. Mr. Secretary, what's your estimate of how many babies are born in the United States each year?
I would guess 2 to 3 million.
Well, while the number fluctuates, there have consistently been more than 3.5 million babies born in the United States. That means millions of families in this country are doing what? Buying a car seat because it's essential and it is the law of the land in all 50 states. But now that cost is going up because Trump has announced up to 145% tariffs on Chinese imported products. Approximately 9 out of every 10 car seats in the US come from China. That's a steep cost. Steep cost hike for families all over the country. The price is up in Republican districts and in Democratic districts. And it's not just the car seats that are impacted. We're talking about strollers, cribs, high chairs. No family is exempt from the harm of these Trump tariffs on essential baby products. But don't just take my word for it. Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record a Yahoo Finance article from May 2025 entitled, "First Year Baby Expenses Already Top $20,000 and Tariffs Are Adding to the Bill as China Dominates Key Imports."
Without objection.
Look, I support improving manufacturing in America, but that is not going into effect overnight like these tariffs are. There needs to be an exemption to help America's families. Trump has used his power for tariff exemptions on thermoplastics, semiconductors, but what about baby products? Mr. Secretary, do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Yes or no?
Congressman, what you're referring to are.
Yes or no?
What you're referring to are.
I'm reclaiming my time because I don't want you to filibuster or give me some macroeconomic answer. Families at home are hurting and so just give me a direct answer.
I am going to agree with you that
So yes, you do support an exemption on tariffs for products that are essential for families for their babies.
Exemptions on E4 items, which.
I'm sorry, I have to reclaim my time. I'm
which-
reclaiming my time. I am,
are
Mr. Chair,
included
I
in
am
there.
reclaiming my time. Give me my time back. I'm reclaiming my time. I just want a simple yes or no. Do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Because you all claim you're pro-family. I cannot hear the words you say because I see the things that you do every day. So clear it up. Yes or no? Do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their babies?
It is under consideration.
Great, good. I don't know what's stopping an exemption from going into effect today, so do it now. In Donald Trump's America's price is not yesterday's price is not today's price. Costs are going up. Everyone is suffering, especially our families with young children. Mr. Secretary, I'm making an appeal to you on behalf of the people of this country. Please tell occupant Trump to reverse course and stop hurting America's families. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, our chair of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Muser, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, great to be with you. Thank you. Boy, oh boy, I sure wish we had colleagues that were upset about the Biden 20% inflation and lack of wage growth, along with that inflation and the high energy costs that were costing families throughout my district thousands of dollars. I wish we would have heard a peep about that. And yet we have just angry voices over the potentiality of bringing manufacturing back to the United States that, in fact, hasn't even gotten into effect yet. It's nuts. Mr. Secretary, the ongoing litigation response to the Democrats' questions about the Treasury Doge team, is it true that they can find all the information, find all the available information there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Also, regarding the beneficial ownership rule, which was a disaster for my small businesses, I mean, all of them, 100% complained about it. The original intent of the Corporate Transparency Act was to root out bad actors. The previous administration, however, turned it into a massive data collection with over 50 questions. Originally, there were 4 that outraged small business, accountants, attorneys, anybody who had anything to do with it. In fact, only 20% of the small businesses were even able to comply by the January 1st deadline. And meanwhile, they were threatened with fines up to $500 per day and up to $10,000, small businesses. They were beside themselves. You listened to the small businesses and did something immediately to correct course, exempting U.S. companies from reporting. And my small businesses throughout my district, throughout Pennsylvania, applaud you for eliminating a needless bureaucratic reporting regime. So thank you.
And Congressman, I'm just sorry that so many of them had to waste their hard-earned dollars either complying or preparing to comply.
And losing sleep and everything else, and some even going out of business because they found it preposterous. Thank you. Let's talk about removing the ideological, subjective, even capricious regulators how would you, under the Biden administration, bank supervisors focused more on ideological concerns and less on material, bright line financial rules versus the risks? How will you work with bank regulators to refocus supervision on bright lines rules rather than issue unrelated to safety and soundness?
Again, Congressman, very important point. We could see that we had under the previous administration, we had 3 of the largest bank failures in U.S. history. 2 weeks before that, the Financial Stability Oversight Council published a report that said that climate was the biggest threat to the financial system, not the deposit volatility, not over-leveraged bond portfolios. So we are promoting common sense, back to basics.
Yes, thank you. Okay. The efforts related to the removal of reputational risk as a basis of supervisory criticism, can you comment on that?
Yes, sir. Many people, many individuals, many organizations were debanked because of their political beliefs, and regulators use that as a litmus test, and that it is a very capricious category in bank regulation. So we have moved to remove that as a criteria. We believe that financial ratios are much more important than whether you are a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent.
Thank you. Yes, well put, and appreciate the fact that you see things that way, as should be seen. Capital requirements, Basel III Endgame, of course, the GSIB surcharge and other proposed capital rules might put U.S. banks at an international disadvantage. What do you believe, if you got an idea of the right level for capital requirements?
So we are examining that now, and we will weigh in heavily at the BIS and the other rulemaking entities. But again, this one size fits all. And I believe one of the reasons we've seen the stagnation in many other countries is the regulatory, the framework, the very tight regulatory framework that they put around their regulated financial institutions.
Thank you. I'm almost out of time. I'll yield back. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During so-called Liberation Day, Donald Trump imposed tariffs on territories populated not by humans, but by penguins. He imposed tariffs on countries with which the United States runs a trade surplus, not a trade deficit. He imposed tariffs on products that cannot be produced domestically, which means a higher cost for American consumers without any benefit to American manufacturers. He imposed tariffs on impoverished nations like Lesotho, which cannot afford to buy as much from us as we buy from them. If President Joe Biden had put in place these absurd tariffs, every single Republican, without exception, would have condemned his trade policy as the height of incompetence. And you, Mr. Bessent, would have joined that chorus of criticism. There's no doubt in my mind. But swap out Biden's name for Trump's, and suddenly the moral outrage from Republicans vanishes like magic. I have a simple yes or no question. Do you think excessive taxation undermines the competitiveness of American manufacturing?
Yes, sir.
Now, the Trump tariff regime is a breeding ground for the excessive taxation of American manufacturing. Consider as an example Intel's manufacturing of CPUs. Intel sources foreign components, which is subject to the first layer of taxation. It then manufactures the CPUs in the United States before exporting it to China, which will face a second layer of taxation. And finally, China will export the CPU back to the United States, where it will face a third layer of taxation. Taxation upon taxation upon taxation of American manufacturing goods. Do you think that kind of compounding taxation of American manufacturing goods like Intel CPU will strengthen or weaken American manufacturing?
Sir, I just want to be clear. You're saying that taxes raise costs.
I'm sorry?
Sir, you're saying that taxes raise costs.
Taxing the intermediate goods that go into a manufactured product raise costs, yes.
So you're saying that taxes are inflationary.
Taxes are inflation, yes.
Good, then we should cut
In the context of tariffs, yes.
Then we should cut taxes and you should join the.
Can you answer my question
Republicans
about the tariffs?
In the tax bill.
Can you answer my questions about the tariffs?
I'm not sure I understand.
CPU's Intel would face Intel CPU would face 3 levels of taxation: the taxes on the foreign components, the U.S. taxes, and the Chinese taxes or the Chinese tariffs. Do you think that kind of compounded taxation hinders or helps American manufacturing?
I think that strategic American manufacture is very important, like Intel, and I think we have to bring that back to the U.S.
Do you think taxing intermediate goods that go inside American manufactured products helps or hinders manufacturing?
I believe that, as the Intel example you give, we have to bring these strategic industries back to the U.S.
We're not going to bring every component. A Boeing aircraft, 747, has 6 million components. There is no universe in which we're going to manufacture all 6 million components in the United States. And so if you impose a tax on those foreign components, you are hindering the manufacturing of Boeing 747 here in the United States. Do you even acknowledge that?
I acknowledge that the supply chains, they are wide, but we've also, for the automakers, we have given an exemption.
I'm not asking about the automakers. I'm asking about Boeing aircraft.
For
Let me move on. Critical minerals are essential to the military defense of the United States. China controls almost all of the world's rare earth mining and almost all of the world's critical mineral processing and refining. The Trump administration has chosen to wage a total trade war with China without first building a critical mineral supply chain here at home. Right? Just like it would be foolish to enter a car race without enough fuel in the tank, or enter a weightlifting competition without sufficient strength to lift the weights. It seems equally foolish to wage an all-out trade war on China without a domestic critical mineral supply chain, breaking China's strongest chokehold over the United States. The CCP's chokehold on critical minerals and rare earth elements is a precondition for winning the trade war against China. Do you agree with that?
I believe that we have to bring the rare earth, as you correctly said, processing back, or not even back to the U.S. We have
It's not only processing, it's rare earth mining as well. And it's critical mineral processing and refining.
Strategic minerals.
And the weaponization of critical minerals against the United States
are
is
not
the
that-
opposite of making America safe again.
Rare earths are not that rare. Processing is rare.
The mining is rare too. We have a insufficient mining industry here in the United States, and you know that.
Good, then I'll hope you'll join us in the deregulation of many of these onerous mining requirements.
I think my time has expired.
Appreciate the gentleman from New York. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for holding this hearing. Secretary Bessent, good to see you, and thank you so much for coming. Southern California, where I'm from, and the district that I represent, serves as the primary gateway to Pacific Rim, and Asian goods into the United States come through the ports of LA and Long Beach. But we are already starting to see a drop in volume, as the ports of LA and Long Beach are expected to see 35% to 30% drop when compared to a year ago. Cargo volume is one of the largest economic drivers in the region, and long-term drop will not just impact families, at the grocery stores and small businesses' bottom line, but also result in truckers and dock workers losing their jobs. So, Secretary Bessent, I would like to ask, how can you ensure that our tariff policy will not unintentionally harm American small businesses and workers in the long term?
Well, Congresswoman, we believe over the long term that it will drive growth in the economy. And as I've said many times, it is a mistake to look at trade in isolation. The Trump economic policy is a three-legged stool: trade, taxes, and deregulation. And we believe that the sum of the parts, that the whole is greater than the parts. And as we complete each one of those, that the U.S. will see substantial economic growth.
Thank you. I know that a lot of my constituents share these concerns that we raised. So I'd like to continue this discussion on this specific topic with you moving forward, because I'm concerned that these long-scale tariffs, if they continue in the long term, then American working families and small businesses will suffer under price hikes and a lack of certainty. But I want to shift gears and discuss the Financial Stability Oversight Council, FSOC. Under the previous administration, Secretary Yellen rescinded the non-bank systematically important financial institution and replaced it with a new framework for assessing the financial risk. And this new framework overlooks the importance of prioritizing an activity-based standard and a cost-benefit analysis. So, Secretary Bessent, does FSOC intend to reassess the 2023 guidance so that it is more closely aligned with the thoughtful process that was created in 2019?
Congresswoman, that is on our agenda.
Thank you. As you finalize that decision, I want to emphasize that my support for a return to an activity-based standard that more appropriately addresses the risk of non-banks. Thank you.
Treasury would be happy to work with your team on that.
Thank you. And finally, I'd like to urge you to continue your support for CDFI. CDFI fund programs are statutory, as you know, and it has been critical in promoting the local economy in Orange County. So do you still agree that the CDFI fund has a critical role to play in fostering economic opportunity? I think I know the answer because you stated very clearly in public statements.
We believe that if CDFIs follow their statutory obligations and do not digress into more ideological boundaries, that they can be important institutions.
Thank you. As you know, last week, I attended the financial literacy roundtable that your team put together, and thank you so much for inviting me.
I think I just missed you.
But your team was very well represented. And again, I want to thank you so much because as a co-chair of the Financial Literacy and Wealth Creation Caucus, events like that, bringing the stakeholders together and having a meaningful dialogue and conversation, I think is critically important, and we need to continue that. So can you talk about how you can continue to advance financial literacy initiatives now that we are past the Financial Literacy Month? I mean, I was able to take the leadership and pass the bill that proclaims month of April as the Financial Literacy Month, and I hope that we can continue to work in this space together.
As you should know, that it is a strong core belief of mine that financial literacy is the only path to economic independence and well-being. So the more Americans who can be educated, and I think we should probably go state to state and encourage each state to put in financial literacy standards for their students.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Secretary for being with us today. I want to start first by just clarifying your testimony and its delivery. Why did you ask for your witness statement to be embargoed until this morning?
Sorry, pardon me?
Your testimony reads right at the very top, embargoed until delivery, which means that we didn't follow the usual practice of this committee of getting the testimony 24 hours in advance so that committee members can review it and prepare for questions. Yours was posted at 10:01. The committee was at 10. Well, it looks like you need.
My staff is just telling me that it's standard practice.
It's your standard practice? It's not our standard practice as a committee.
I'm told that it was standard practice.
Okay, you were told by whom, sir?
So my comms team and legislative affairs team working with the committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think for the record, I think you should clarify to the gentleman that that is not our standard. And I know that at least I didn't know anything about this until I got it here. And I don't think our committee staff on the Democratic side was notified that we would be getting all your testimony late. I just wondered, why you had made that request, and clearly at the top, embargoed until delivery.
Well, embargo to delivery, I think that was mostly meant for the press.
We're not press, sir. We're the members of Congress that have oversight. So, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that you not condone this kind of late submission. It just doesn't help, frankly, for some of the atmosphere that's created when we all just sit down and we still don't have your testimony. Well, then we just sort of don't feel really good about that. It's not our custom.
Congresswoman, I appreciate the importance that you put on my statement.
Well, thank you. Notice is important, sir. Do you know what the poverty rate is in our country?
I believe that the poverty level is a fixed number.
No, do you know the poverty rate in this country?
I believe it is in the teens.
In the teens, okay. Well, it's about a little over 11%. It just strikes me that most of all your testimony is always about the tax cuts and cutting costs, and it's always about tax cuts, and it's always about the rich. But nothing is ever said about poor, other than you suggesting that you worked yourself.
No, ma'am. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
Sir, I read your testimony. That's not anywhere in here.
Deductibility.
That is not in here, sir.
Deductibility.
I am referring to your
loans.
testimony and what I've listened to. I said right up front, I can see you and I can hear you. You've not said one thing about what we're doing to help the poor. In
Well,
fact,
none of your colleagues
even when
have
we were
asked me.
talking, even when we were talking about the car seats, you know, that impacts poor people more than anyone else, because not only can they usually not even afford a car seat and have to go to a garage sale to find one, now it's going to be even higher. You know, your president is suggesting that he wants to give a $5,000 bonus to women to have babies. And then what? Just leave them out on the cold alone? No car seat, no food, no Medicaid, no no chip
Congresswoman, I
program?
can tell you the
And
worst.
I'm asking you right now, sir.
The
that
worst thing
you-
for
you
working
need- you need
families
to-
will be
as a
the
treasurer-
expiration of the
As Secretary of
2017
Treasury,
Tax
it's not
Cuts and
just
Job
about
Act.
the inflation rate. It's not just about the GDP. It's also about making sure that we keep the poverty rate in this country low. There are people who are living in poverty that never have lived in poverty before. You know, you also failed to say here, you say unemployment remains low. I mean, the study should have read unemployment went up.
Ma'am,
Because it did.
Under the Biden administration.
And the growth
we
administration, we're not talking
experienced
about Biden, sir. We're
record
talking
food bank
about your
usage.
testimony here
Record food
today
bank usage.
about the current president and his plans. Because I can tell you, I'm from Houston. I'm concerned too about some of the tariffs on energy. You know, we have done a lot to increase trade in Houston, construction, everything after the pandemic. And all things were growing. Everything has been growing. But now that the Trump tariffs have surfaced, it is threatening Houston's economy. I represent the area where almost the entire ship channel is in. The petrochemical companies all are in my district. The port is in my district. Everybody is trying to figure out
Gentlewoman's
what the
time has
hell we're going to
expired.
do.
Mr. Chairman,
Ranking member.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the opinion and order by the United States District Court in the Southern District of New York in the matter of New York versus Donald Trump that directly contradicts several responses the Secretary gave to me about DOJ's access to Treasury payment system.
Without objection. I want to thank our witness today. We appreciate Secretary Bessent's testimony. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to our witness for his response. Secretary Bessent, please respond no later than June 2nd, 2025. This hearing is adjourned.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Badlands Live. Let me fix this. There we go. So that was fun. A lot of dumb questions, but that was a fun hearing. We're gonna go over and listen to Kash Patel. I think it's still live, but we'll start from the beginning, testifying on the 2026 FBI budget request. We actually have a sponsor for Badlands Live today, so I wanted to jump on and tell you guys about our incredible sponsor. Today's show is sponsored by Save Pulse. At Save Pulse, we are dedicated to keeping you and your family healthy with top quality medications like amoxicillin, azithromycin, ivermectin, and hydroxychloroquine at unbeatable prices. Our streamlined ordering process makes it easy to stock up on health essentials. And now, with exciting news about fenbendazole showing promise in cancer research, we are proud to offer this alongside our antibiotics and viral care meds. Don't wait. Prepare for any health scenario today. Get your supply and stay ahead of the curve with Save Pulse. Now save even more. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/meds. That's badlandsmedia.tv/meds and use the promo code SAVEHEALTH at checkout. You'll get a 20% discount on all orders over $100. And when you go on Save Pulse for the first time, you see like it's, the prices seem really high, but you have to realize is that you're getting a lot of, like if you get antibiotics, for example, you have 10 or 30 pills. That's one round of antibiotics. You're getting multiple rounds of antibiotics depending on what you buy. So great deal. Great to have antibiotics and ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, fenbendazole in your medicine cabinet, so that, when you also have to include the going to the doctor and all of the copays and all of that into your calculus as well. Save Pulse is a great deal and great sponsor friend of Badlands. So badlandsmedia.tv/SavePulse. All right. Or /meds. Whoops. Badlandsmedia.tv/meds. MEDS meds. All right. So we're going to do this Kash Patel hearing now. Share this tab instead. And we'll start it from the beginning. It's been going on for a little over an hour. I don't know if I think it's still going. So we'll carry this through, and then we're still looking to see. Actually, let me go over and check real quick. We're waiting to see if O'Keefe Media Group comes out with their big thing. So folks will remember that. I don't see anything new up from them. On May 1st, James O'Keefe put out a video saying he's not suicidal. He has 2 big reports. He's scared. He's going dark for 7 days, et cetera, et cetera. So that happened. And then on Monday, he put out a video. In fact, before we go to the Kash thing, let me share this. We'll play this video so folks that don't know what I'm talking about will know what I'm talking about. And then if they drop whatever this is live before the end of the stream, we'll play it on the stream. But this is the teaser video that they put out.
They can't suicide us all. They can't suicide us all.
So it's just 8 seconds. So I figured I'd play it twice just to make sure it really stuck. But yeah, so we don't know. We don't know what it is. There's a Pfizer logo in that, which I think is a tell, but we'll see. We shall see what happens. I heard other people speculating that it's about Epstein and Pam Bondi. A lot of questions we all have. If they drop it before the stream is over, we will we'll show it to you guys. But until then, here is Kash Patel testifying for the, is it Senate? House Appropriations Subcommittee. So he's testifying on the request for 2026 FBI budget. This should be good. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the chat. Please, please, please smash the thumb. Helps us out quite a bit. Hit that thumbs up button. We certainly do appreciate it. And here is Kash Patel.
Subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Good afternoon, and welcome to the first fiscal year 2026 budget hearing for the Subcommittee on Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. We want to welcome our witness, the Honorable Kash Patel, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to this subcommittee. Director Patel was sworn in as the FBI's director on February 21st, 2025. At your swearing in, you stated that there will be accountability within the FBI and outside the FBI, and we will do it through rigorous constitutional oversight. That's music to our ears. Americans gave us a clear mandate in November to restore confidence in the FBI and de-weaponize the DOJ, and they haven't minced words. We've heard from communities across the country who want to see a separation between politics and justice. After 4 long years, I'm confident that you have the ability and sheer determination to reinforce the FBI's mission of protecting the American public and upholding the Constitution. I'm looking forward to your leadership in tackling some of the most important and dangerous issues that our nation is facing. In fact, we are already starting to see progress since you were confirmed for this role earlier in this year. First and foremost, we finally have secure borders, making our communities safe again. Our borders, when unsecured, provide an express lane directly into our country for fentanyl and other illicit drugs that target our children, our schools, our families, and our neighborhoods. From a crackdown on cartel operations and trafficking to enhanced immigration enforcement, the importance of a strong and secure border cannot be understated. I want to thank you and President Trump for putting our nation's borders front and center. However, your work will never cease. Without taking a day off, your FBI must diligently prevent terrorism from striking our shores, nor can the Bureau allow espionage to overtake our institutions and our people. The constant advancements in technology and artificial intelligence are a double-edged sword, providing new opportunities for economic development in our communities, but also creating new risks for our hospitals, our banks, our educational institutions, and even putting our children in harm's way when it comes to cyber crimes. This is an important job, one of the most important in our nation. Criminals move fast and change methods regularly to evade capture. The FBI must be smarter, faster, and anticipate the underworld's next move. That's why I'm looking forward to hearing today from you about your plans to make the Bureau more effective and more efficient at fighting violent crime. This includes potentially moving agents away from Washington and into FBI field offices to better combat rapid crime. However, just last Friday, the president sent to Congress a preliminary budget that reflects a $545 million cut to the FBI. The information provided was limited in detail, so I look forward to hearing from you about this cut and, if enacted, what impact this level of funding would have on the FBI. I know with approximately $36 trillion in debt, our government must think and act differently. That's why I pledge to work with you directly as you lead the nation's top crime-fighting agency. You have a very important job to do, but I trust that you are up for the task. I think you are. Let me now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Megan, for any remarks she might wish to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity for our subcommittee to examine the work and the budget of one of the subcommittee's largest agencies, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Director Patel, thank you for being here today and for your testimony. As you know, the work of the FBI is of utmost importance to the safety and security of our local communities and the nation as a whole. The FBI's dedicated agents, analysts, and other professional staff perform invaluable work at the FBI's headquarters, field offices, resident agencies, overseas offices, and other critical facilities. They protect the American people, not just from violent crime in their local communities, but from cyber attacks and other threats coming from adversaries outside of the United States. That's why I was very disappointed to see that the fiscal year 2026 budget framework released Friday by the Trump administration appears to propose cutting the FBI's operating budget by more than $500 million. The FBI has in the recent past come under harsh and I believe highly unfair criticism by far too many politicians and political campaign operatives. Earlier this year, the Trump administration demanded that the FBI provide the Justice Department with the list of all current and former FBI employees who at any time worked on January 6th related investigations. The list was demanded to, quote, determine whether any additional personnel actions are unnecessary, unquote. These FBI employees are career public servants who were simply doing their jobs. The administration has also fired or forced out dozens of experienced career federal prosecutors, as well as numerous senior career FBI leaders, including James Dennehy, the highly respected head of the FBI's New York field office. It also isn't helpful to the FBI or to federal law enforcement more generally that other recent actions of the Trump administration have shown strong disrespect for the law. For example, the administration, including Elon Musk and OMB Director Russ Vought, have made up the existence of an inherent presidential power to impound federal funds, which the Government Accountability Office, the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel, and the Supreme Court of the United States have all rejected. According to calculations by the Appropriations Committee minority, the Trump administration is currently freezing at least $430 billion in federal funding that Congress had promised for communities all across America. This includes 365 DOJ grants recently terminated by the Trump administration, covering activities across 34 states and 2 U.S. territories. These grants were specifically for violence prevention and intervention efforts, services for victims of crime, responses to hate crimes, individuals struggling with substance use disorders, and much more. In addition, the administration has initiated a process to restore the gun possession rights of convicted felons and domestic abusers. It has attempted to intimidate law firms through executive orders and has gutted the public integrity section of the Justice Department, which has long worked to protect the American people against corruption. And just this past Sunday, when asked in an interview whether U.S. citizens and non-citizens living in our country deserve due process rights as laid out in the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, the president answered, quote, "I don't know, I'm not a lawyer," unquote. This is unacceptable. The president and his administration must always lead by example by obeying and enforcing the U.S. Constitution and federal laws. With an annual operating budget of more than $10 billion, it's entirely appropriate that this subcommittee, which provides the FBI with its funding every year, exercises strong oversight over the Bureau, its leadership, and its work. Director Patel, I look forward to your testimony today and to your answers to our questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Cole, for any remarks he cares to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And before I get into my prepared statement, I just want to tell my friend, the director, how happy I am you're in your present post. A lot of us had the great privilege of knowing you from your time in service and the staff on the House, and particularly with Devin Nunes. And I don't think the president could have made a better appointment. And I think you're off to a great start, and I look forward to working with you. I know you'll find, and know Chairman Rogers, but you'll find the members of this committee very anxious to work with you to make the American people safer and more secure. So just thank you for being there. Thank you for the sacrifice you went through. I know you didn't have the easiest of confirmation processes, but I think that was probably to be expected. But thanks for going through it, and thanks again for taking this responsibility, because I know you're going to discharge it with great distinction. Mr. Chairman, again, thank you. Ranking Member Min, well, it's one of those days. Thank you very much, and it's good to be with both of you here today. I'd like to welcome you, Mr. FBI Director. It's good to see you again, and thank you for appearing before us today. I want to remind everyone that when the Dean of the House and the chair of this subcommittee entered Congress back in 1981, discretionary spending stood at 45% of the federal budget, and mandatory spending was 55%. Fast forward today, we now have discretionary spending reduced to 28% and mandatory spending having swelled to 72%. And as a percentage of the GDP, when the dean got here, we were appropriating 9.8% of the GDP. We appropriate 6.4% of the GDP today. I simply point that out to say if we have a spending problem, it's not the Appropriations Committee where the problem is. We've actually reduced the amount of the resources of the American people we've taken to discharge our responsibilities, and the dean's been a big part of that. Wouldn't have happened without him. The president has delivered, obviously, a starting point for this process of appropriations with his recent FY26 blueprint. Congress will now analyze the submission and use hearings to evaluate priorities moving forward, as we're doing here today. I would remind everyone, and certainly it's not the responsibility of the director of the FBI, the quicker we can get a full budget, the better off we'll be. We'll be able to make smarter decisions and frankly, work with you more clearly. I know you share that frustration. And I always say it's nobody's fault. Every new administration takes time to get people approved, take time to get people, but we are at crunch time if we're going to get these bills out of here in a timely enough process for the full Congress to consider them and for us to have an opportunity to negotiate a final agreement with our colleagues across the rotunda in the United States Senate. But to the point of the hearing today, the mission of the Federal Bureau of Investigations is a significant one. Protect the American people and uphold the Constitution. Your work to secure our communities, along with preserving the integrity and trust of our top law enforcement agencies, is impactful each and every day. Importantly, the FBI has been instrumental in Operation Not Forgotten that focuses on investigations, services, and intelligence for Indian country. According to the Department of Justice, at the beginning of fiscal year 2025, the FBI's Indian Country program had approximately 4,300 open investigations, including 900 death investigations, 1,000 child abuse investigations, and more than 500 domestic violence and adult sexual abuse investigations. Director Patel, I want to thank you and the FBI for reinstating and bolstering this critically important initiative, not only for Oklahoma, but also for the entire country. As you may know, more than 4 in 5 Native American and Alaskan Native women have experienced violence in their lifetime. The murder rate is 10 times higher than the national average for women living on reservations. Initiatives like these are what make the FBI stand apart. Very important when looking at these to understand the great majority of the perpetrators are not Native Americans. They're non-Native Americans, and they're on reservations and in Indian country for a very simple reason. I always like to say, hunters know where to hunt, fishermen know where to fish, predators know where to prey. They go to places that are quite often remote, where enforcement is difficult, and where jurisdiction is sometimes complex and tangled. So again, your focus on this knotty problem and persisting problem is deeply appreciated, certainly by me, and I think members on both sides of the aisle. Our nation faces also countless threats, from terrorism and drug traffickers to cyber crimes and child exploitation. Violent criminals work to expose our weaknesses on a daily basis. The work of the FBI is unmatched, and thus Congress must effectively and efficiently appropriate funding to match these overwhelming tasks. Director Patel, I look forward again to this afternoon's conversation on these matters, as well as a thorough discussion of the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
And I recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for any remarks she wishes to make.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this important budget hearing. I also want to say a thank you to our witness, Director Kash Patel, for appearing before the subcommittee today. And as my colleague Tom Cole said, welcome back to the House of Representatives. So a well-functioning, well-funded, well-led Federal Bureau of Investigation is critical to the safety and the security of the American people. The men and women of the FBI are dedicated public servants who work diligently and often in dangerous settings to keep criminals off of our streets. But unfortunately, the Bureau's civil servants have been the focus of demeaning and destructive attacks from this administration and its allies in the media, which endanger and undermine the administration of justice in this country. The American people expected President Trump to address the high cost of living. But the president is not laser focused on the cost of living crisis. He is actually making it worse. Instead, he put Elon Musk and billionaires in charge of our government, and they are attacking civil servants who are not loyal to him, but to the Constitution and to the rule of law. This administration is deliberately undermining agencies that protect the American people. The president is more focused on attacking political opponents than attacking high prices for everyday essentials. And the American people are paying the cost while the president embarks on an agenda of revenge, retaliation, and retribution. And he is attempting to wield the FBI to those ends. Undue political pressure from the White House to investigate political opponents or to quash investigations of political allies threaten the Bureau's credibility and the very foundations of the rule of law. The FBI director must shield the Bureau and the rule of law from political pressure, not act as an instrument for implementing the president's political hit list. President Trump's immediate removal of senior officials at the FBI upon his taking office strikes me as an especially naked attempt to purge the Bureau's ranks of anyone who does not profess loyalty to the president. This happened the day after you told members of the United States Senate, and I quote, "There will be no politicization at the FBI. There will be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as FBI director," end quote. The administration's retaliation against those who helped bring violent January 6 insurrections to justice and the ensuing dismissal of the head of the FBI's New York field office under your watch puts that pledge in doubt. Quite frankly, the Bureau's leadership appears at best somewhere between acquiescent to the president's retributive urges and in absentia. By instilling a culture of fear and retaliation, you're undermining the Bureau's employees and undermining the Bureau's ability to stave off terrorist attacks and keep violent criminals off of our streets. The FBI plays a critical role in intelligence gathering and analysis. The FBI does not bring just criminals to justice, it foils terror plots. With a weakened and discouraged Bureau workforce, Americans are less safe because of this administration. Even though we received President Trump's concepts of a budget plan on Friday, we are now into May without a real budget from the White House. I'm eager to learn about how the FBI would continue to fulfill its mission with a proposed $545 million cut to salaries and expenses, especially with the suggestion that the Bureau should reduce or eliminate, quote, duplicative intelligence activities that are already effectively housed in other agencies, end quote. If the Bureau plans to cut intelligence analysts, at the same time other intelligence agencies are enacting broad cuts to their workforces, the administration will be making our government and the American people more susceptible to violent criminals and to terrorist attacks. The FBI exists to protect Americans from criminals. The American people deserve assurance that everyone will be treated fairly and equally under the law. They are not seeing that from the Trump administration's FBI under your leadership, and we must receive clear and convincing answers as to why that is. I look forward to your testimony, and I yield back.
Mr. Director, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the Congress. You're no stranger here, having a part of your resume on the Hill. So welcome back to your home base. We look forward to hearing from you and responsive to questions after your statement. So, Mr. Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Rogers, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member Mann, Ranking Member DeLore, and members of the committee. It is an extreme honor and a privilege to be sitting here today as the 9th Director of the FBI. President Trump has set some priorities out and a new focus for federal law enforcement. The FBI has heard those directions, and we are determined to deliver on our crime-fighting and national security mission with renewed vigor. I'd like to highlight just a few things the FBI has undertaken in the few short months that I've been at the helm. We have apprehended 3 of the FBI's most top 10 wanted fugitives in the world. 3 in less than 3 months. We've joined our partners at DHS and conducted targeted operations to round up fugitives around the country. For instance, in Massachusetts alone, we apprehended 370 violent fugitives. We seized, along with our partners at DHS and the Department of Defense in one operation down off the coast of Florida, 44,000 pounds of illicit narcotics. That's $500 million of pure narcotics that would have hit the streets, are now off the streets permanently. And as part of Operation Allied Corridor, we've targeted approximately 3,000 illegal aliens with ties to criminal organizations who are eligible for deportation or removal. Children. Today, as we talked about with the Attorney General in Operation Restore Justice, prioritizing crimes against children is a priority of mine and will continue to be of the FBI. Just this morning, we announced that we executed over 450 search warrants and have rounded up in the last month alone over 400 individuals who choose to enact acts of violence against our children. 205 in the last week alone, to include individuals in positions of trust, such as teachers and law enforcement officers. They are committing some of the most heinous crimes against the most innocent of our society, and we will not tolerate it. It will remain a priority for us. As we double down on criminal threats, we're never going to stop pursuing the mission of defending the homeland. Foreign spies are trying to steal our technology, are trying to steal our agricultural products and seeds. Cyber actors are looking to infiltrate our networks on a daily basis from all parts of the world. And foreign and domestic terrorists continue their plotting, both here and overseas. It's hard not to overstate the operational tempo that the FBI must act and will continue to act since I've been at the helm in these last 3 months. The mission is a no-fail mission because if we fail, then American lives will be endangered or lost. Every operation we run comes with one end state in mind: to disrupt or stop criminal activity or threats to the homeland. It's not I that do the work of the FBI. It's the agents, the intel analysts, the SOS, and the support staff throughout our field offices that take it to the streets every single day. It's our linguists who translate and transcribe from dialects that most people on earth don't even know about in offices on a 24/7 basis so that our search warrants can be signed out, so that our arrest warrants can be signed and approved by judges. It's the everyday women of the FBI across the country, many of them I've gotten to meet in my short time. And prior to that, in my time as a terrorism prosecutor, worked hand in glove with them, both here in America and overseas. Our Joint Terrorism Task Force is a heartbeat of what defends this country from domestic and international threats of terrorism. Every one of our 55 field offices has a Joint Terrorism Task Force situated in almost every single state in this country, covering every single state in this country. We've stopped many plots, including against targeting energy facilities in Baltimore, and of course, the tragic New Orleans day plot, terrorist attack. One of our initiatives, of course, is to continue to fight against illicit fentanyl trafficking and narcotics trafficking into the country. Every 7 minutes in this country, as of last year, an individual, an American citizen, is killed from a drug overdose. To that end, we have enacted, along with our partners across the interagency in the Southwest Border Intelligence Center, the Counter Cartel Coordination Center, as what we call it, the FBI, the C4. We have flexed assets over to that area and are using it as a regional hub to countermand the narcotics coming across the southern border. It's important efforts like these that not just stop the narcotics traffickers and narco-terrorists from entering our country, but from pouring drugs in. We must work with the interagency to accomplish this goal. We will work with the interagency to accomplish this goal. It's not an FBI mission alone. We will partner with anyone and everyone willing to achieve this mission set. In one of my first actions as director, I gave my agents and intel analysts an opportunity to go out and serve in the field. And many of those individuals took that opportunity and have requested to be redeployed into the field, into every one of your states across this country. We are moving more than 1,000 positions outside of the Washington, D.C. area. And that's not the Washington field office or Hoover alone. That's what we call the NCR, the National Capital Region. Approximately 11,000-ish FBI employees of the 37,000 that are currently employed work inside the NCR. We need some of those field operatives out in the field. We need some of those intelligence analysts out in the field. We need their expertise in your states, in your counties, in your towns, because the threat to this country in 2025 is everywhere. And we cannot quarterback that mission from Washington, D.C. alone. We will remain here in Washington with the cadre we need to support the field offices, absolutely. But we need to bolden our efforts in the field. We're also, under my leadership, looking to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. We have found duplicative line item contracts already within the FBI, and we don't want to waste taxpayer dollars at the Bureau. We don't want to pay twice for something when we have been only needed to pay once. Modernizing and prioritizing the FBI is a critical component of what we need to do. Our capabilities and our infrastructure at the FBI are outdated. They have been the opposite of streamlined. An agent in our field office in El Paso does not have the same toolkit as an agent in our field offices covering the Dakotas as our agent in New York City. That's unacceptable to me. We will fix that. But building this new infrastructure is going to take not just a public effort, it's going to take a public-private partnership engagement, which we have already executed on. The members of this committee are important, critical partners to the fight against crime in this country and to defending our homeland. And you know better than anyone that our Don't Fail mission continues and can't continue without your investment and your support. I rely on your expertise. I rely on our conversations that I have with you here and offline to tell me where the problem sets are in this country, because I don't know where they all are. And then we can deploy assets to attack the growing problem sets. Our enemies are getting more and more creative by the day. And we need to keep up not just with the intelligence, but with you, who represent the men and women in the United States across this country. You have the ground level knowledge that we need to help fight this message. Without the funds to get ahead of our adversaries, I agree, we risk making trade-offs that will jeopardize the safety of Americans. So it's my commitment to you to work with you during this appropriations process to address budgetary needs, shortfalls, and also think innovatively to make sure we fund the FBI for a future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Director. We will proceed under the 5-minute rule. And to begin with, I recognize myself. Let me say this, congratulations on the fentanyl raid in the last few hours. I think one of the largest, if not the largest, seizure of fentanyl drugs. What can you say about that operation?
We seized, Mr. Chairman, I believe what you're referring to is a 6-kilogram seizure of fentanyl in Kentucky that constitutes an amount of fentanyl that can kill 500,000 Americans. And that's just one of the seizures that we have conducted throughout this country, because the fentanyl crisis in the United States of America has not been countermanded. This time last year alone, 620 kilograms of fentanyl had been seized. In these last 3 months, 840 kilograms of fentanyl have been seized across the country by the FBI alone. Fentanyl and carfentanil, a drug that is 100 times more potent than fentanyl itself, is exploding across the scene because we are letting our enemies and adversaries in mainland China produce chemicals and ship them here freely. And we need to attack that head on. And it's operations like that, Mr. Chairman, that will allow us to save the lives of our kids.
Well, we certainly wish you well in that regard. This is your first time testifying before this subcommittee, and you've briefly shared a few priorities in your statement. Let me allow you more time regarding your initial priorities, particularly any strategic goals or areas where additional congressional involvement might be necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, and I hope to work with all members of the committee to achieve the following. I'll ask you for money that I need and that the Bureau needs, and I won't ask you for a dime more. In order to achieve the mission of the FBI, if we continue on the current trajectory outlined, we will have to not only eliminate 1,100 vacancies currently at the FBI, I will have to fire 1,300 more. In order to fight crime at a level that is consistent with 2025, the budgetary number I've asked for in my paperwork is, I think, reasonable. And also, just to put it in perspective, it's multiples of billions of dollars less than what the TSA has to operate annually. I believe we can continue on the plan to safeguard our communities and redeploy assets to the FBI. For example, in Kentucky alone, if we are allowed to continue on this trajectory, we will plus up with approximately 30 agents and intel analysts with this redeployment effort that is already underway. That will allow more agents to be in the field and conduct more seizures of fentanyl, prevent more acts of violent crime, and stop more murders and stop more gangbangers. I firmly believe putting folks in the field is one of the biggest ways we can secure the safety of our communities. Places like Louisville have dedicated over 2,000 hours alone to assisting DHS, conducting over 100 arrests. And so it's operations like that that I can go on that we can do if we have the manpower to do it. And I believe we'll get there.
In your plan to move positions from Washington, D.C. to field offices, totally in the country, how many changes will you see? Locations?
Every single state gets a plus up, Mr. Chairman. We have 55 field offices, a little over 300 resident agencies covering down in some large swaths of geography, like the Dakotas and Montana and Idaho region, which don't themselves have what we call a special agent in charge. But covering down on this plus up allows us not to just send agents and intel analysts to our field offices, but our resident agencies as well, which cover down on this geography to include tribal lands. I just met with the leaders of every tribal community in the country here in Washington, D.C. 2 days ago. And I told them the crimes that are happening to individuals like Emily Pike, a 14-year-old who was dismembered on a reservation in Arizona. And her mother asked me to find her arms because they only found a piece of her body. A crime like that occurs everywhere in this country, tragically, and they will not receive any less attention from this FBI because it occurred on tribal lands. But allowing a plus up will also allow us to engage the tribal communities and the leaders that I asked for their help in letting us on and work with them because they face the same violent crime everyday Americans do.
How will you judge the impact that this effort will make?
I think we've already seen it, Mr. Chairman, in just the sheer amount of fentanyl alone. When you look at this time last year versus this time this year, when you look at the number of arrests of violent criminals this time last year versus this year. And that's just with a short-term surge to the field that we've done in these last couple of months. The long-term push to the field will take much longer.
Well, thank you for willing to serve. And we wish you well and will be supportive of your efforts. We want to see the FBI back to its former glory. And we think you're the man that can make that happen. So our best wishes to you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Ming?
Director Patel, since 2022, the executive branch has been legally required to operate and maintain a publicly available system to which apportionments are posted. As you know, apportionments are legally required by the Anti-Deficiency Act. They are formal federal budgetary accounting documents that are legally binding on federal agency, and OMB uses them to tell agencies how and when they can spend legally appropriated funds. Beginning in March, this OMB stopped making these documents publicly accessible. You stated in your confirmation hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee that you want to work to get public trust in the FBI back. It would seem to me that transparency and public reporting about where and how the Bureau is spending money would help in earning back public trust. As the leader of our nation's principal federal law enforcement agency, will you commit to making the FBI's account-specific apportionments publicly available?
Absolutely, so long as I have the appropriate request.
the law requires that all the information be posted publicly. Are you committing to do that?
Yeah, if that's what the law requires, yes. I'm not the appropriations expert, but if that's what the law requires, that's what we'll do.
Do you have a timeline of when that would be possible, and why, since March, has it been taken down?
No, ma'am, but I will get you one.
Okay, so thank you for committing to publicly post what is required by law, the apportionment for the FBI. I wanted to ask about one of the U.S. Attorney nominee Ed Martin. As you know, the FBI conducts background checks on nominees for senior positions in the federal government. Ed Martin has been nominated by the president to serve as U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, one of the top prosecutor positions in the country, and he currently holds that position in an interim role. If it has come to light that Mr. Martin has praised a Nazi sympathizer named Timothy Hale Cusinelli, who was also pardoned by President Trump after being convicted as a January 6th rioter. Mr. Martin called Hale Cusinelli, quote, an extraordinary man, an extraordinary leader. He's also falsely claimed that he did not previously know that he was a Nazi sympathizer. Do you think that this is the kind of thing that the FBI should be careful to investigate as part of its background checks on nominees such as Mr. Martin?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not familiar with Mr. Martin's specific BI investigation, but I can tell you how the BIs are done for everybody at the FBI. We have careers running the entire inspection division and HRD component. That has not changed since I've been in the seat, and every BI has been held to the same standard by them. And either they pass along the information from their investigations that they cultivate, or they don't. We do not tell them what to pass on and what not to investigate.
Do you know if this information and past association was part of the record?
I'm not familiar with his personal background.
Do you think that these types of controversial comments and interviews, association with Nazi sympathizers and anti-Semitic comments would be appropriate for inclusion in a given FBI background check?
Ma'am, since his nomination is pending, it's not for me to comment on it. I don't have the BI in front of me.
But in general, do you think that comments and associations like these should be part of an FBI background investigation report?
That's up to the field agents, ma'am. I can't rewrite that for them. They have a way of doing these investigations that I have not inhibited or changed or altered since I got in the seat.
Will you look into it and make sure that what should be included, controversial and very troublesome anti-Semitic comments and associations like that should be part of a background check?
I will.
Thank you. Lastly, as you know, earlier this year, the Justice Department demanded a list of all current and former FBI employees who at any time worked on January 6th investigations. According to the email from the then acting FBI director, the Justice Department will review those employees to, quote, determine whether any additional personnel actions are necessary. Director Patel, do you anticipate firing any additional FBI employees simply because they worked on January 6th related investigations?
Thank you for the question. That email or memo was sent out prior to my arrival at the FBI. We have not addressed that specific email since I've arrived because the matter's in litigation in federal court.
Do you anticipate firing any additional employees that may have worked in relation to the January 6th investigations?
The only way you get fired from the FBI while I'm the director is if you violate the ethical guidelines or break the law.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Judge Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Patel. Glad to have you here, and I think you're going to do a great job in this new FBI. Given the Texas proximity to the southern border, what resources is the FBI dedicating to the counter cartel operations, fentanyl trafficking, and human smuggling network operating in coordination with foreign entities?
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Thank you, Congressman. Excuse me. One of the things I mentioned during my confirmation hearing is the one thing I believe to be the underpinning of all violent crime, or at least the overwhelming majority of it in America, whether it's murders, gang violence, or sex slave trafficking, is narcotics. And narcotics, unfortunately, are pouring in not just on a border state, but every single state has become a border state. So to countermand that, we stood up the SBIC just next door in Arizona, the Southwest Border Intelligence Center. And the FBI's mandate there, the Counter Coordination Fusion Center, is we have already sent dozens of agents and analysts out there to countermand the entire narcotics flow and interdiction process at the border. Specifically, when it comes to the state of Texas, sir, we will, if the appropriations process allows, augment the number of agents and analysts in the field and SOS support staff by over 85. That will cover down on every major city in Texas and allow us to cover down on the RAs in the outlying regions. So those places include Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, El Paso, but also the half a dozen plus RAs we have inside the state.
Just in a hearing that I was in this morning with the United States Army, an issue came up about the cartel taking down one of our drones with one of their drones. I'm very familiar with the general policy on the border that if they're shooting at you, you can't shoot back unless it becomes obvious that you're going to come into serious harm. The military can't shoot back, nor can, for that matter, the Border Patrol. Yeah, what do you think about these drones? I mean, they're unmanned. They're coming across and shooting down drones we're using for observation and other things. I think the policy ought to be if they shoot down our drone, we shoot down theirs. What do you think about it?
Well, I don't think I have the authority to reshape that policy, but if it were in my capacity as FBI director, I know we are working with the Secretary of Homeland Security, who has a larger portfolio in the UAS space than we do, to cover down on that threat. But just in my time in government, the first term, the drone capabilities by our adversaries have significantly expanded. Their technology is wildly impressive, and they don't care if they lose one. Unlike us, we care when we lose a single one, as we should. In order to countermand that, you are going to have to, in my opinion, alter the domestic intelligence collection priorities on the NIPIF to prioritize who we collect against and what. And the what is the drone technology that we are not sufficiently covering down on right now.
Thank you. That's a great answer. Critical infrastructure, especially in the Texas energy section, is increasingly under attack. However, how is the FBI coordinating with private industry and local law enforcement to detect and neutralize cyber threats before they impact the grid or supply chain?
That's one of the pillars of what we are trying to do at the Bureau. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. We do it by engaging our state and local law enforcement partners, such as in Texas, because they are the ground level experts on who, the what, the when, the where, and the why. What we can do is bring in our AI-driven capabilities to go in and synthesize the mountains of information that are coming in, because there is no human or set of humans that can go through the amount of intelligence and information that we receive. It's a problem that we have and the public has acknowledged. The challenge and the rub is, where do we allow computers to come in and humans to stop? And we're working through that at the Bureau right now to say we should be able to use certain elements of AI to triage that capability, discard the unuseful information, and highlight to leadership what the useful information is to Congress and also to our agents and AUSAs in the field so they can bring the appropriate cases. But we can only do that if we embed ourselves with state and local law enforcement, and that's been a big priority of mine.
Thank you. That's good. I appreciate the answer.
Mr. Laurel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, you have previously stated that your number one priority for the FBI is to end violent crime in the United States. The budget request slashes the FBI budget by more than $500 million below the current level. It quite literally would defund law enforcement, including, it would appear, cutting a number of FBI intelligence analysts who work on critical national security issues. How is it possible to cut more than $500 million or more than 5% below a hard freeze in the FBI's operating budget without impacting the law enforcement and national security related functions of the FBI? Please specify exactly which positions would be cut.
Ma'am, at this time, we have not looked at who to cut. We are focusing our energies on how not to have them cut by coming in here and highlighting to you that we can't do the mission on those 2011 budget levels. And so what we're focusing on is right now is working with our partners in OMB, the appropriators, to say that we cannot cover down on the mission at the levels that we would have to go to, which would be the 2011 levels, should all the budget cuts you just outlined be implemented.
So, but are you talking about coming up here with a budget request that restores the funding that has been cut, that it's a defunding law enforcement? You're talking about $500 million below the current level. How would you restructure the budget to get to what you need in order to be able to make sure that we are not defunding law enforcement and that we are not cutting the analysts that you need in order to be able to do your job and to be dealing with national security issues? I don't understand. You've got a budget request, $500 million less, and you're cutting people. You don't know who you're going to cut. You don't want. Tell us which it is. Are you going to restore that $500 million? You're going to request restoring that $500 million?
Well, as I said, I'm not the budget expert, but the budget request that we put in, the FBI, was 11.2 billion, I believe. And we are working through the appropriations process and the OMB process and the skinny budget that we've received to work with y'all to help us get to a number. And I believe if we got back the number you stated, we would not have to cut more FBI.
So with a $500 million cut, more than 5% below the hard freeze of the FBI's operating budget, you believe that then this would not impact enforcement or national security related functions? Then what are the positions? I'm going to ask the question again. What positions are you looking to cut? What is the cuts for this $500 million? Now, apparently that $500 million, you're not in the budget department, but this is your budget. This is your budget. You have to have some idea of what you want to fund or not fund, or where you think you can cut or not cut, and provide that information to OMB. I'm unclear, and it seems to me that you are, as to what should be the budget of this agency, and if it's $500 million lower, what are the positions that you believe will have to be cut in order to reach the mandate that you are bringing forward to us in terms of your budget?
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's the proposed budget, not by the FBI. The proposed budget that I put forward is to cover us for $11.1 billion, which would not have us cut any positions. The proposed budget.
So the skinny budget is we don't have, the skinny budget is wrong.
The skinny budget is a proposal, and I'm working through the appropriations process to explain why we need more than what has been proposed.
So what do you need? You need $11.2 billion?
Approximately.
Okay. Now, is that going to be delineated? I don't know what that means in terms of cuts that would be coming up to reach that goal. So there would be no additional positions deleted from the FBI if you get that amount of money.
That's correct.
And that's what we anticipate is coming in a budget that we anticipate at some point. We don't know when we're going to get it, even though we will be in markups by the time this effort is underway. But according to what we have received from the FBI, there are 904 positions that are currently slated for transfer from Washington, D.C. to field offices that are currently vacant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is, what is there any explanation of why these positions are moving to field offices. One of the things we can't seem to get answers to, and this is not you, is programs that are being deleted, programs that are being frozen, dollars are being frozen, programs that are being cut. We don't have any sense on this committee, which is the Appropriations Committee, and making a determination of what we should or shouldn't do, is any evaluation from any agency so far. And I ask this of you. What is the criteria? What are the programs that are going to be potentially left behind? What is the evaluation process here that says why these programs are no longer functional or not working? What is the story? Can we get from you when we're going to get some sort of an idea of what is a budget that you can deal with? Is what will be, what may be cut, what may not be cut, and why? What's the criteria by which that these programs would be, the evaluation is to transfer them out? Why are these people going to field offices? Can we get that from you?
Yeah, I can give it to you right now, ma'am. The short answer as to why these folks are going to the field is because we are moving agents, intel analysts, and SOSs across the country into every state to get a hand-level grasp on violent crime in every single community. We're moving those folks out there.
Okay, but I just will wrap up, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. You need to provide for us, be specified exactly which so-called, quote, overhead positions are being cut. And since other federal agencies are also proposing position cuts, how won't this cut inevitably reduce the FBI's intelligence analytic capabilities? We need to have that information before we can determine what the budget is.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here. Director Patel, when President Trump nominated you to serve, he aptly called you an advocate for truth, accountability, and the Constitution, who will bring back fidelity, bravery, and integrity to the FBI. You yourself have identified two important pillars in order to rebuild public confidence that include, first, streamlining operations at headquarters while bolstering the presence of field agents across the nation. I believe you just spoke to that. And two, second, ensuring that the FBI operates within the openness necessary to rebuild trust. It's a tall order, given the record of some in recent years, but I'm optimistic you'll be able to achieve it. I'd like to dig in on these pillars to get your perspective as we take your budget request into consideration and craft a final product. The president's skinny budget request rightly expresses its commitment to upholding undoing the weaponization of the FBI that pervades the previous administration, which includes targeting peaceful pro-life protesters, concerned parents at school board meetings, and committed Catholics exercising their constitutionally protected rights to express their faith. You described to us the state of the Bureau from when you were confirmed. Today, you highlighted with our Attorney General more than 200 federal arrests for crimes targeting children. You also spoke to the reorganization necessary to meet the mission of the FBI. The president in his skinny budget also described reductions in, quote, pet projects from past administrations and duplicative agencies. In addition to speaking to moving employees out of DC, can you expound upon this and how you plan to reorient the Bureau under this request?
Absolutely. So part of the process is not just putting people out sporadically, throwing darts on the map. What we've done is we've taken a process with the careers at the FBI and said, where are some of the most violent crime places in America? And we've apportioned the plus-ups across every single state in this country based on percentages of where violent crime has been in an uptick on homicides, on gang violence, on drug overdoses across the country. And so, for instance, in the state of Virginia, we're going to give a plus-up approximately 20 folks from the FBI should we have our full budgetary requirements. And then the next step is, what do you do with them in the field? And what we do with them is what we've already done, Congressman Klein, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, is we stood up the first in the country interdiction task force, where we brought in interagency partners from around the state of Virginia and the sheriff's offices and the FBI and our DHS partners, and embedded them in an FBI building 50 miles that way and said, go to work. because this is a hotbed of criminal activity. And in 1 month, the Virginia Homeland Security Task Force, as it was dubbed, arrested over 500 violent felons, 500 violent felons. And that wasn't by doing any new process or creating a new way to get after crime. It was done by letting good cops be good cops. And we want to take that plus up and that model to every state in the country, not because I said it works, but because it actually worked. And we've been asked by other governors and other senators and other representatives to bring that to their states. And that's exactly what we want to do. And we're planning to do that here.
And commend you for the accomplishments in the Commonwealth. Prior to the swearing in of the current administration, a report was released detailing how federal law enforcement used its virtually unchecked access to private financial data to deputize the financial sector as a de facto investigative arm. In particular, under your predecessor, the FBI manipulated the suspicious activity report filing process by encouraging financial institutions to file SARs based on names and other criteria shared by the FBI. This process appears to bypass the requirements of the Bank Secrecy Act and allowed the FBI and possibly thousands of other law enforcement officials to obtain warrantless access to Americans' sensitive financial data through a process known as FinCEN query. Additionally, it appears that though 27,000 federal officials are able to download BSA data onto their own internal agency systems outside the purview of FinCEN regulators through the agency integrated access program. You've been working well with the Judiciary Committee, where I also sit, to provide some transparency into the past actions of the Bureau before your tenure. Could you describe some of the work you've done on this to still achieve the major successes you've had on arresting violent criminals while preserving civil liberties of Americans?
It's a balance that the FBI must strike every single day. To achieve the law enforcement capabilities, we've already talked about that, but to achieve the capabilities of restoring public trust and working with our overseers in Congress, we must actually work with our overseers in Congress. And every appropriate request for information we've delivered upon. And then it is up to the men and women in Congress to say, we need you to look at X, Y, or Z. We don't think this is working. Can you change this regulation or policy? I'm not the expert on all of it, but what I can do is provide you with every documentation because you represent the men and women of America. And in my opinion, y'all are the custodians of the records that we hold, except in some very scarce national security instances. But we have provided on a large basis, unredacted documentation for every appropriate request we've received. And we'll continue to do that because it allows us to work with Congress directly to improve the process and make sure there are no warrantless seizures of American persons' data.
Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just follow up with where I think Mr. Klein left off. When I was on the Judiciary Committee last year, there was the 702 issue. It was a very close vote. But the compromise essentially was that we were going to continue to allow the FBI to do warrantless searches. And this is on the specific databases that are that there's access to, but in order to try and be preemptive with respect to terrorism or other types of efforts where you wouldn't have time to get the warrant. Very close vote, but the compromise was that reports were going to be filed by the FBI on a regular basis. I think to the Judiciary Committee. My understanding is we haven't gotten one yet, so I would encourage you to do that. And if you're not familiar with what happened during that era, I'd encourage you to take a look. It was one of the really most problematic scenarios the FBI had in the last 4 years. Mr. Patel, I'll tell you, I didn't support your nomination or your confirmation, but I appreciate what you're saying here today, especially the offer to work with us in trying to address a lot of these concerns. I think I appreciate what you said about your the budget issue, because if you're saying you think you need more than what the skinny budget's giving, I strongly agree. I was really concerned to see the $540 million plus cut to the FBI, and the rationale was that it was going to be, DEI school board meetings and gender ideology, and there's not $500 million worth of cuts related to that, regardless of how one might feel about whatever those issues were. And I really do believe that the FBI is the greatest investigative body in the world, and the strongest asset that you have are your team, your human resources there. And I think you said something about eliminating 1,100 positions and having to fire 13 more, that you didn't want to do that, but given potential budgetary impacts, you might have to do that. That would be horrible for the FBI, especially right now. So we certainly will work with you to protect your budget. couple quick points with respect to your testimony. One concern that I did have was, there were some things that you really didn't touch on in your testimony. And I appreciate Tesla's as an issue, and whoever's setting those on fire should be held accountable for that. But we've got serious political violence here in the United States, a lot of homegrown activity that we need to focus on. Your predecessor testified a lot about it, and we understood the importance of that. Some of us had a chance to work on the task force that investigated the attempted assassination of now President Donald Trump. And I know you've got another pending case with respect to Mar-a-Lago. I think that might be one of the things you want to talk about, not just what happened then, but what's being done following up on that, because there continue to be issues. Governor Shapiro's house being set on fire was another horrific example of that. Also domestic terrorism with respect, you mentioned New Orleans in your oral testimony today, but that's the kind of homegrown terrorism issues that I think we need to focus on, and really only the FBI can get at that in the way that we need to have done. Brian Thompson, that assassination of the United Healthcare CEO was another example of that. The political violence or violent crime issue that you just mentioned a moment ago, I've got mixed feelings about the decentralization of your staff. I take the point that you want to make, and my only encouragement would be that you take it slow, especially with specialized positions to see. We did a mini version of this here in Washington, D.C., 25 years ago when we went to political neighborhood prosecution and policing. Some of it worked and some of it didn't. Some of the specialty units, like the homicide unit, needed to be re-centralized again because you needed that expertise, concentrated. And the current office, whether it's political integrity investigations, that might be one that you want to keep centralized. Civil rights is another one. So I hope you'll consider being careful about how you move forward with that. And my district is Maryland. We love having you guys nearby, and certainly would love to have you come out even more so. If you're going to do sending the agents out, my request would be that you target jurisdictions where they have serious violent crime. I was a local DA there. We were able to do joint prosecutions. The U.S. attorney at that time was Rod Rosenstein. We did some joint work, RICO cases. We didn't have RICO capability. We took the cases to him. This is MS-13. And so, when you do joint efforts like that, it can really help local prosecutors and local law enforcement, because the FBI has resources that they can bring to bear that we just don't at the local level. And the impact can be really significant. So I thank you for what you've done so far and your offer to work with us, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here. Thank you for your willingness to serve our great country, and I look forward to working together. It's not only how big the check is, it's where the check is going. And I love hearing some of your ideas of how we reform, how we make things better. I represent a district that's nearly half of the southern border, been ground zero for a lot of the chaos that is happening. You already know this, but you have some of the best field offices in this area, right? The FBI office in El Paso doing amazing work. The FBI office in San Antonio doing amazing work. FBI office in Houston doing amazing work. Did I hear you correctly that there's a possibility as you right size, as you kind of once again put agents back out in the field? Did I hear you right? Nearly 100 agents maybe coming to Texas?
About 90.
Okay, perfect. We'll round up. We're here in the house. We're on pro. We'll round up. I love it. I think that's exactly the right answer, right? Let's get the bureaucrats out of DC and let's get the agents back in the field doing the work. The part I'd say too is your task forces are working. And once again, I look forward to working together, chatting about this more. Task forces work, right? And I want to start with the CT task force, counterterrorism task force. I think that's very important. The terrorist threat is as real as ever, and getting ahead of that, I think, is a big part of that. Once again, the FBI is the leader in this. They're the ones that you're the agency that has all the expertise and the ability to do that, but you need the force multipliers. Mm-hmm. You need the local and the state agencies to come alongside, all hands on deck to tackle this. The other thing I want to highlight for you, and then I'd like to get your response, is these anti-gang task forces, another task force that I think have just done amazing work, specifically going after some of these criminal illegal aliens, right? These TDAs, these MS-13s, these gangs that are in our country, to the tune of yesterday, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, she told me there's over 600,000 known convicted criminal aliens in our country. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of the anti-gang task force?
Thank you, Congressman. And you're right. The best cases I ever made as a terrorism prosecutor was on the task force, because we had embedded state and local authorities with federal authorities, state and federal prosecutors working every day together, bringing cases where you could bring cases, because sometimes you couldn't bring them in state court and sometimes you can't bring them in federal court. And so the gang task force is, right up there with the JTTF model. It serves the same purpose by allowing, my best example is the Virginia Homeland Security Task Force. We simply allowed access, placement, and location. And then we got out of the way, we being leadership. We are not running the cases in the field. Agents are. Intel analysts are synthesizing the intelligence, not me. Putting them in simply the same room and giving them some resources. We don't need to recreate or be super innovative. And that's the beauty of the gang task force. The folks in there are experienced career operators at every level that they operate in. They know what they're doing. What they're not currently allowed to do is get together enough. And that's simply what we're trying to do with part of this plus up. And again, and you're right, Congressman Ivey, we're not doing it overnight. It's a process that's going to take about a year if we get it right across the board, because it takes time to transfer expertise. But at the same time, we're not going to gap expertise in headquarters. And just to be clear, we're not taking out the headquarters footprint. We're leaving a large footprint here still. We are just adjusting to the violent crime, and gangs are one of them.
I'm spot on. I did a roundtable in San Antonio. We had FBI, we had HSI, we had ATF, we had local law enforcement, we had state law enforcement. I think that's more. We need more of that. That we need to turn the volume up on that, and once again move some of the bureaucrats. The other thing, I represent a district that's it's larger than 30 states, right? And there's a part of my district. One of my counties produces more natural gas than anywhere else in the country. And I want to highlight something for you that has worked. And this is the Permian Basin Oil Theft Task Force. And oil theft in West Texas is a real deal, right? Especially with the border crisis that we had to deal with over the last 4 years. And I would ask that you please continue to take a look at that. That is a program, once again, without the FBI being at the core of providing the intelligence and the expertise, it's really difficult for some of these sheriffs and some of these local municipalities to tackle these organized crimes. So as you're working through the budget process, as you're working through what has to stick and what has to go, that Permian Basin Oil Theft Task Force is very important. I'd love to get your thoughts on it the time I have left.
Well, I'm slightly biased, Congressman, because I do some of my hunting out in the Permian Basin and out in the Glass Mountains. So I'm familiar with that just by a matter of being there on the ground a lot. But it's an example of not just your district, but if you go out into Idaho and you go out into Texas or Arkansas or California even, or where have you, the localized problems at the national level can't understand or comprehend cannot be comprehended or understood by putting more people in Washington, D.C. That's what I'm trying to accomplish. These folks have the expertise and the knowledge. And if we put them in the field with your experts, then they can relay back to us, hey, did you know about this big oil problem down in West Texas? Sadly, most Americans know, but honestly, most Americans shouldn't. It's not their responsibility, it's mine. And so that's what we're working towards.
I'm looking to codify that. Love to continue to working with that on that and other things. Thank you again for your testimony today. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Morelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the meeting, and thank you, Director Patel, for being here. I want to just preface this. I feel important to say that I think while the history of the FBI has not been a perfect one, the goal of the agency has always been focused, as it should be, on keeping Americans safe, the safety of American citizens. And I think I am concerned about, and I think millions of Americans as well are concerned about any suggestions that there will be a political agenda or adherence to the president's agenda as opposed to the safety of American citizens. And I appreciate everything you've said this afternoon, and I'm grateful for it. I know I've been in the business of politics for a long time. The only thing I ever care about, whether it's the military or law enforcement, that it's professional and it's nonpartisan, and that we uphold the rule of law and the Constitution of the United States. And I'm just very, very concerned about some of the things I hear from the Oval Office, not from your office necessarily, but from the Oval Office. And hope that the president recognizes that the FBI serves the American people, and it serves the rule of law, and the Constitution does not serve the president or any political agenda. And I just want to feel honor bound to say that as a preference. So I appreciate you being here. First of all, do you believe it's your duty to uphold the Constitution of the United States?
Mine and everybody at the FBI.
I appreciate that, sir. I want to go back, and I appreciate what everyone said. You know, the skinny budget, as we're calling it, is frustrating for appropriators because it's really hard to tell from the literally 10 lines and 100 words about the FBI what is envisioned here, and it calls for a cut of, as we've talked about, $545 million. I gather, as I'm piecing this together, I think roughly speaking, the proposed budget is about 10.7 billion. The president has asked for about 10.2, rough numbers. You're suggesting 11.2, which would be about a $500 million increase. And I think I share, as my colleagues do, some interest in, first of all, recognizing what that increase would be and how it would accrue to the benefit of the American people. Can you just quickly, and I have a couple of different questions I'd ask you, just tell me where you would focus that increase on, because I'm concerned about the proposed cut and we have virtually nothing to go on here.
Yeah,
as
very,
appropriate.
very quickly, just in the last 3 years, the FBI has, through budget cuts and CRs, left vacant 1,000 permissions approximately every year. So right now, while everybody thinks the FBI has 38,000 employees, we do on the books, we don't have 38,000 humans. So year over year, those cuts have led to book attrition. And in order to get some of those back and some of those vacant slots back, we need to actually fund them. And the rest of the funding would go to preventing the removal of an additional amount of agents.
Well, look, I'm sure you share our frustration. You probably didn't like the proposed budget any more than I think many of us did. So we would encourage you, as you're speaking to the president, to encourage him both to speed up the process and also to consider some of your recommendations. Earlier this week, there were reports by the Attorney General's plans to dissolve the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force by September 30th of this year. I find this deeply troubling. The task force recent success in my district, just last week, we removed over 200 grams of fentanyl from the streets of Rochester, New York, where I'm privileged to represent. I did send earlier today a letter to the Attorney General, which I would ask unanimous consent to enter my letter into the record, but expressing my concern over the decision and reminding the Attorney General that funds appropriated by Congress for fiscal year 25 are required to be spent, and the legality of the decision aside, the FBI is an important member of that task force. I wonder if you could just share with me the importance of the work to national security and to the public, and how, if you've been consulted, and what your views are on the efforts to decommission it.
I believe are you referring to OCDEF, sir?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to OCDEF?
Yes, that's correct.
My understanding, and I'm not going to speak for the Attorney General on how the department views it, is that the cut is only to one singular office, not to the OCDEF program writ large, which the FBI has a large authority over. And so I have not been informed yet, and again, I'm not speaking for the AG, that the OCDEF program itself would be shuttered in any way.
Okay, again, we're getting it from news reports because we're not getting it from the department. It said a DOJ budget analyst at OCDEF, I think that's how you say it, would be zeroed out in the budget. And also, and I just note parenthetically that it brought in $2 billion in proceeds. It cost $500 million to run the program. So that's honestly
good ROI.
Yeah, this is good ROI. So I'd love to come back to you if I could, or have further conversations with your office about it, because I would like to see it continue. I think it does amazing work and is well worth the investment that we make. So again, thank you for being here, sir.
No problem, sir.
Mr. Alford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Director Patel, good to see you again. Thank you for being here. How many employees currently work for the FBI?
It's approximately 35,000-ish.
about 13,000 special agents,
When we're full up, we're not quite.
3,000 intelligence analysts,
Yes, sir.
19,000 professional support staff.
Yes, sir.
Is that about right?
Mhm.
You say that you have eliminated 11,000 employees. Is that correct? No?
No, sir. I think,
How many people have been let go from the FBI?
I don't believe I fired anybody.
No one has been, but you could be firing up to how many?
Well, I could if I would be forced to remove an additional 1,300 employees if we go along with the budget that's out right now.
So that's where the $545 million in cuts would come from.
Right. And just real quick, so a large portion of that also, people ask why we don't have that in our coffers currently. It's because there was a 2%, and rightly so, pay raise. So we used a lot of funding that we received in the last cycle to make sure everybody got paid what they need to get paid.
Were there any deferred resignations?
I believe a number of individuals have taken the program offered by the Justice Department.
Would hiring or firing have anything to do with loyalty to the President of the United States?
No.
Would retribution have anything to do with any hiring or firing decisions?
None whatsoever, sir.
Would retaliation have anything to do with any hiring or firing positions?
No, sir.
The fentanyl crisis is very real. I had a friend who's lost 2 sons in the last 3 years to fentanyl poisoning. I prefer to call it poisoning because that's what's happening. China, Mexico poisoning our young people, killing some 300 on average a day in America. We've discussed this before a couple of weeks ago with the southern border, almost 94% secure now. The attention is turning towards the northern border. Would you care to expound on that, please?
I could talk about this for a long time, but I'll keep it short. Basically, if you look at last year versus this year, our enemies and adversaries, as I said in the beginning, are adapting and have gotten smarter. So a lot of the CCP processors of fentanyl precursors are no longer going to the narco traffickers down south. They're going down there into terrorist organizations and shipping it up north. They're making it in Canada, and then they're dumping it down here. Why? Because of the tyranny of distance. We've got a lockdown on most of the southern border. And just to highlight for you, the known or suspected terrorist statistics in entering this country illegally, last year was about 350. The overwhelming majority of them came in from the northern border. This year, we're on par right now with about known or suspected terrorists entering the country from the northern and southern border, and it's about 45 each. So it's not just drugs that are coming in, but it's those looking to do harm on our way of life.
How do we counter that?
We need a literal full government approach, across the board, state level wide approach, but we also need to take our adversaries more seriously overseas and not fall to the traditional position that if we're successful in one area, they won't adapt. They always do.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony and some answers to previous questions about relocating personnel to the interior of America, getting them out of Washington, D.C. How many would be going to the Kansas City regional office?
Approximately 37 positions to Missouri, 33 to Kansas City, 1 each to Topeka, Wichita, Jefferson City, and 2 to Springfield.
And why are they needed there? You said that you're sending these to the most violent places, I believe was a quote.
So I didn't decide that. I asked the people at the Bureau who've been doing this job for 20 plus years, tell me where we need to send agents, intel analysts, and SOSs. And these are the places they told me to send them and why. Because of the proportion of violent crime per capita in those regions needs to be covered down on. And that's not to say, and I don't want to say Kansas City has an explosion in and of itself, it's violent crime, but Kansas City covers down on a large area in Missouri and its surrounding states that have an explosion in violent crime. And that's why we're sending them there.
Do we have the facilities to accommodate these personnel moving out into the regions?
You do.
It's been a lot of conversation about a new FBI headquarters. With the 30 seconds left, I know that you have an idea of moving the headquarters to the Reagan building. Is that correct?
We're currently in the process of reviewing options to keep the FBI within Washington, D.C., but we will most certainly be leaving the Hoover building because it is simply unsafe for the FBI personnel.
Director, thank you for your service. I yield back.
Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Meng, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro. And thank you, Mr. Patel, for your testimony and for being here today. I've been looking at the president's 120-word FBI budget request, the so-called skinny, I'll call it Ozempic request, that states that, quote, the undoing of the weaponization of the FBI is one of the administration's top priorities. The weaponization of the FBI that is something that deeply concerns me. It should concern all of us. And yet, since taking office, President Trump has been on a revenge tour. He has targeted individuals, universities, law firms with executive orders to cut them out or to make them come under his will. He has used ICE to disappear U.S. citizens without due process. And he's fully ignored a unanimous Supreme Court order. And then over the weekend, wasn't sure if he was obligated to uphold the Constitution of the United States. In your book, your recent book, Government Gangsters, you include an appendix with a list of names that people have referred to as an enemies list. Now, I know you will claim it's just an appendix, not an enemies list. So let's focus on how the president sees it, on what the president calls it. And you proudly display his quote on the front cover of your book. The president calls this a brilliant roadmap, a blueprint. And I have not even raised your storied children's book, The Plot Against the King. It concerns me how many people from this blueprint have been targeted with executive orders and FBI investigations. The FBI cannot be weaponized, and under your leadership, it has been nothing but a weapon alongside the president to go after the president's perceived opponents, to stifle dissent and free speech. A few weeks ago, as we saw through a social media post that you quickly deleted, the FBI arrested a judge in Wisconsin for correctly asking ICE officials if they had a judicial warrant instead of an administrative warrant, which they did not have. Despite this judge following the law, on the morning of April the 25th, the FBI arrested the judge in an escalation of the weaponization of the FBI under your leadership. Let me be clear. A functioning democracy does not lock up judges. I am gravely concerned about the utter lack of independence of the FBI and its weaponization under your leadership. I am concerned that the president is using this book, your book, as a blueprint, as he has said. It's a blueprint for revenge. And I am concerned that your eagerness, a childlike giddiness to carry out the president's revenge tour, you've shown yourself to be unserious in your statements before you were sworn in and some after. You've shown yourself unfit to lead this important agency. I was an impeachment manager for President Trump's second impeachment. It was a sad, solemn duty. And so I wanted to ask you about that. Mr. Patel, as you and the president continue to weaponize and investigate his perceived enemies, as you follow this blueprint, when can I, a former impeachment manager, expect the FBI at my door?
Ma'am, you want to know who was targeted by a weaponized FBI? Me. You want to know how and why?
Well,
You
maybe
want to know
need
what I'm doing
write
to
a book
fix it?
about that. Let me move on.
Well, you should
Change
read the
topic.
book because there's no enemies list on that book.
So
There are
you-
people that violated their constitutional obligations and their duties to the American people.
That's good. You
And they
gave
were
them due
rightly
process.
called out.
I'm
And you
changing
should
topics.
give that book to every one of your constituents so they can
changing
read
topics.
about it.
I won't be doing that.
That's their loss.
During your Senate confirmation hearings, you repeatedly denied having any involvement as a private citizen in the firing of FBI officials who engaged in the prosecution against January 6 insurrectionists, the violent rioters who beat and killed Capitol police officers, and whom you referred to as political prisoners. Since then, multiple whistleblowers have come forward, and we know that you likely committed perjury. At the same hearing, you claimed you were not familiar with Stu Peters, an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier, despite the fact that you appeared on Mr. Peters' podcast 8 separate times. 8 times. And you claimed not to recall. Mr. Patel, my second question is, should we worry more about your memory or your veracity?
We should worry more about your lack of candor. You're accusing me of committing
veracity?
perjury. Tell the American people how I broke the law and committed a felony.
You did.
Have the audacity to actually put the facts
then
forward
the answer is
instead of
both.
lying for political banter so you can have a 20-second
answer is-
donation hit.
The answer is both. I believe that the
The
men and
answer is
women of the
you're
country
failing,
speak.
not
I
me.
reclaim my time.
Go ahead.
Mr. Patel, I believe that the members of the FBI, and I know many of them, many retired, 38,000 people, as you say, it's a little less than that now, deserve the very best, deserve extraordinary independence, deserve freedom from the fears of being investigated, the freedom of coming forward to make sure they're doing their job. And I'll end with this, that I think it's interesting that in your proposal today, you find yourself at a gulf of difference between you and the president. I wonder how you will resolve that. Will you go to the president and say, we need 11.2 billion, not what you cut out of here? You're asking for more than $1 billion than the president's request. Are you going to go to the president and straighten out that gulf?
I'll do what I've always done and represent the American people, defend this country, and make sure the Constitution is always upheld and the FBI is never weaponized. Maybe you should do the same.
So you agree with the president when he says he doesn't know if he should uphold his constitutional duty?
If you want to just keep putting words in my mouth, the TV cameras are outside.
I thank you. I yield back. Again, this is an unserious moment, sadly, for the FBI. I yield back.
More so for you.
Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Director Patel, thank you for being here today. I'd like to also extend my thanks to your staff and the hardworking men and women of the FBI and for restoring America's trust in the FBI. I'd like to commend your efforts to move FBI personnel into the field rather than into the Beltway, where their work can be the most impact. Let me start by shining a light on my district, Alabama's 5th Congressional District, which includes Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. The FBI's presence at Redstone Arsenal dates back over 50 years to 1971. Currently, FBI Redstone seats over 2,000 personnel and includes personnel from 20 of the FBI's 30 sections. Time and again, North Alabama has answered the call to support the FBI with a second-to-none workforce, state-of-the-art facility, and plenty of room for cost-effective and responsible growth. Director Patel, a few weeks ago, you visited Redstone Arsenal in my hometown. Could you share with us what you saw while you were there and the impression the visit left with you?
What I saw while I was there was the best example of what I've seen when appropriators work with the Bureau to defend the nation. And I wish everybody would go down to Huntsville, Alabama. It is our premier experienced law enforcement capability center and training facility that the interagency only wishes they had. What we have down there in cyber, in long-range missile defense capabilities, nested there with NASA and the Department of Defense, and further programs, including our Terrorism Explosive Device Center, which the world relies on to stop bombs from going off, and so much more is down in Huntsville, Alabama. And the reason it's there is because appropriators were brilliant enough to provide a space outside of Washington, D.C., to take a geographic footprint and save money instead of rebuilding here in Washington, to do it for half the cost in Alabama. And that's why we're moving 500 FBI employees this year to Huntsville, because the technical expertise they possess, and we do not want to remove from the FBI, is nested in Huntsville and not Washington, D.C. And in order to train the future men and women of the FBI, the DHS, the DOD, and every other intelligence agency we have, they're already asking us, when do we get to go to Redstone? So I encourage everyone to go down there.
Director Patel, I applaud your commitment to making America safe again and returning the FBI to its core mission. We must continue to get our dedicated FBI agents back into the field and out of the Beltway to protect America. This is there's no better place to achieve this than Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville provides the most cost-effective location, distinct partnership opportunities, a high quality of life for personnel, and a remarkable talent pool. Director Patel, could you expand on the plans for moving personnel and programs to Huntsville, as it's often called FBI HQ2? What are the timelines for executing this? And do you have the necessary resources to execute this move?
Taking those in reverse order, the short answer is no. So we've got the North Campus and the South Campus down there. North Campus largely constructed and filled. The South Campus has been, the land has been leveled and the plots have been mapped out. And in order to fill it, and in order to build buildings 3 and 4 and 5, as we call them, and the new training facilities that we and the appropriators have already looked into and approved, we're going to need another $160 million to accomplish that. And once those buildings are built in the next 3 years, we will move another 13, maybe it's 1,400 employees down to Huntsville, because again, we are not removing them out of Washington DC to remove them. We need a place that allows their skill set to be met. And it's not in Washington DC, and tragically, it's not in Quantico either. I wish it were, because then we wouldn't move them. But that's what we're looking to build is for the future. It also gives us a landing platform in a more centrally located area of the country for these specialized teams to deploy out into the rest of America when something goes boom or when there's a tragic accident. So I am asking the appropriators, not only for the $145-ish million to finish the build, but the $60 million for the O&M to keep the facilities up.
With the great work occurring in Huntsville, I want to highlight the interagency collaboration between the FBI, ATF, DHS to address bombing incidents and the use of explosives. The FBI's Hazardous Device School, Terrorist Explosive Device Analytics Center, or TDAC, are located at Redstone. The ATF's National Center for Explosive Training and Research and the U.S. Bomb Data Center also located in Huntsville. Likewise, DHS routinely collaborates with these partners, specifically their Office for Bombing Prevention. Director Patel, could you talk a little bit about the interagency efforts to address bombing incidents and the use of explosives?
What's up, everybody? Okay, so hang on, let me pause that. So we're almost out of time, and I want to watch it again. Do you guys want to watch it again? Rather than talk about interagency transfers and whatnot, I kind of want to watch it again. But I think I need to refresh my feed because it looks glitchy. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, I think it's a little bit glitchy. I'm going to play a sponsor real quick so I can refresh the feed. I'll be right back, and we'll play it again.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
Okay, I think we're better now. This was unexpected and just really delightful. I think everybody, yeah, looking at the chat, everybody wants to watch it again.
With executive orders and FBI investigations. The FBI cannot be weaponized, and under your leadership, it has been nothing but a weapon alongside the president to go after the president's perceived opponents, to stifle dissent and free speech. A few weeks ago, as we saw through a social media post that you quickly deleted, the FBI arrested a judge in Wisconsin for correctly asking ICE officials if they had a judicial warrant instead of an administrative warrant.
For correctly asking, that's why the judge was arrested. Oh my gosh.
Which they did not
Rewriting
have.
history.
Despite this judge following the law, on the morning of April the 25th, the FBI arrested the judge in an escalation of the weaponization of the FBI under your leadership. Let me be clear. A functioning democracy does not lock up judges. I am gravely concerned about the utter lack of independence of the FBI and its weaponization under your leadership. I am concerned that the president is using this book, your book, as a blueprint, as he has said. It's a blueprint for revenge.
Wait. So everybody, if you haven't read Kash's book, Brian and I are going through it Tuesdays, 6 p.m. Eastern on Badlands Book Club. It's excellent. So you can catch up on prior episodes. And next Tuesday, we're on chapter 14.
And I am concerned that your eagerness, a childlike giddiness to carry out the president's revenge tour, you've shown yourself to be unserious in your statements before you were sworn in and some after. You've shown yourself unfit to lead this important agency. I was an impeachment manager for President Trump's second impeachment. It was
Solid
a sad,
credential.
solemn duty. And so I wanted to ask you about that. Mr. Patel, as you and the president continue to weaponize and investigate his perceived enemies, as you follow this blueprint, when can I, a former impeachment manager, expect the FBI at my door?
Soon, I hope.
Ma'am, you want to know who was targeted by a weaponized FBI? Me. You want to know how and why?
Well,
You
maybe
want to know
need
what I'm
write
doing
a
to
book
fix it?
about that. Let me move on.
Well, you should
Change
read the
topics.
book because there's no enemies list on that book.
So
There are
you-
people that violated their constitutional obligations and their duties to the American people.
That's good. You
And they
gave
were
them due
rightly
process.
called out.
I'm
And you
changing
should give
topics.
that book to every one of your constituents so they can
changing
read
topics.
about it.
I won't be doing that.
That's their loss.
During your Senate confirmation hearings, you repeatedly denied having any involvement as a private citizen in the firing of FBI officials who engaged in the prosecution against January 6 insurrectionists, the violent rioters who beat and killed Capitol police officers, and whom you referred to as political prisoners. Since then, multiple whistleblowers have come forward, and we know that you likely committed perjury. At the same hearing, you claimed you were not familiar with Stu Peters, an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier, despite the fact that you appeared on Mr. Peters' podcast 8 separate times. 8 times. And you claimed not to recall. Mr. Patel, my second question is, should we worry more about your memory or your veracity?
We should worry more about your lack of candor. You're accusing me of committing
veracity?
perjury. Tell the American people how I broke the law and committed a felony.
You did.
Have the audacity to actually put the facts
then
forward
the answer is
instead of
both.
lying for political banter so you can have a 20-second
answer
donation
is-
hit.
The answer is both. I believe that
The
men and
answer is
women of the-
you're failing,
I
not me.
reclaim my time.
Go ahead.
Mr. Patel, I believe that the members of the FBI, and I know many of them, many retired, 38,000 people, as you say, it's a little less than that now, deserve the very best, deserve extraordinary independence, deserve freedom from the fears of being investigated, the freedom of coming forward to make sure they're doing their job. And I'll end with this, that I think it's interesting that in your proposal today, you find yourself at a gulf of difference between you and the president. I wonder how you will resolve that. Will you go to the president and say, we need 11.2 billion, not what you cut out of here? You're asking for more than $1 billion than the president's request. Are you going to go to the president and straighten out that gulf?
I'll do what I've always done and represent the American people, defend this country, and make sure the Constitution is always upheld and the FBI is never weaponized. Maybe you should do the same.
So you agree with the president when he says he doesn't know if he should uphold his constitutional duty?
If you want to just keep putting words in my mouth, the TV cameras are outside.
I thank you. I yield back. Again, this is an unserious moment, sadly, for the FBI. I yield back.
More so for you.
Mr. Strong.
Oh, good. Oh, that was amazing. He has zero respect for the institution of the House Subcommittee on Budgetary Nonsense, and it showed. So we have an announcement. I see Jessica Storm is in the chat. I don't know if Gordon is here or able to hear, but if he is, jump on, dude, if you want. We are going to be rolling back to special coverage Badlands Live instead of Badlands Live 9 to 5. It is, first of all, you would think that it would be easy to find 40 hours a week of government content to stream, but they work less than we thought. So, there's that. And also it's a pretty significant time commitment on all of our part. And there are, economics and whatnot associated with that. So we are going to have Badlands special event coverage. When there's cool hearings, we'll have them up. When there's Supreme Court orals and all of those things, we will be bringing them to you here on Badlands Media, but we're not going to continue with the 9 to 5 feed every day. That makes a lot of folks sad. About 800. I think. But we all enjoy it. There's just it's just a lot. 40 hours a week trying to do that and do all of the other things that we're putting out. All the other content is a lot. So with that, let's see if O'Keefe Media Group has put up anything new. They have not. There's nothing new there. Nope. Let's see if James. I wouldn't think that they would put it out on one and not both, but let's check. No, it's the same. It's the same two videos. Maybe they're doing a primetime thing, but there's that. We've got a few minutes left, so let's check out what's going on in rapid response. Oh, let's go to that Pam Bondi clip. So we've got a few clips here from Rapid Response 47. So let's do these guys. Start with, that's the pinned one. Dr. Casey Means nominated as next Surgeon General of the United States of America. That's fantastic. You love to see it. Power generation company to invest $1.7 billion to strengthen U.S. electricity infrastructure. It's something that's been needed for a while. We just watched that, which was fantastic. Looking for, there was a Pam Bondi interview. This was fun. This was my most, oh shoot, I'm not showing. Sorry. I thought I was sharing this. This was, Miss Dean took it at the end. She definitely stole the show at the end, but up until the point where there was a cat fight between Kash Patel and Representative Dean DeLauro. She got so animated. That was fun. I'm gonna clip this one later. St. Pete 70 says no pope chosen on the first day. 133 cardinals retire for the night. All right. So we're going into day 2. We watched this hearing. I'm gonna find that Pam Bondi thing. Hold for processing. I saw it just before it came on, but I'm going to search a different way. Oh, shoot. I could have sworn it was on rapid response, but I'm not seeing it. All right, well, we'll see what happens with that. There's a lot of Epstein coming back into focus, and some people are speculating that the OMG thing has to do with Epstein. Speaking of child sexual predators,
today we are proud to announce the results of the FBI's Operation Restore Justice initiative. This historic, unprecedented nationwide operation led to the arrest of 205 child sex predators. Unbelievable. In just 5 days. This was an incredible operation done in conjunction with the FBI and our prosecutors. Children and their families now have a chance to heal. These are online predators. Think about this. 115 victims, children. In 5 days, we were able to help. These depraved human beings, if convicted, will face the maximum penalty in prison, some life. We will find you, we will arrest you, and we will charge you. If you are online targeting a child, you will not escape us. The FBI and the Department of Justice will come after you, and we will prosecute you.
Okay, so I found it over here. This is the clip I was talking about.
No,
Okay, the question was, somebody said yesterday that all the Epstein files have been released, and you can see her reaction. She goes, oh, no.
FBI, yeah, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
So that's in response to James Comer saying yesterday that he thought that all of the files had been destroyed. We played that on Onlylands last night. So, yeah, I mean, still going through it, not releasing victims, getting the information, getting the victim identity information out, maybe blurring the face of kids. That's the kind of stuff that's going on. But tens of thousands of videos, she said, kind of supports the underlying conspiracy theory. And in those videos, you would imagine you would find out who was buying the children. That's at least what I expect. And I hope that it must be prosecuted. It must be revealed who the monsters are, and they must be held accountable, or we haven't changed a thing. All right. Well, with that, I think that's it, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in to Badlands Live today. I ask that you guys please hit the thumb, hit the like button, the heart, the pill, the thumb, wherever you're watching helps us out. If you hit the like button. And coming up today, a very exciting Shipwreck show is joining Badlands. She's on at 8 p.m. Eastern time in that slot there. So we're all pretty excited to see what she's going to do. And then we've got Altered State and Devolution Power Hour coming up later tonight. So stay tuned for those. And we'll see you guys when we see you. I'm trying to think of what I can play for an appropriate outro. A whole bunch of the soundboard clips in here got stripped out, which is unfortunate. But let's see. We'll do Clown World. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Bye.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media. But I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup. The sequel to the best-selling Psy War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, Patriots. Let's make it official.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.